And also, I agree with that, and Tim said that the last time this discussion came up. But I also want us to look at the precedents of what we're saying when it comes to funding nonprofits for mentoring programs. Because there are other organizations out in our community who are doing the same thing. And they've been around since 1911, have all their licenses with the state, they're nationally accredited. So if they would happen to come before our board, then I ask that we give the same consideration as we're giving with this nonprofit. So that's the precedence that we're getting ready to set. Omega Psi Phi, founded in 1911. They go out and they mentor at North Drive School. They are state accredited, they are nationally accredited, and they do it off of funds that they are raised by themselves. So they would, if they was to come before our board, this is the precedence that we're setting.
I have a question. Has that organization come before the board and asked?
And they haven't, but what I'm saying, this is the precedence that we're getting ready to set.
And we have to be careful about that.
So kind of extending some of the conversation we had before, United Way said that in order for them to manage our funds, that it would be helpful for them for us to choose one particular entity, or not one particular entity, but one focal point. So if we wanted to say those individuals helping with homelessness, just for an example, that would probably eliminate, and I hate to use that word, but it would probably disqualify some of the other nonprofits that we normally fund. So that is why I suggested that we take that money from that 50,000, because there may be, there may be an organization, I could think of a couple, I don't want to call any names, that don't particularly deal with that issue. So then that would free up some money. I guess that's what I was suggesting as to why I thought we should take it from that 50,000 of what was already allotted for our nonprofits, if that's the pleasure of the board. Otherwise, our staff is gonna have to manage those funds, which we gave it to United Way because our staff could not. So that's something that we need to consider, and I think that decision, I don't know which decision comes first, but I think it'll be helpful in knowing what direction we wanna go in as far as that goes.
And, United Way is stating that, they are not going to disperse the funds unless we do come up with one focal point. I guess my recommendation is if you are looking to fund this position, and I'm all on board, guys, with it, with what you decide, because I think it's phenomenal, especially after reading your article this weekend and how you challenged us all to be a part of the solution. But my thing is, if we take this money directly from that $50,000, then that $30,000 will go straight to community supporting in school, and we don't have to worry about any admin cost involved if we were to give it straight to United Way to allocate that. Our finance department could actually write a check for that gift of $30,000 with no admin cost being involved. It's already an organization of great credence, and so I wouldn't have a qualm writing them the check directly so that we save that percentage. And we're giving that organization instead of having a middleman in the process.
This 30 as proposed goes directly to these schools. It's not funneled through anybody.
It would be if we gave it to United Way. My recommendation is taking it out of that $50,000. Right. The way that United Way works, and if Sherry was here, maybe she could correct me on this, because I've been working with them too for years, is if you give a gift, I'll use Cry Freedom Missions for an example. You give a gift for $10,000 to Cry Freedom Missions, but United Way has already committed, say, $50,000 to Cry Freedom Missions, then that $10,000 is subtracted from what that organization had committed to you. Now, if she were here, she could clarify that for me, just to make sure that I'm speaking correctly. But if it's, it would benefit them more if we gave them directly the gift than if we dispersed it to United Way and then they took the admin cost out of it. They're going to benefit more, especially if we are looking to fund a position.
So, my opinion was during that discussion, if we knock that in half and then we take that half and take 2/3 of that out for this, I mean, it's whittled that down, so I was thinking that was why we had a consensus that we were going to fund it over and above what's been given to United Way, but I don't have a preference on how we arrive at that. If somebody says this is a better way of making the expenditure, I'm okay with whatever the majority feels is the best way to fund it, but I don't wanna see us take, we already cut them in half, I don't wanna necessarily see us take that half and cut part of that out for this use. I mean, I don't know how we get there. Do we turn the 100 went to 50, do we turn it back to 80 and say there's that 30, or do we make it separate? I don't know. I mean, that's interesting.
Just so I'm crystal clear.
Councilman, you have the floor, go ahead.
Just so I'm crystal clear, so what you're saying is you wanted to come out of the way, I just wanna know are you saying it come out of the general fund, or does it come out of the funds that we set aside for United Way?
I think the discussion was that we were going to do it out of general fund because the last time, because we had already cut United Way in half. If memory serves me correct, that was the direction that we were going in. So I was just, trying to clarify what we had talked about, but yes, it would come from general fund if it did not come out of what the United Way's already been chopped down to. I'm interested in hearing everybody's thoughts.
Absolutely. During budget negotiations, for everyone, just stay on the same page. During budget negotiations, the NPO, or nonprofit organization allotment, which in last year anyway, funneled through, United Way, as they handled the selection and distribution of funds for us. The United Way came back and said that they would not be able to do that same process for us, and obviously we could still make a contribution to United Way, and then we could choose, categorically speaking, do you want funding to go towards literacy or towards violence prevention or whatever else, so we can break it up categorically speaking, but not by individual organization. And also during the budget negotiations, the NPO, nonprofit organization funding as a whole, was cut from a $100,000 budget line to a $50,000 budget. Just again, making sure everyone's aware of what we're talking about. My request on this one, and also full disclosure, the community supporting schools received, I wanna say it was 12 or 13 last year through that 100 as well, just for what that's worth as well. My ask for council was that we fund this initiative separately. Understand, concerns about are we able to set a precedent that we're going to do this for every organization that comes forward. My intent would be that mentors would funnel through community supporting schools, given the track record that they have. Obviously, that is certainly not an indictment on any other organization. That was just a structural thing that has been very effective in trying to grow that and grow the mentorship opportunities that will grow. So with that, the conversations that have been brought up is, do we take the 30 out of the 50, so in effect drop that budget line down to 20 and then do this as a separate allotment? Because again, I don't envision this as just a general gift. I envision this as a specific ask and then them providing.
So with that, two things. The last comment you made about you envision any mentor group coming through communities that support schools, I think that would be a wrong assessment, in my personal opinion, because some of the organizations who are doing it have been doing it much longer than communities supporting schools. So that would be putting a hamper or a moniker on another organization who comes before the board to ask for the same gift or support or resources. And two is, my personal opinion is that we take it out of the money that we've already budgeted, because we don't have to go back into the general funds. I know we had a discussion about even dipping into the general funds when it came to making the budget. So I don't think that we should go back and dip into the general funds if we already have money budgeted aside for nonprofits already.
We can also, the staff may not like this very much, but we can also remove United Way, which will also remove the consultation costs attached to them and put that money into that nonprofit bucket, that can be dispersed amongst nonprofits. So that will remove the price tag, and then that would allow us to put some more money back into that kitty. But I do agree that it should come out of what was already allotted. But staff, I think, if we still do one focal point, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, if we still do one focal point, it may be easily for staff to manage that more, so you're not dealing with a whole lot of organizations, you're just dealing with those ones that focus on this specific thing. So I think staff may be able to hand out, not trying to put anything on you guys, I'm just saying that would help us put more money back into that pot.
Councilwoman.
I'm in 100% agreement, because when Sherry came and she was talking about the NPOs, she said, if we do the 50,000, it has to be a focal point, and that they would fund the groups that fell under that classification. This way, more money goes to the entity. I'm a budget person. We're in our second month of the fiscal year, and already we are asking, we've already deviated from our budget close tonight. If we were to take this from the general fund, close to $100,000. We've already asked our constituents for a 9-cent tax increase, and we promised that we would be tight in this budget and that we would stay in line. And already, just by these two asks, that would be close to $100,000. So I think that we should stick to the budget line items this premature in our budget, and we should take the funding, the $30,000 from the $50,000. If that's what you want to fund, is this school mentorship position, which I'm totally on board, then it falls, make that a focal point for us and say, hey, these are the kind of groups that we want to come forward, that we believe that each one of us can be a part of the solution in our community, and each one reach one, and we're gonna start off with this position and fund it out of that line item.
Then council, would it be amenable to the council to have a vote to approve the expenditure from the NPO allotment? Is it 30 for the, out of the NPO allotment?
I make a motion that we take the $30,000 out of the NPO allotment that was designated in our budget.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion is made and properly seconded to approve the expenditure from the NPO allotment. I'm looking for Catherine so she can nod if I'm missing a point or something. Okay, all right. Yeah, this one, in theory, is just gonna come back as a budget ordinance that can be part of the future consent agenda. Already? All right, so it's not even a modification to the budget. Okay, so motion's been made, properly seconded, motion restated for the record. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, thank you, everybody. I think that's a wise investment, given the challenges that our schools are facing, and us trying to find a way to involve ourselves and try to meet up. Yes, ma'am.
One question, so does this mean that we're gonna take our NPO money, we're gonna focus that on mentorship programs? So we'll have 20,000 left for that purpose?
That's going to be a future discussion. Bottom line is, and I think this is very fiscally conservative, I can certainly get behind that. That means that there's $20,000 left on the table out of the NPO allotment. Now remember that there were a lot of organizations that received funding in the past from the city. So there's got to be a hard conversation about what. All right. I appreciate everyone's support on that initiative. I'm a little scratch. Yes, sir.
Well, it's just for the sake of saying that we can see how this goes and how it plays out for the remainder of this budget cycle, and then if we see that we need to make an adjustment, then we can adjust that line item back up if necessary in the next budget in the manner that we all agree on. We'll find out, I guess, so we'll see how it goes.
Council, I appreciate the thoughtfulness on that agenda item, and we'll keep this moving forward given the length of it. And we'll discuss more about the NPO funding as we go forward. Now, a practice that I've tried to install is to ensure that our appointed committees, 3 times a year, estimated, are able to come before council and discuss their work. And this time we'll recognize our Commission on Community Relations and Development, their new chair, Ms. Carol Battle. The floor is yours. Welcome, and thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for having me, Mayor and Council. And I would like to point out that I am newly appointed as the chairperson.
Yes, ma'am.
And I will be brief because I see you have a very long agenda, so I won't keep you long. I've enjoyed serving on the CCRD, and I look forward to working with the members on that commission, as well as Felicia, in this coming year. As you can see, the commission itself, we try very hard, to be visible in the community, and we feel like we really have not done that. And so we had some conversations, and we feel that the commission itself should be more visible in the community, and we should help the community and be a help to the council any way we can. And that's going to be our purpose and our focus, being visible in the community and trying to make things better here in Goldsboro. We currently have 3 vacancies now on our council, and we look forward to the applicants that the city council will appoint. And we also recognize the fact that people are very, very busy, and some people don't have time to volunteer. But we do hope that we will get some good applicants that will have the same feeling that we do as we move this commission forward. After our MLK luncheon that we had the first of the year, the next thing we focused on was a community roundtable. And we had that community roundtable at St. James AME Zion Church, and we were very glad to have it there. So we had it on Tuesday, and it was at 6 o'clock on February 13th, and we had a really packed crowd. And we want to thank Councilmember Jamie Taylor for being our facilitator, Chief Mike West, Barbara Jones, Pastor Nicholas Worrell, Melissa Reese, and Kristen Howell. And what happened was we had a panel, and the room was packed, and there was a lot of exchange. And what I came away thinking that everybody wants, the violence not to be in Goldsboro, and we all want a solution, as other cities do. But the thing that I kept hearing over and over was about parent involvement and going into the community and hearing from everybody in the community. So as a follow-up, can we see the pictures? And, those are the pictures, that, we can show the proof, that we were there. And, it was a really lively conversation. And everybody seemed to have the same thrust. We want things to be better for Goldsboro. So from this round table, the commission came up with an idea, and we did. We went to Root Cause Corrective Action, and we had a forum in one of our communities, and we invited people to come. So on April the 9th, the CCRD held an annual action plan public meeting at West Havens on DuPont Center, where community people could come in. And since that time, we've had some discussion about it, and what we really want to do is to keep working with it and to, bring some ideas out, because it is a problem with violence in Goldsboro, and we can talk, and everybody has good ideas, but what's the solution? Or what's the pathways to the good solution? And so we want to be a catalyst in that, okay? Next one. We did the jam out for Juneteenth. We were volunteers for that because, once again, we wanted to be visible in the community. And we also were registered to participate in National Night Out, but this event was canceled because of the bad weather, so we weren't able to attend. We will be supporting A Taste of Wayne this year, and we will be present at this year's Freedom Fest. We kind of all said that we wanted to go to more things that were being sponsored so that we could talk to everyone in the community and they could see us. We will also be supporting the Reaching Out Changing Communities Foundation at their 3rd annual Unity Day on September 21st. And April is Fair Housing Month, and once again, we would like to host a round table here for our community. They can come in and hear a panel on affordable housing. We went back and forth on this about a year, and we decided that we needed a logo, and that we wanted the logo to have T-shirts or polo shirts, so when we go out in the community, people would know who we are. So after about a year, we finally did decide on a logo, and I think it's very nice, and we're going to have T-shirts or polo shirts, because I think it gives us a sense of belonging as well. So we did do that. And in the month of May and June, we did not have a quorum, and we were not able to meet. But when we met in July, we got new officers, and I became the chair, and Marcus Lewis became the vice chair. And we did have a quorum at our August meeting, and we had an excellent meeting that lasted for 59 minutes, and we got everything done on the agenda, and everybody seemed to be smiling when they left. And Councilmember Taylor was there with us, and we thought we had a really good meeting, and everybody worked together, and we all see that when you own a commission, you know it's not all about you. We're all in this together, and that's how I feel about it. As we continue to work, we're looking toward the MLK 2025, and as it would have it, it is also the same day that we have the President of the United States at the inaugural. So what we did was we have tried to change the format for that. Another one? I think we have another one. Oh, you don't have that, I'm sorry. We have changed the details, and we formed a subcommittee. And we worked really hard last year, but we kind of thought this year that everyone on the council was going to be the subcommittee, you know, so that everybody will have a part to work. And we're going to have it January 20th, but we're going to do it in the afternoon. And it's going to be a different type of format, because we feel that we're not going to do a luncheon this year, and we're not going to have any ticket sales, and we're going to have it excuse me, at St. James Church, and the format is going to be different. There is going to be some costs for us, and we're going to be looking for some support, perhaps from the City Council for that. Thank you for having me. That's my report. Unless you have any questions, I thank you once for having me. Yes. We decided after some conversations that we didn't want to come back to the public every year asking for money, because we funded that from money that people gave us. And we had patrons and we had sponsors. And because of the fact that it is that same day that the President of the United States will be at their inaugural, we did not want to have a luncheon during that time period. Okay. And then the next year we'll go back to the luncheon.
There was a mistake in what request came to the city manager for it to be included in the budget.
Yes, sir.
We can do internal budget changes. Let's have a conversation about that funding. We can go ahead and get a budget together. May not even need to be something that comes before council, because it may be able to put an internal budget adjustment. So
Okay.
we can work with you on that. We want to make sure that.
Well, I've been working on the budget, and can have it to you very soon, okay? But it was a great event, and the CCRD would like to do 2 events a year that would bring us to the public. Because before I went on this commission, I did not really know exactly, what they did. And I do know that we had 2 council members, Mr. White and Ms. Jones, that were with us, and we just had a wonderful time last year, and we look forward to doing that again. And I hope all of you have a nice evening, and thank you again.
Thank you so much for your time.
Quick question. I was just gonna ask, we filled those vacant positions when.
These are,
We got new
these are
reservations. We got some new reservations.
Okay.
so for those watching at home, if I
We had to, you feel to, she was supposed to present the last meeting, so we made one revision, but one of the new appointees declined the appointment.
There are vacancies is the moral of the story.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure, because I remember Pro Tem made a motion that we voted on to fill some of those positions, and I didn't know if that was the same or not.
It is, yes and no is the short answer to the question, but
Fair
we
enough.
have vacancies that we want to fill, so those watching, let's do it. Next, Mr. Knack, the chair of our Historic District Commission. Mr. Knack, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your having me. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Nice to see y'all. Last time I was up here, I was talking about alignment of current practices and bylaws. We had several different documents coming from different places. The planning department and the rest of the staff have been on top of this. Things have really come together. I have at home a set of documents that's the bylaws and the founding document and some revisions. There's still a couple of minor things missing, but nothing I haven't asked for yet. We'll circle back around. Sorry for that cliche. Anyway, we'll come back and talk about some other stuff. For example, the commission operates under the same rules the council does. In particular, for instance, the mayor can't make a motion. Robert's rules doesn't care about that. We have that documented somewhere. It's not in the book yet. Little crossing of the I's and dotting of the T's, that kind of thing. So we're moving right along on that. I do want to mention, however, vacancies. We are short both of our alternates, an additional ex officio member at large appointed by council, and we will lose 2 of our commissioners at the end of the year, which is going to leave us with 5 and nothing coming in behind to back. So I want to point out that that's actually a little bit urgent if we're looking to the forward. One of the things we're supposed to do is I'm sorry, I'm sort of. Let me come back to re-engagement here. One of the other things we're also supposed to do is for instance, identify new properties that ought to be brought in. I know we have one commissioner that's talking about the properties on Widows Hill, which is the 500 and 600 block of Walnut and maybe Mulberry. There might be some stuff there. We ought to at least address the question at some point of whether the Black Business District Memorial should be brought into that. We don't really have the mechanisms for doing that yet, so we'll be working with staff and so on to figure out the right way to do things like that. But back to the one of our crucial roles is to operate historic properties. The city's mechanism for doing that is through the Historic District Commission. As the Arts District comes online, as Goldsboro Union Station starts to pick up some steam, if you will, we're going to need somebody with expertise and knowledge to handle that properly. This is an ambition for me. We're talking 5-6 years down the road. I'll be gone. But if we're thinking ahead and we're doing strategic planning, we'll be thinking about that and the impacts for that. Transparency, engagement, and administration. I heard from Ms. Getz just the other day that we are well on track to getting all of our agendas published and all of our minutes out there and stuff like that. I just want to make one more comment to really praise the folks in the planning department. The quality of work that's coming out of that before we go into one of our sessions is really good. They're really on top of things, and we're moving ahead well. Any questions?
Council, any comments, questions for?
I do have a
Councilman
question.
White, please.
Yes, sir.
So just so I know and I'm better understanding, help me learn. On John Street, there's a historic building, tall, no front porch. I don't think it has a roof right now. Do we have any plans on rehabilitating that?
Through the historic district, not necessarily. One of the other things I need to learn more about, and now that I have some basis to start, is our enforcement and our enforcement mechanisms. Mr. Helmer is expecting me to show up at his office someday to talk about stuff. I would have hit him today, but I figured the afternoon before council session was probably not the best day to do that. But I know I'm also working with DGDC and the Economic Vitality Committee. Rick Sumner and I have been walking the streets, getting inventories of the properties and their conditions. And so if we can't enforce it through planning and historic district, then maybe we'll be able to come through with DGDC stuff.
Council, any other comments, questions?
Did that answer your question, sir?
Not really.
Okay,
Well,
try me again.
I guess my question is, how long will we allow it to stand looking that way in that neighborhood before we decide to do something with it?
That is outside of my scope of ability to really do anything about. I am with you, and I'm sure you will find enthusiastic support from DGDC on just that kind of thing. Anybody else?
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Knack? And then actually, I do want to address Councilman White's question just a little bit.
Councilwoman Weeks? You looked like you had something.
Just asking him, does that fall under enforcement or?
Yeah, it does. Okay.
Perfect.
Cool.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Matt, can you talk to us a little bit about nuisance abatement, demolition by neglected things?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be happy to. Our process with housing is we have two ways to go about it. One's through an order to repair program. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if it's, okay. An order to repair program. And the other is through our minimum housing, which is something we revised about a year and a half ago. So we go out in the field and we evaluate the condition of the structures, and then it's our job to notify the property owners, and from there they have a certain amount of time to take care of the issue, whether it's, or if it's dilapidated beyond 50%, which we're, getting ready to bring some to the city council, then it would be condemned and the structure would be torn down after we had done all the remediation of mold and all the testing that we're required to do. We can also look at sometimes, and this hasn't been the case of this lately, but you can actually burn structures, but we haven't been doing that recently. But Mark can also comment that some more, if you have any. That's just a very 30,000-foot overview there. We are working on a comprehensive list of all structures within the city. I've asked the planning department to do that with their code enforcement staff recently.
Councilor White, I'm going to just say on the record, you and I are very much aligned on this. We are behind on doing the enforcement things that we say we're going to do. And we've got to get both culturally as well as staffing levels back to where that we're able to go and enforce the rules that we say we're going to enforce the rules. When you have them on the books, you know that something that's happening is detrimental to a neighborhood, and you don't go and stand up for that neighborhood by enforcing the rules, then you're really setting that neighborhood and the community up for failure. We have to be better about it, and I think all staff involved know this, and it's just a matter of getting kind of built back up, if that's the nice synopsis. President?
Is it possible that we can maybe put something on the Facebook page that will direct people to where they can find that information? Because it's a question that gets asked a lot, even when people are in their own neighborhoods looking at properties that probably need to be addressed. If we could just put something on the Facebook page that would be easy for them to find that information.
We've got Brad here. I think he can set something up. Is that something you can do, Brad? Or is it the planning department works with you in conjunction of dilapidated structures and getting those put on the Facebook page?
Yeah, we can do that. I can talk to Latoya as well, yeah.
Yeah, okay. We'll do it.
Council, any other comments or questions? Councilman?
Let's just also add that another important piece to that is starting, which we did with the budget this year, to start putting funding back into the budget to take care of demolition, to start being able to follow through with the process, because there was a time that money was not being budgeted for that. So we as a council have started that needle moving as well by putting funding back there for that purpose.
And approving
We
the
have.
position for minimum housing.
Right.
We've put $100K into the budget for demolition and a minimum housing position.
All right, council, I'm going to keep us moving. We have plenty more to cover during the work session. We'll move to 5E. It is a presentation by Mr. Ken Gerard from Friends of Seymour. Mr. Gerard, welcome.
Hey, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for having me. This is my second visit with you. I'll call it an update more than a presentation, because sometimes when you hear a presentation, you think somebody's going to tell you something good and speak really well. I'm just going to update you. So, but do I just move that? First of all, I got to learn this. But so. When my first visit, we were sort of hitting the ground running with Crossroads Strategies, our current lobbying group out of Washington, and I'm proud to say since that time that your efforts, the county's efforts, Friends of Seymour, crossroads strategy, and couldn't be done without Representative Davis as well as Senator Budd's offices on getting some languages into the NDAA from the Senate Armed Services and the House Armed Services bills. Now, we've got bills going and we've got appropriations, and as you all know, a bill is no good without an appropriation because it usually takes money. So that's ongoing, and I just would say that the conversations, I believe the mayor was on one of the conference calls with Senator Budd's office, as they sort of lagged behind, the Senate lagged behind the House. The House kind of got out of the gate early. I believe there were a couple amendments that came out, both from the city and the county, recognizing Representative Davis's efforts in getting language into his bills. And those are the things that you have in front of you, sort of as a summary of things that would impact Seymour Johnson. And then on the House Armed Services side, language was put in there basically saying that that you are going to not be able to divest, to shut down, put out in the yard any F-15E squadrons from Seymour Johnson unless the Secretary of Defense comes out and says that he'll replace those and shows that he can replace those aircraft on a one-to-one basis, which is basically saying it's going to tie the Secretary's hands because that's almost impossible. Some funding in the bill, here again in the Armed Services bill, to provide another $1.8 billion for new and additional F-15EX aircraft. That's yet, like I said, to go to appropriations, but it is written in as an amendment to the NDAA. And then another thing on a construction note for the base is their bill authorizes $10 million for construction of the Combat Arms Training and Maintenance Complex, which is basically, an F-15E is called on in a hurry, and the readiness is a big part of their mission. And so having that complex and having the maintenance facilities, making sure that we are ready when we're called on and when we're needed. We talked about that the last time I was here. As they participated in the drone shootings as Hezbollah or Iran shot them over here the last time I was here. So on the Senate side of things, the language in there was a little bit stronger to some degree, but it drew a line in the sand saying that you're not going to be able to do anything with F-15Es at least through 2029. And we all know that 2029 will be here tomorrow, but it does give the base members of Congress time to start working and implement some strategies, because there are a number of things that could happen with these different aircraft at different bases. A lot of pieces of the puzzle could be moved around. So that does buy some time, and then again some more funding for the maintenance complex. It is I think a total, as you see there, somewhere the estimate of $41 million, and there's different places that money would come from. As the House has proposed $10 million, and you'll see later that Senate Appropriations wants to include 15, and they think that they can get that other 26 or whatever that number is required. So the Senate Appropriations is trying to, it does have from Senator Budd's office in that language to appropriate 15 million of that total 41. And on the House Appropriations, there's nothing really that didn't impact directly Seymour Johnson. So yet to come is the debating of these bills and these amendments. As you know, that the House and Senate will get together in conference. What the Senate will probably do first is what they do is called a management package, a manager's package. They'll take 80, I think there's 80 plus minus amendments. They'll put those on the floor, and probably no vote will be made, but it will allow them to get those, and I'm not exactly sure I understand on how all the workings, and that's where Crossroads is that's why they're there, and they do what they do and open the doors they open. But they know what the next steps are, and trying to keep this stuff moving, and the things that we have in place in the amendments, that they're not changed when they go to conference. Because when they go to conference, that's when they start talking about, you give me this, I'll give you that, and that kind of stuff. So that happens maybe in your meetings too. I don't know. But not much will probably take place. Of course, you know they're in recess. Everybody will be coming back. There is this big thing in November that's going to take place. If you've not watched TV or been on social media, this big election that's sort of got everybody's attention. But we do expect to see some things happen after the election, even though it's a short window between the 1st of November to the end of the year. But we do think that there'll be some movement on some of these bills and some of the appropriations. So that's where Crossroads will start working. There's some conversation that will probably go up after the election, after the dust settles, and meet with some of the appropriate members of both the House and the Senate Appropriations Committees to make sure things have not changed, to see what the lay of the land is after the election. So having talked with Sam Adcock, who is our point person for Crossroads, he's laying out what he anticipates for us that we'll need to do from the middle of November to the end of the year, and then, of course, going into the new year. But I guess in a nutshell, we've achieved some of the things that we needed to in terms of either getting strong language that ties the hands of the Air Force to not be able to do any of the things that were discussed and talked about. I want to again thank the City Council, and if any of the county commissioners are watching, I feel sorry for them because I'm going to say the same thing tomorrow morning to them, and they'll have to hear it twice. But I want to thank both the city and the county for their efforts in what you're doing. And as we all know, it's the base is a huge economic engine for our community and an impact to our community. And I think not just that, I think we're proud the fact that we house that military base here, and proud of the fact that a lot of them retire and stay here and become a part of our community, work for the city and work for the county. It's work for the industries here, work at the hospital. And so anyways, just want to thank you and leave a minute for any questions you might have for me. And I did fail to say that the governor's office, I want to recognize the governor's office as well, not working directly with the governor as much, but with his point man in Washington, who has been there for, I don't know how many administrations, but maybe going back to Hunt 1, a long time, Jim McCleskey. And Jim's, he's a fighter, he's smart, he knows the lay of the land, he can go into any office and they say, hey Jim, how are you? And those are the kind of people you need, because the local guys here, we don't receive that kind of reception. But anyways, so any questions for me that I will try to answer?
Council, as while you're collecting your thoughts, Mr. Gerard, you mind going back just a couple of slides?
Sure.
One that breaks down, that one right there. I just want to draw attention to the impressiveness of what our coalition between state officials, federal officials, local officials, county officials, what we were able to pull off. Because both of these are incredibly strong. Let me articulate why. There's some, and reasonable minds may differ, but some that are a huge fan of the Senate Armed Services side because it prohibits any divestment through 2029, period. That's wonderful. That gives everyone an opportunity to lobby for the next thing. But let me point out what the House Armed Services Committee does. It says, if you want to divest, go ahead and divest, but you got to put a new plane there or another plane there. And oh yeah, by the way, here's the money to do it. Either one of those puts our base in position for long-term viability. Right. And I would argue the House Armed Services Committee, the House Armed Services Committee bill actually is even more future-focused. Even though, heavens knows, I appreciate the work of both offices, we could not have asked for a stronger response from a federal delegation. And to be able to get two things on two different houses, two different sides of Congress is amazing, absolutely amazing. So.
It was, and like I said, Senator Budd and Representative Davis's offices, the people in their offices, you could, there were emails, they kept us updated on, exactly what was going on. There were good days and there were days that were not so good, but they kept us updated on all those things, and they really didn't take no for an answer. This is where we are, and it's a good place to be.
Council, any other comments, questions? Councilman White, please.
I will agree and echo the sentiments of the mayor, but I do want us to be very cautious, though. This is just on the floor right now, so it hasn't passed yet. We're wanting it to pass, and Lord knows I'm wanting it to pass. And I do think that, as we've said on our meetings before, that we need to start leaning forward in the foxhole as far as what it looks like in year 29 and thereafter.
Yeah, and that is you're exactly right, because our mission is to maintain our mission, but also to grow our mission. And not only as these things in the Air Force take place, there are bases that will lose assets. And what we are trying to do is not only keep ourselves where we are, but also to increase those assets. And that is probably as good a chance for us in doing that. Right now we got to get the fire under control. Then we'll talk about adding on to the house. But
we can definitely see the opportunity now to start thinking about the next piece of it. I appreciate the councilman's words.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's involved in this in his day job, not to point out any specific things, but y'all can look him up on LinkedIn. He's very much in the proverbial trenches on this one as well.
All right. Well, and my last comment is I was sitting and listening to the earlier comments and presentations and discussions. It brought back 20 plus years ago as a commissioner, and my hat's off to you, because you've got 6 gallons of request and you've only got a 5-gallon bucket, and you have to really get creative on how you fund and do, and I appreciate it, because I have forgotten how difficult it can be. So I maybe have PTSD, I don't know, but anyways, but thank y'all so much.
Council, any other before we allow Mr. George to say, any other comments, questions from council? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful rest of your night. All right, moving on, we'll move to item 5F. It is a presentation and update from our Chamber of Commerce Director, Executive, what's your title, President?
I don't know, man.
Take one? Anyway, the guy that runs our Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Scott Satterfield. The floor is yours, sir.
What's that?
Over there somewhere.
Mine will be next once I click it. All right, that sounds good. Thank you. There it is. Mr. Mayor, Council, it's good to see you. Staff, thank you all so much for the work you do. It's clear our city's in good hands, man. I mean, it's just cool to hear all these people doing all these great things. I get to deal with this every day, just like you do, so we're all fortunate that we get to see some of these things. And it's hard to remember to be grateful for all these good things that we get to see and hear. But at the Wayne County Chamber of Commerce, we get to see and hear it a lot. I always tell people, if you don't like where you live, you need to spend a week with me, because you'll find a lot of good, and there's a lot more good than there's not good. And so anyway, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to just sort of share a little bit about us, sort of explain who we are, give an update, if you will, and kind of give you some insight into kind of where we've been over the last year or so, and kind of what you should expect over the next year or so, as quickly as we can. Our mission, our vision is to engage, equip, and elevate the voice of every business. So we went through, about 18 months ago, we started a strategic planning process that kind of reviewed who we were and wanted to try to articulate as clearly as we could what we existed for in the world and how we would organize our work for the next decade or so. We have enjoyed a very successful organization we'll get to this in a few minutes, but for a very, very long time, generation after generation of support and just really good things. But we wanted to think about what was next, and we sort of, our board and our staff kind of landed with these words. And you see them explained a little bit more. I won't go into too deep a detail, but they're really meaningful to us. We exist to engage businesses where they are, equip them to be the best version of themselves, and elevate the voice of every business. And every single one of those E words, we say them an awful lot. They mean a lot to us. So a little bit more about who we are. Founded in 1897, so that's it's like 127 years, something like that. We represent a diverse network of businesses, small, big, variety of industries, a lot of different sectors. We cover a lot of ground. We have committee structures that sort of represent those sectors. It's about a dozen committees, things like military affairs, things like agriculture, small business, industry, government, education, faith. I don't even remember them all most of the time, but we have a lot of volunteers who produce a lot of different things that represent our members. So those committees are made up of members, and they represent the membership at large. We are a 501c6 organization, which means we are a membership organization. People pay to be a member of our organization. Doesn't mean we only benefit those members, but we seek to benefit those members. And we have about 600 and, I don't know, today I think it was like 631 is where that number stands. So we're doing well. Historically, over about a 10-year period, we've been somewhere between about 585 and about 615. So it's been pretty steady at an average of about 600. So 630 is a pretty good number, but not a number we're satisfied with, given that there's about 5,500 businesses, roughly, give or take, in Wayne County at large. So we aim to try to get to closer to 20% representation of the business community. But just to give you some historic context as to what those numbers have looked like. But we are committed to making sure that this economy is strong and that we can help these businesses grow and succeed. What do? We do a lot of different things. I want to get a little bit more specific. Things that you probably recognize. We do membership. So that's something that we deliver, and there are services and benefits related to membership. We'll talk about that a little bit. We host events, a lot of events, it feels like. Some months it feels like a whole lot of events. If you get our newsletter, you're like, man, I'm tired of going to these things. But we're very proud of the events that are delivered. We host quite a bit of professional development. That happens in a lot of different ways. And we are evolving in that professional development to try to particularly benefit our larger employers who need that service and who need to be able to engage their employees and some capacity building, whether that's lower level or mid-level employees. That's kind of been some of our focus. And then advocacy. And I want to define in a few minutes what that word advocacy means for us, because it's kind of a well-rounded word that we think is pretty vital and kind of a differentiator for us because of our scope, right? Because of who we represent and because of our network, we have the responsibility to have a voice that is measured and meaningful and can bring impact on a handful of determined or arrived at issues. I won't go through all these member benefits, but you've got networking, advocacy, visibility, exposure, so some marketing, referral, and promotion. Something new that you may hear about this year, I don't know, but internally we've been if last year we kind of set out to address our events and our sponsorship campaign and how we raised money to try to make us as strong as we could be going forward, 2025 is going to be an awful lot about the membership and how we deal with members, how we onboard those members, how we serve those members and move them from one step to the other. And the way we chose to think about that, because we think steps, not programs, is that we tried to define it like a house, because we want strangers to become family. So we have a yard, a foyer, a living room, and a kitchen, right? Everybody who's outside of our door, how do we get them there, right? Once they get to our door, how do we treat them? How do we grow our relationship with them so that they can learn and be the best versions of themselves? And then every once in a while, some folks are going to join us in the kitchen. But hey, look, it's only cooks in the kitchen. Kitchen ain't for everybody. You got to do this. Everybody doesn't serve. But we are very fortunate in the fact that we have over 125 people who volunteer and serve for us, and they are very dedicated volunteers. And so we're very thankful for the folks who are cooking with us. And we hope to get more into the kitchen. Events. Why do we do these events? Well, number one, it's a top source of information. We try to make sure that when an event is delivered, that it is meaningful for the people's time when they show up, whether that is 5 people or whether that is 500 people. And so we've really spent a lot of time trying to think through our structure to make sure that what is delivered in those moments is really good information. Sometimes too much information, pray for us, but I think it's very good information, and we would rather err on that side than on the other side of not giving enough information. We want there to be transparency about important key data and important key information so that businesses can access that. Whether you are big or small, you have the same access to those things as a member, and even for most people as non-members if they pay a non-member rate to show up at these events. Service. This is an opportunity for elected leaders to show up, to be engaged, to engage the public themselves, to communicate messages, but to also hear back from constituents. We think it's one of the few platforms that exists in any consistent way in the community right now throughout Wayne County. And frankly, that happens a lot in Goldsboro. We'd like to see it expand out beyond more than Goldsboro because we are a county-wide chamber. So places like Mount Olive, which already has a chamber, but we partner with the Mount Olive Chamber in many respects. Places like Rosewood or in Fremont and Pikeville, we've tried to just start venturing out into those areas to make sure we have a diversity of opinion across the county, because there are a lot of elected leaders beyond just the city of Goldsboro. And so we're just trying to honor that and be respectful of all of our citizens, all of the folks who are trying to find mobility throughout the county. Advocacy, we'll talk about more of that in a second. And then, of course, for us, it's revenue. And you'll see, and not just for us, it becomes an opportunity for revenue for others as well, either through sponsorship or through networking. So we want to make sure that they have not just information and data impact and relationship impact, but that they have, hopefully, economic impact for the people who are connected. That if you were connected to our entire lineup of events, you would be a better business, a more profitable business at the end of the year than you were before that year started. And so if we can answer that, then it is also a revenue generator. So that's why we do it. These are the types of events. So as I said, we have various committees. Those committees produce the events that we create. We ask them to produce 2 meetups a year and 1 sector session or summit. I'll get to what that means in just a second. We also ask them to provide priorities from their committee for our legislative agenda. So we have a 2024 legislative agenda. Receive that. And that agenda did not come from somewhere else. It didn't come from Greenville. It didn't come from Raleigh. It didn't come from Wilmington. It didn't come from Washington, D.C. It came from our members as much as we could ascertain from them on the ground. And it turns out they have really, really good priorities. Healthcare folks know more about healthcare than we do. And so when we finish, the way that legislative agenda works, those priorities go from committee. They go to our government affairs committee for sort of edit, curating, making sure there's alignment kind of across sectors, because we try not to venture into too, controversial ground. We want to make sure that where we land and what we speak about with our voice and how we leverage that platform, it gets the most meaningful traction. And we want as many people to be able to onboard to that agenda as possible, including elected leaders, bipartisan, bicameral, local, state, federal, what have you. Meetups. Meetups are, you heard about business after hours. And we just decided to tinker with that a little bit and decided that, hey, we wanted to, the 2 biggest reasons, as it turns out, that people network is because they want to grow their career or they want to grow their business. And so if we were going to spend an hour with somebody, we didn't want them just hanging out and high-fiving. We wanted them to actually have meaningful connections. And so what we did is, instead of inviting the entire chamber to every single one of those things, we started going sector-specific according to the committees that were organizing them and put them together. They wouldn't all be at Thursday at 5 o'clock at a sponsor location. They would be at a location, time, and way and style of the committee's choosing, which has turned out to be very beneficial to us. It's like a 500x improvement year over year as far as unique participation in that networking. And we've been able to diversify our location, our type, our style, the people, where those things end up. And so it just tells a little different story, and I think it makes us more accessible. Also, those meetups are accessible to non-members intentionally. We try to make sure that the door remains open for people if they want to learn about chamber, membership, and they want to be connected to this, we think, incredible network of relationships and information. So we kind of leave those open, and almost, in fact, I think every single meetup we've had this year and last year has been free. We pay for that through sponsorship. Sector sessions are the things you're sort of accustomed to. You show up at the Lane Tree, you show up at the, wherever place, and there's 100 people, and, they're listening to somebody talk. On Thursday of this week, we'll have State of the Military event at Goldsboro Event Center. We'll hear from, a couple speakers and a panel, and they'll discuss a thing, and you'll have a crowd of people listening. That's a sector session. Right? It's 60 minutes without food. It's 90 minutes with food. In this case, it'll be 90 minutes. Usually there's a fee attached to that because we got to pay for that food, right? And that's kind of what a sector session means. So think 100 to 150 people. Think rows looking, ahead at a stage kind of thing. Meetups, think circles. Think conversations. Think networking. Think person-to-person, face-to-face connections. And then finally, summits. This is also very new ground for us. Last year we had our first summit style event, which is just a conference style event. It's meant to be very sector specific, to go deeper instead of just wider. So everybody may not be the target audience for it, like our Rural Healthcare Summit. We invite people in the healthcare sector who work as healthcare leaders to come to that summit. We'll have 200 people show up that were healthcare workers, and they will benefit from a days-long content stream that should hopefully build things like our, reputation, referral, recruitment, retention. Those are the R's we think about for healthcare, for example. Those are the kinds of things we would make sure get marked up when we do something like a summit style event. There's a larger registration fee, but we try to keep that fee at about $50 to pay for what may be multiple meals, but also pay for any additional content if we have to bring a speaker in, because we want to grow, particularly things like the Rural Healthcare Summit, to be more regional. We want people to see this as a place like in healthcare, for example, that this is a thought leader in Eastern North Carolina for healthcare. We want our reputation to grow. And one of the ways we do that is just through the innovation of getting people together, making sure those referrals matter and people know what's going on in the sector. Another example of a summit that took place this year, which you all were a part of, you were a huge sponsor for, and you were directly involved in communicating to the public, was the Forward Conference. That was a huge success, hugely successful event for us. I think the Chief, you were there, you were able to participate in that, and I think get some good information out to the public about what you were doing and you guys in the city was doing to address things like crime. So we think that all of those types of events are very meaningful. Programs quickly. This is kind of leadership development, professional development. I won't go through all of them. You know about leadership. The city participates in that. Junior leadership is for high school juniors. We usually have about 30 of each, roughly, that go through those programs. They are actually transforming to a much more, hopefully over time, next couple of years, you'll see those very focused on professional development for the people who participate, and not just kind of learn about Wayne County. We want you to learn about Wayne County, but we want you to grow as leaders. Global Leadership Development Program, very proud of this brand new effort. The goal was to improve cultural intelligence, and we thought that for employers of all sizes, this was a really great opportunity. We knew in particular for our Hispanic population that that Latino workers needed opportunities for mobility. And one of those ways that they could get mobility was being better able to communicate and have their superiors understand how to communicate, understand those cultural differences. So we had our first cohort of 23 that finished a couple months ago, and it's been beautiful. We've loved to see that grow and develop. So advocacy for us means two things. It means public awareness, and it means political action. I give you some examples of what that means, of things we do that, just off the top of my head would be kind of what we mean by public awareness and what we mean by political action. But I like to sum it up like this. Public awareness means, let's take agriculture. Hey, Wayne County, just so you know, agriculture is not just, what you think it used to be, maybe, right? It's not just a fella holding a pitchfork and wearing overalls. It's a sophisticated industry, and it's a sophisticated business. And hey, they're also producing our food. And they are still the number one economic engine in Wayne County at $1.3 billion of annual economic impact. That would be an example of public awareness. That helps represent our farmers, represents our ag sector, which also our food producers. We have a whole, network. So we used Foodie Week and Foodie Friday to push that message, and we think successfully so. Let's take agriculture and talk about political action. Political action for agriculture might be, hey, county commissioners, we would love for you to consider not permitting every piece of usable and great prime farmland to be able to be utilized for solar panel, development, for example. And successfully, the county commissioners have done just that. Are you guys solar panel guys? I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'll pray for you, you know what I mean? Notice we don't call them solar farms because they don't grow, you know what I'm saying? They don't grow. But that didn't come from us. That didn't come from Scott Satterfield because he's smart. It came from the sector. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. When we have these conversations and we care about these conversations, we end up in places that are really credible and really pivotal for the people that we work with and we represent. Highlights from the year, global leadership, I've already talked about that. Foodie Friday, we delivered a check of about $4,700 for any of the profit that we made off of that event. And for Foodie Week, I know that the city was connected to that, to our livestock development foundation, the brand new foundation that was created. We earmarked that for kids who wanted to pursue an ag career through one of our secondary institutions, Wayne Community College or University of Mount Olive. Wise Women's Meetups, you're familiar with the Wise Women Gala or the Wise Women's event. We just added meetups to that. Basically, we added these sort of smaller opportunities for women to network and to hear from some local voices and to highlight some local, we think just leaders. First Lady Sarah Gaylor was a part of our most recent event a few weeks ago. She did a lovely job. The Forward Conference you've heard about. And we also hosted what I think is the first ever black-owned business event. You see that fella at the bottom right there? Look, he's handsome. Look at that, boy. Anyway, first ever black-owned business event. I don't think that will be our last. In fact, we've had a second version of that. And what we just try to do, whether it's black-owned or it's women-owned or it's whatever owned, we really don't care. I mean, our view is that there are great ideas everywhere, and we want to make sure we get to them. We want to make sure that every great idea can make it from wherever it sits to the market, right? And so we understand that there are steps we have to create, and so that's what's led to some of our efforts around diversity and just making sure that multiple voices are heard and every bit of our talent is being leveraged, not just some of our talent, right? And then sponsor, right here I also want to mention kind of ahead, some things you should expect from us. I would say some key initiatives that are important. Wayne Education Network will be reactivated. We will be diving into middle schools in a partnership with our public schools and our employers to try to engage kids as early as possible in the sector that they have identified through the Major Clarity Program in the public school system, what path or track they might be on. We want those employers meeting them just like they would an athlete or just like they would someone they'd be recruiting from the military. We want it to start in the 7th grade. They'll do Major Clarity in the 6th grade. We'll start connecting those employers in the 7th grade. And the goal is to pull them with long relationships, year after year, class after class in their career category, to pull them out and hopefully connect them. There's a 1 to 600 ratio of guidance counselor to student in the public school system, assuming all the guidance counselors are at 100% efficiency. That's 1 to 600. How many kids do you think don't know about their opportunities? How many families do you think don't know about their opportunities? They don't know that they could finish in the 10th grade and they could start and have it paid for to go to our community college. They could finish with an associate's degree. They could become an apprentice. They could come out at a journeyman level making $65,000 a year with a skill or trade that if they wanted to, they could become an entrepreneur in. In other words, don't quit. So communication, if that's the problem, we're just going to try to step in, use whatever platform we have to make sure that that occurs. And right now, our partners are pretty fired up about that, both on the employer side and on the public school side. So we're very excited about that in 25. I would say also in 25, you're familiar probably with Launch Goldsboro, which has been a historic program for the last couple years. It's been successful. That is going to fold under Launch Wayne, which will now include Launch Goldsboro and Launch Mount Olive. It will also include efforts related to incubation and acceleration, and it will include most of the small business and the diversity-related events for entrepreneurs. It will kind of all fold under that Launch Wayne banner, and we will try to really accelerate the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the county. And we think there are some clever and creative ways to get that funded with partners outside of our community and even outside of our private partners, which are so supportive. And then finally, mentoring in city schools, which I think you've heard about already and you've already been talked to. We are just trying to, behind the scenes, play whatever role we can play to be a support system to make sure the community and public leaders, private leaders are all on the same page about doubling the number of mentors that are in our schools, at least through community supporting schools. We're happy to work with every organization that does that. It doesn't matter to us. It just so happens that we are very familiar with community supporting schools. They enjoy a very good reputation with the school system, and so that's where we landed. And we had a faith-based network that was prepared to help make sure that that became a reality. And so when we found out that that was so, we thought that that was a way we could address violence in the city of Goldsboro as citizens. And so that's kind of what we set out to do. So we all have been partners for a very long time. You've been a member and you've been a sponsor. That's been categorized with a $20,000 commitment historically every year. And that just combined everything. We represented you at a $10,000 level. By the way, these signature sponsor levels are new. Used to the chairman's circle sponsorship, you might remember, was $5,000. And everybody kind of, once you hit that $5,000, was egalitarian. And we just realized that there were already some people who were giving more than $5,000, and that there were some ways we thought we could provide benefits to folks who were giving at higher levels for us. So we just increased some of those levels, and it's been successful so far. Last year, you went from being represented like everybody else at 2 years ago at the $5,000 level, and we gave you $10,000 credit, basically, for that $20,000 commitment, because that $20,000 commitment was both membership and sponsorship. Plus, it's still permitted, and we did the same thing with the county. Because you all are public partners, we treated you a little different than perhaps a private partner, because we only have so many people who give at those top levels, if that makes sense. So anyway, the relationship with you all has not been, we are not like a straight nonprofit. We do offer an exchange of service for what you deliver to us. And I was listening, like when Felicia was talking earlier about community development office and how they could be more engaged in the community. By virtue of your relationship with us, every single one of your employees has access to membership benefits through the Wayne County Chamber of Commerce. They can all participate in events. They can all participate in networking opportunities. They can all access our network and those benefits as you and the city sees fit. So every department, every employee, the professional development, the networking, all those benefits that come, we hope all of your employees will take advantage of it. So for departments who are trying to gain exposure or grow, their footprint, get a word out or communicate to our network, we're always happy to help. And as always, we have tried to make sure that the city is always represented in the best possible light. Despite what anybody else says about us, this is our city, this is our community, this is our county, these are our schools, these are our hospitals. We want to make sure that this is the best version of ourselves. So that's kind of the signature sponsorship levels, and I won't go any farther than that. Why support us? You see that. You already support us. So I guess I will kind of just maybe leave it at that. Does that work? I don't know if you guys have any questions for me. I'm happy to try to answer them.
So, Mr. Shadowville, thank you so much for the presentation and the upcoming conversation. So with that, full disclosure, I am a non-voting member of the Board of Directors for the Wayne County Chamber of Commerce, and per state law, I will need to recuse myself from any discussion and any voting on this particular matter. If it's still okay, I'll still orchestrate the meeting. However, I will not comment and I will not have any, I won't say anything basically. But with that, I will need a motion from the council to allow me to recuse myself so I'm not counted as part of the voting.
So moved.
All right, the motion has been made to allow the mayor to recuse himself from any voting and discussion in this matter. Is there a second? All right, motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Okay. Are there any comments, questions, or concerns? Okay. Hearing none. Actually, Mr. Livingston, if you would please, do you mind, or Ms. Gose, whoever, would you mind briefing on what was approved in our budget and what it needs to come before a vote for this evening?
So what we have in our budget from what I looked at was 15,000, and that's basically it right there, 15,000.
And that was approved in the budget, so the vote for this evening would be to actually effectuate that?
Well, I wouldn't think you'd have to, because it was already approved in the budget, so as long as you confirm that.
Ms. Gose.
When I spoke with the finance director, she said the money was put in the budget, specifically earmarked for them, but that because when she did the budget ordinance, you have to do your Chamber of Commerce in a separate ordinance because you have somebody on the board, so we have to just do a final official vote to approve that $15,000 for the chamber, according to the finance director.
Perfect. So then, the amount is, it was within the budget. This would not be coming from general fund. If there's no further discussion, is there a motion to approve the $15,000 allocated for the Chamber of Commerce in the current budget and for a budget ordinance to be prepared for and presented at the next meeting?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? All right, motion's been made and properly seconded to approve the $15,000 allocation for the Chamber of Commerce in the current budget and for a budget ordinance to be prepared for the next meeting. And again, this is not additional funding. This is just making official what was previously discussed. Is there any further discussion on that matter? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. Again, I am recusing myself from voting in this matter. The vote will total to 6. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes 6-0.
We're extremely grateful. Thank you so much for your continued support.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, council. With that, we'll move to item 5G. It is an update on our wastewater treatment plan design and build process. Bert, take it away.
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a few
please.
comments.
He got up, so I was misled. Mr. Livingston, if you
I
would,
just want to
please.
point out to the board that this project is probably one of the most important projects that this city council will be undertaking. And it's not just upgrade and modernization, but we're talking about the ability for the city to grow. We're talking about the ability for the city to affect economic development. We're talking about a further regionalization of growth and development and continuing to be that regional provider like we are now. We're talking about the ability to, or the need to increase our permit so that we can process more waste. It says in the presentation, I don't want to get into it very much right now, where flows are about 62% on average, but we've also got a committed flow with our growth and development right now that tracks with Department of Department of Environmental Quality at about 68%. So that's what's on their books, but we've also got other committed flows on paper that put us, somewhere close to the, 75 and above. Now, when you reach 80%, we've got a waiver to do 90%. You're supposed to be well underway in the design of your plant. So that's why we've gone through the RFQ process. That's why we selected Hazen and Crowder. And I know this might be old news for you guys, but this process takes several years to go through, and that's why we really have to stay on track with every task that we go through with this. But I just wanted to emphasize how important it was, why this project's important, and you know, the need for us to, I think, continue to grow is going to be contingent upon our ability to expand our wastewater treatment plant. Thank you, Mayor.
Just to reiterate what Matt said, that one of the things, a good example is what we just seen last week. We had 7.5 inches of rain. That river reached 21.5 feet. We were pushing between 20 to 30 million gallons through that 14.2 plant. Okay, unheard of. Normal flows are running around 6 to 8 during a normal time during this time. Currently, we did that for 7 days. Currently, the river's at 13 feet. We're still processing about 12 MGD. We're still not in normal standards, okay? So when that river reaches 13 feet, we're going to see a lot of water coming through this plant. Fortunately, we did some I&I upgrades on the riverside towards Mount Olive Pickle area, 117 area. Those are right now, they're helping. They're helping a lot, but still, that's what pulled us out of the moratorium when we were at 80% capacity in 2021. So I just want to reiterate what Matt said. This is very important. This is going to be one of the most expensive price tags that we've ever done, okay? And it's just that water and wastewater is expensive. It just is. I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it at all. It is very expensive to do. With further ado, I'd like to introduce the design build team of Crowder Construction and Hazen Sawyer Engineering, and they're going to present the process of what we're going through on our design build.
Just before you leave.
Yes, sir.
You said that we were processing 12.
Right now, we're processing 12.
Isn't the max 14?
14.2, correct. The average flow is around 6 to 8.
Thank you, Bert. Good evening, everyone, Mayor, Council members. Thank you for having me here. My name is Chris Robards. I work for Crowder Construction Company, the design builder selected to deliver this project alongside our design partners, Hazen and Sawyer. I'm the project manager for the team. Just a little bit about myself. I've been with Crowder for 21 years. I've been in the treatment plant market for nearly 27 years, and I've been delivering design build projects for 14 years. The agenda for this evening is we want to talk about why the project is needed, what is going to be included with the project, and how we're going to deliver the project for the city. So why? I'm not going to repeat everything that Bert has said, but just to reiterate, the need for this project stems from the plant capacity is nearing that 80% threshold that is regulated by DEQ. And I think it's important to understand, I'll talk about the timeline of this project, but the timeline is great enough on a project like this that it's important to get in front of it and proactively stay ahead of those capacity regulations. This expansion is also needed to support economic growth and to replace some aging infrastructure. Need to remember to click the button. So what is going to be included in this project? Maybe I'll start out with what is not included. We are not converting any prime architectural land into solar fields. But what we are going to be providing is what this project is going to provide for is an operations center for the distribution and collections staff. It's going to be located near the existing composting facility. And then additions and improvement to the water reclamation facility to include to expand the capacity, treatment capacity. Specifically at the water reclamation facility, there's several lagoons
wastewater holding lagoons around the facility. One of those will be reclamated to create additional land for the expansion. The additional capacity is going to come through some new B&R basins and clarifiers and their associated structures. The project will upgrade the filtering system, provide new flood pumps, UV disinfection to treat the water, and it's going to provide new generators for reliable backup power, especially needed during storm events. The improvements are also going to include solids handling, improve the solids handling treatment through new sludge presses and a biosolid storage tank. All in all, these improvements result in a 3.4 million gallon per day expansion, which increases the current plant capacity by nearly 25%. At the operations center, it's initially thought that that facility will be designed to house 25 to 30 staff members. It'll include office and administrative areas, locker rooms, along with some bays for some light vehicle maintenance. So how is this project being delivered? The city has chosen the progressive design build delivery method. What does this mean specifically? That design build method is really centralized around collaboration, price certainty, and planning with the future in mind. So alongside public utilities, our team will develop a project together. We're going to start with water treatment sampling, evaluating existing assets, treatment process modeling. We're going to evaluate future demands and needs, and we're going to jointly create a project that meets those current needs, future demands, and regulatory requirements, all while providing iterative construction cost estimates along the way, so decisions can be made to deliver a project that meets the city's budgets. And every estimate that is provided during this process will be based on actual costs in a very open book, transparent format. The city will understand where every dollar is being spent, how every dollar is being spent on this project. So the design build process is typically, and for this project, is proposed it'll be split into two phases. Phase one is the pre-construction services phase. That's where all the evaluations happen. The design is advanced. Constructability reviews, value engineering, and cost estimating happens during this phase. This phase is kind of ended with a guaranteed maximum price, which would be the ultimate, the top price of the project. If that guaranteed maximum price is approved, then the project moves into phase two, which is the construction and commissioning portion of this project. So now we are actually talking about approval of the phase one services. Just a little bit about this plant-specific phase one services. The design will be advanced to some people refer to it as a preliminary design, others a basis of design type of a milestone. The entire project is going to be advanced to the basis of design milestone. At that point, we're going to provide a cost estimate for the entire project. That estimate is going to be derived based off of the engineering documents prepared by Hazen and Sawyer, quantity takeoffs by our estimating team, and it's going to include market pricing from the market from both vendors and subcontractors. So that at that point, that'll be the first real look at the project costs. At that point, decisions will be made on how the project will move forward in an effort to meet the budgets. We're looking at the lagoon. There's kind of three individual paths once we reach that milestone. It's the lagoon reclamation to develop the land for the expansion. That'll allow the construction to move a little bit more quickly. The operations center will be its own path because we know how important that is to the city staff. And then the expansion of the treatment plant itself will be the third path. So once we reach that basis of design estimate and those decisions are made based off of real costs, the design will advance again further down the road to say about a 30% design. Another cost estimate will be provided. Decisions will be made, making sure that the project is staying on track regarding the city's budget. Then it advances once again in this iterative process to 75%, at which point a final guaranteed maximum price is presented and presented for approval. The Phase 1 services cost, the pre-construction piece of this project, is roughly $10.4 million. We always recommend a couple different contingency buckets be carried in there because it is a long process. So the total funds that would be obligated for Phase 1 is nearly $11.4 million. As far as the project schedule goes, I want to kind of tie this back into one of the earlier comments, understanding the timeline associated with a project of this magnitude. Assuming this project gets started in the October timeframe, basis of design milestone will be reached in about June of 2025, so a little less than a year from now. The guaranteed maximum price for the lagoon reclamation would be achieved in February of 26. So that's when construction could start. Skipping down to the operations center, that GMP would be reached in July of 2026, with the balance of the expansion project being delivered in September of 2026. So full-on construction would start a couple years from now, and then leave another couple years for construction and commissioning of the project. The project will be complete and fully operational by the end of 2026. So given that lengthy timeline, that's why it's important to stay ahead of those capacity regulations and begin the project now. So with that, I think I'll open it up for questions.
Council, any comments or questions on item G, the update to our wastewater treatment plant? Any comments or questions or concerns so far?
Yes,
Councilmember Watt, please.
I do want to just touch on the contingency buckets. Could you give an example of contingency buckets?
Yes, sir. So I could start with that last one, the design continuation. That GMP happens at about the 75% design mark, and that's where we would be authorized to take the design. It's anticipated that it'll take several months to get that GMP passed through the council. While those few months are being taken to pass through the council, it's in the project's best interest for the design to keep moving forward. So that would be some funds that are allocated just to keep the design moving, so there's not call it a 3-month hold on the design. On the other contingency, it's as the design is being, right now we have this scope of work that we think is a best path forward to the city. But there could be some changes that the city may want to implement. Let's add a facility here or take this facility away or through the value engineering process. And if the scope changes, then those contingency funds could be used to fund those changes. And any unused contingency is returned to the city. It's not spent.
And then I also see that we have a total number of the project, but will it be broken down as into the operations center as well as the actual water treatment center?
Absolutely. When you'll see the cost of everything broken down however Bert and his team wants to see it. Yeah, absolutely.
Council, any other comments, questions, concerns so far? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming to present in person. All right, we have next two items, both coming from planning. Mr. Livingston, if you would like to kind of briefly introduce, or if you just want to hand it straight to Mr. Helmer, it's up to you.
Just for the sake of a brief introduction, a few months back we were discussing as a board tobacco and vapor sales, and the city council asked that we look at that a little bit more in detail. So I instructed the staff to do that, and they're coming back with some general recommendations at this time, Mayor.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Elmer,
thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So, staff did, we've looked into this. I started by taking inventory of existing tobacco, vape, and CBD outlets within the city. I personally found 24 of them, and they're primarily along our commercial corridors with a couple of concentrations along the two major intersections in particular within the city. So that's is a substantial amount. So and I understand your concern with proliferation and possibly looking at various ways we could further regulate this particular land use in such a way that it's compatible with the city of Goldsboro's vision for the future. So we didn't have to look very far to find other communities that have placed specific land use regulations on this particular use, which is tobacco, vape, and CBD sales. Wake Forest, Apex, and Durham, all three, just, the first 5 or 6 that we looked at, there were already 3 that regulate these in a little bit more detail than the way the city of Goldsboro is currently doing it. And with that, the way our UDO currently regulates CBD and vape stores is that there's the permitted use chart, which is Article 5.4 in the city of Goldsboro's UDO, has a list of uses that are permitted, retail uses that are permitted in the commercial zoning districts, or all zoning districts, all uses in all zoning districts. But obviously, the chart cannot differentiate between all the various uses, and so there are. You've got some retail type uses that are specifically named out, and then all the others fall in kind of like a retail category, such as hat store, ice cream shop, vape shops. Those are all kind of general retail, and so. But anywho, the way the UDO states is basically if the use is not very specifically spelled out in the chart, then staff has to make an interpolation and determine whether the requested use is consistent with the goals and objectives of a given zoning district. In this case, current staff and previous administrations have viewed CBD and vape stores as basically a retail type use and would be permitted in all zoning districts that currently allow for retail. So in City of Goldsboro, there's several commercial zoning districts, and also including, I think, O&I, retail sales is permitted in O&I as well. So there's a broad range of zoning districts in the city where these uses are permitted. So the question is how the other communities are doing it. So there are really 2 ways to regulate most uses, and that's really either to confine them to a given zoning district so that you're actually creating a district of like type uses. So for instance, the industrial zoning district, you want all your industrial uses there to create an industrial park, and then the other type way of regulating some uses would be to allow them in multiple jurisdictions or zoning districts and place proximity type requirements on them. In effect, what that will do is spread the uses out across the entire jurisdiction so that there's no concentrations of them at given areas in the city, because some uses you do want to limit how many of them are in a given area, and you want them spread out to so that any negative impact could be spread out across the jurisdiction, and thus be have a less likely there be adverse impacts due to the proximity of these uses to one another. So with that, seems like the most popular way to regulate these would be to the proximity type ordinance would probably work best. What that would require staff to do is to define what these uses are: tobacco, vape, CBD sales, distinguish them from other retail uses, make a very specific line in the chart to create that use as a permitted use. Then you determine what districts you would want them in, And then come up with regulation, supplemental standards for such uses, such as proximity to like uses, churches, schools, and public parks. That's then just a matter of drafting the ordinance and bringing it forward. If council so chooses, staff would be more than happy to do that. So
in short, what he's asking is, do you want to restrict it in the table of permitted uses to something like the heavy industrial district alone, or do you want to put up distance standards? That's essentially what he's asking.
So yeah, so those are really the two options we have. So it's, if council so chooses, I'll be glad to develop something that fits the requirements.
So council, to be very specific, as Mr. Livingston just summarized, the two best options on the table are either saying that there's a 1,000-foot or whatever it is, or a quarter mile or whatever it is in between like establishments, or to limit it to use by right only within some of the otherwise most restrictive districts like heavy industrial, light industrial, something.
And they could even use separation requirements in those districts too.
Exactly.
So you can use a combination. That's the third one, or a combination. So you got three options.
So council, really what we need now, and I'll pause this in just a few minutes so we can relocate to the 7 o'clock session, and then of course, as is our tradition, we would re-begin this conversation right after our roll call. But what I want from council is a little bit of guidance for our planning director. How restrictive are we trying to be, and do we want to just simply do distance? What do we want to see? Got it, Councilman, and then Councilwoman Taylor.
Mark, what have you seen from looking at other municipalities? Which direction did you see that they were going in for regulation? Were they doing distance or were they doing district?
Yeah, I think they were doing like a general type business districts with distance requirements between like uses or similar type uses. So.
Well, I know, and I can think of a couple of different situations that's arisen in the past. I guess one that sticks out the most, about maybe 10, 15 years or so ago, the council at that time became concerned over how many internet cafes were being established in the city, and that body at that time asked to
Sure.
see some changes, and so that was, I know at that time that was addressed from a distance standpoint, and those provisions put in place to separate by distance, and it couldn't be near a church, and couldn't be near a resident, and had to be so far away from one another. So I'm not surprised to see that that's how that was being done by other organizations, and I would certainly be in favor of us looking into trying to put some limits on this particular use. And I know that it's been probably 20 years ago. There was the council at that time had an issue with another business and a business type or whatever, and then when that was sort of addressed the same way. So I think that if the council wants to move forward with trying to limit this, I think that the distance way would probably be the right way to go, and then leave it up to you guys and the staff and the attorney to get that figured out and bring us something back. Just my comment.
Councilwoman Taylor, and then Councilwoman Jones.
I just have a question, Mr. Hamlin. So I know you said that you found that the majority of them use the distance. Well, what was the distance in the majority of them? Did you get?
Well, I did do a comprehensive list, but I mean, normally something like that, anywhere from 1,000 feet to a half mile is typical. But I haven't really done a comprehensive study of what all the other communities are doing. But I mean, ultimately, we got to do what's right for the city of Goldsboro, but I know when I looked at the current, the distribution of the existing 24, I noticed that 2,000 feet is about what they are right now. So to get something that's a little more restricted than what you currently have, you would probably want to introduce distance requirements from churches and schools. Because I didn't look at it in terms of that. I just looked at it in terms of the distribution of uses, of like uses. So, and they're about 2,000 feet apart, except for those clusters where I was telling you about, where they're kind of there's 4 or 5 of them, like right around one major intersection, or 2 major intersections within the city. So they're already right around 2,000 feet apart. So if you really wanted to do something, you would either have to introduce distances from churches and schools as well, and then that would probably reduce the number of opportunities out there for additional vape shops. So.
And so when you were looking at these other cities that you looked at, these towns, did you find that Goldsboro as a city had a greater amount, like more vape stores than they had?
Well, I mean, I can't really speak to how many of the community vape shops the communities had, but all I was really looking for was how much interest is there out there in regulating these further, and I found that it's not uncommon for this council to come forward requesting us to further regulate these uses. So that's really about as far as I went with actually studying what other communities are doing.
Councilwoman Jones, will it be okay if I recognize you and give you the floor when we reconvene in the 7 o'clock session? Thank you. Then council will stand in recess until our 7 o'clock session in council chambers. Get back to order for our 7 o'clock session. I appreciate everyone being a little bit patient with us, as has become our habit. The work session ran over just a little bit, but all good things. So after our invocation, pledge, and roll call, we'll return back to the new business on our agenda. Item H, the floor is actually about to go to Councilwoman Jones. So with that, we will hear an invocation from our fire chaplain, Archbishop Slater. If you please come and lead us in prayer.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you for this moment that we can take time out to say thank you. We appreciate all that you've done and about to do, Father. Now today, we pray for the city of Goldsboro. We pray for our leaders, God, as they stand tall, Lord, and begin to make legislation and things that we have business in order, God. We thank you, God, that you give them direction. Take care of the people. Take care of us, Lord, the workers and all. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Council, and please, as we were getting here just a little bit, a few minutes late, anyone that needs, snacks or water, anything else, please, as always, hop up. And at some point, depending on the time, we may recess for a nature break or something like that, as always. So with that, we were On item 5H, for those of you with copies of the agenda following along, we were discussing with our planning director, Mr. Helmer, the potential change in ordinances related to centers for. Hey, Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call for us? I'm here.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Boyette?
Here.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks?
Present.
Councilman White?
Present. All present and accounted for. Well, I'll stand by what I was saying, although it was completely out of order, so my apologies for that. Mr. Helmer, if you would continue the conversation. Mrs. Jones, the floor is yours for your comment or question.
Yes, my comment was, I am very in favor with the distance piece of vaping, but I also want us as city to take a look at the physical environment of our districts, because in the other session you were talking about 1,000 feet, and I'm just going to use this example. District 1, one side of Center Street, this is just an example, one side of Center Street is District 1, the other side is District 3. That's just how close they are. And I know that we were talking about the distances between the churches and schools, and I agree with that, but I would like for you to take all of that in consideration whenever we're talking about vaping.
Council, any other comments or questions related to tobacco vapor CBD sales ordinance?
I was just gonna,
Councilwoman,
I was just gonna ask you, would you also, I was in a meeting last week, and I don't know the entire verbiage, but I do know that Governor Cooper recently signed a law into effect, a bipartisan law that will affect a lot of these shops where they can locate what they can sell. Would you mind looking into that as well?
Okay, yeah,
I know that the vaping issue has become such a large issue here in our county that the Wayne County Schools recently asked for a large portion of the opioid settlement to actually put machines into our school bathrooms to test the chemicals in the vapes that are coming into the schools. So if you would just look into that law that Governor Cooper just signed into, I think he passed it probably roughly about 2 months ago, and see what that verbiage states, and then maybe make some recommendations to us from that. But I really do think that we need to look at putting some regulations into place.
Absolutely.
I would just say that, there's some good models out there. This has already been tested in places like Wake County that have a model ordinance, that maybe we could also take a look at that one. It might fit for us here, it may not.
If you would, Council, any other comments or questions or concerns on this one before I sort of summarize? All right. Mr. Helmer, Mr. Livingston, if y'all would please take a look at the two that I heard mentioned were Wake Forest and then also Wake County, and if any of that is an error, someone will, as per the norm, fact check me. But if you would please take those as kind of a model. You've heard some of the concerns of council. Overall, it's trying to make sure that we're not putting these stores right next to or right in the middle of neighborhoods. If you'd please take a look at it, would be much appreciated. And also one other piece that in our discussion was about saying if they could locate next to other stores, and there was a threshold that you were trying to explain to me. If another store, if it makes up 25% of their sales or 50% of their sales, how does that sort of work?
So what we'd have to do is kind of work out, first of all, what the definition of what a vape store is. There are some, like Matt Livingston, the city manager, was saying, there are some model ordinance out there we could use with definitions that are already. The thing we got to think of is that a lot of convenience stores and grocery stores, just a lot of retail outlets sell these products. They may sell them in smaller quantities from behind the counter, but they are being sold at other places other than dedicated retail and vape stores. So do we create an ordinance that has some type of threshold that says if X percentage of your sales is in vapor products, then you would be regulated by this ordinance. If not, then it's treated like any other type of product. So there's that to consider when drafting up this ordinance, and staff will do its best to create something that we think will work. But so I mean, because obviously you can buy cigarettes at the grocery store, so obviously we have to have some thresholds there as well. So,
Council, any other comments on item 5H, tobacco vapor CBD sales potential ordinance? All right, hearing none, Mr. Helmer, since you're still going to stay in the hot seat podium here, if you will, the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 90, related to abandoned and junk vehicles. If you would please brief us.
Yeah, so
on where our work
essentially,
is.
staff has created a draft ordinance junk and abandoned vehicles that is consistent with the latest version of the general statutes. A current ordinance is outdated, does not represent the most current version of the general statutes. So we have developed and put together that ordinance, and that should be, we'll have to do an internal review by various staff members prior to forwarding it to council for your review and approval.
Council, is there anything functionally with your draft that you can kind of brief us on now, or is it?
I think one of there's a couple key features to it. The first one is that it has a new definition section, and that's one of the biggest faults with the current ordinance, is that the definition is inconsistent with what the general statutes has. So, and that really has a big makes for a big. The implication is that the way the current ordinance reads with its definition, it almost makes it impossible to enforce. And I think that's kind of where we were at beginning a year or two ago, is that the consensus was that we need to just stop using that ordinance till such time that we have something that is consistent with the current general statutes. With that, it also, it will name the police chief as his jurisdiction will be public right-of-way. The planning jurisdiction will be private property. There is an appeals process in this ordinance, and all the other tools we need for handling these vehicles and disposing of them as needed. So.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Elmer. Do you have an anticipated date of when we should expect?
We should be able to have something to you next month if that's wonderful. If you're ready for it.
Thank you. Time is certainly of the essence. I know there's a lot of concerns from council, and I certainly echo those concerns as well. So thank you for your work on that and your department as well.
Hey, I got a question.
Councilmember White, I apologize.
Hey, so on these abandoned and junk vehicles, are we even saying the ones that are just sitting around, like the let's just say some garages who cars been sitting out there for years?
So you have abandoned, junk, and nuisance vehicles. So obviously, if a vehicle can be considered a nuisance, if it's just there, being, if it's partially dismantled, it doesn't operate, it's obviously not worth a lot. And it's a danger to the public because children can be playing in it, mosquitoes can be, breeding in the puddles of water that accumulate inside some of these junk vehicles. If it's one of those, this ordinance will deal with those as well, and will allow for a process in which we can go in and take those vehicles out if they're deemed to be a public, if it's a danger to the health, welfare, and safety of the public.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, any other comments or questions? Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Helmer. All right, so now having concluded our work session, call to order, roll call, we'll move into approval of the minutes. Now we're down to A1 and A2, minutes of the work session, regular meeting of July 15, 2024, and August 5, 2024. Council, are there any comments, concerns, or revisions for either of those two sets of minutes? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the work sessions and regular meetings of July 15, 2024 and August 5, 2024?
I make a motion that we approve the minutes for both of those sessions.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to approve the minutes of the work session and the regular meetings of both July 15, 2024 and August 5, 2024. Is there any debate on that motion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. We'll move into presentations. Next, we get to celebrate for a few moments. A resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Dill Dolphiness as an employee of the city of Goldsboro for more than 27 years, and I know I butchered that last name, and I apologize profusely. So, with that, if I can slide right over to here. Whereas, resolution number 2024, resolution expressing appreciation for services rendered by Bill Dolphiness as an employee of the city of Goldsboro for more than 27 years. Whereas Bill retires on September 1st, 2024 as a water meter reader with more than 27 years of experience with the finance department. And whereas Bill began his career on November 25th, 1996 as a water meter reader with the finance department, where he has served until his retirement. And whereas Bill has proven himself to be a dedicated and efficient public servant who has gained the admiration and respect of his fellow workers and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro. And whereas the mayor and the city council of the city of Goldsboro are desirous on behalf of themselves, city employees, and the citizens of the city of Goldsboro of expressing to Bill their deep appreciation and gratitude for the service rendered by him to the city over the years. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, that we express to Bill our very best wishes for success, happiness, prosperity, and good health in his future endeavors. This resolution shall be incorporated into the official minutes of the city of Goldsboro and shall be in full force and effect from and after this, the 19th day of August, 2024. Bill, if you would. So, council, is there a motion to adopt this resolution before we go forward and present this motion, and formally present the resolution?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right, there's been a motion. Is there also a second? Motion has been made and properly seconded to approve this resolution and to present it to Bill. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes unanimously, as you would expect. I just think that makes a lot more sense than doing it and then voting on it and hoping for the best. Thanks. I really appreciate it. So, we'll use this one, actually. Thank you, sir. Quick test. So, Bill, this is for you. It reads exactly, well, a little bit better than I actually just read it. With that, Catherine, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
I would like to. So Bill's direct supervisor, Ms. Lee Peters, she was not able to be here tonight. She's with her son, taking him to college up in Morganton, West Virginia. So she wanted to be here with Bill. She's worked with Bill for a very long time. I've had the pleasure of working with Bill for almost 6 years, and it has been a pleasure. Bill is a dedicated, hardworking, honest, loving, and caring employee, and I couldn't have asked for anybody better to have worked on my staff. Just Bill means a lot to us. I just don't know how else to say it. We're going to miss him quite a bit. You have to remember that Bill's one of 4 people that helps bring in $25 million to the city of Goldsboro. So we put a lot of trust in the meter staff, and to have somebody that's like Bill, it's just a treasure, and we're going to miss his experience, his knowledge, his kind heart. But we love you. We wish you the best in this next chapter of your life, and I just thank you for all that you did for us here at the city. Appreciate it.
You put my number on speed dial.
I will, Bill. Thank you.
And Bill, do you have anyone here that you'd like to recognize?
Well, there's no one here this time.
All right, perfect. Matt, any comments from you?
Just a wonderful 27 years. I think this is the epitome of a generation that really was committed and staying focused and representing the city so well for so many years. We appreciate that.
Thanks, sir.
Well, with that, Latoya, if you would, come on up.
Thanks.
Those are in special, are special things that we get to do as this council to recognize those that put in the time and the dedication to really try and be the heart and soul and the feet and the hands of the city. So we absolutely would not have a council or a city if it weren't for the folks that work for the city and do all the things. So I appreciate everyone's time and commitment during that. So we'll move directly, we have no ceremonial documents to present, we'll move directly into public hearings. Item 7C, Mr. Livingston and Mr. Helmer, if you would please proceed.
I will ask Director Helmer to come forth and present the public hearing information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. First case before you tonight is Z-5-24, the Pope Family Investments. This is a 2.43 acre tract of land located on the southwest side of the intersection of Kyler Best Road and West New Hope Road. The owner is Pope Family Investment LLC. The applicant is Pope Family LLC. The proposed zoning, current zoning is neighborhood business. The proposed zoning is neighborhood business, conditional zoning. The land use, the comprehensive land use plan has designated this as a mixed use commercial, mixed use one land use designation. And again, the request is to rezone, to change the zone from neighborhood business to conditional zoning district. For the construction and operation of a convenience store with fuel sales. In your packet is the map of the surrounding area. The area highlighted in blue is the tract in question. You can clearly see that it's within a neighborhood business zoning district. Immediately to the right is a large residential subdivision. To the north is the flats at New Hope, which is 236 unit apartment complex currently in review. And then Hawthorne Trail, which is currently in review. That's a 312 unit residential subdivision. So, and then there's some existing subdivisions to the south and west. So there's quite a lot of residential activity in this area. The neighborhood business district is established to provide the services and commercial developments needed to serve primarily the adjoining neighborhoods. The district is intended to promote and develop small pedestrian-oriented establishments whose character and use is compatible with nearby residential neighborhoods. The maximum building gross area for this type of development is approximately 24,000 square feet. Neighborhood business conditional zoning, which proposed the use of the property would be limited to operation of a convenience store only with fuel sales in accordance with the site-specific development plan. Should also include that they'll have, of course, food sales in there as well. I believe they'll have a cafeteria. Well, it'll be similar to other establishments where they'll also have a restaurant inside, seating area inside and out in this case. So again, the neighborhood zoning is primarily residential with R6 and vacant farmland to the north. Again, R12 vacant farmland to the south. To the east is residential 12 single family and vacant farmland, and to the west is neighborhood business, vacant farmland, and single family dwellings. Again, here is a picture of the map. This is also the comprehensive land use plan that clearly shows the purple circle there, which is the area designated for mixed use, which would be or a mix of uses, which is a combination of commercial and residential uses, either on the same property or adjacent to one another. That's the mixed use land, comprehensive land use designation for the area. This next chart is actually a list of permitted uses in the existing. On the left side is the existing neighborhood business, which includes the whole list of potential uses that could be approved at this site, either administratively or by this council. And then, of course, on the right is the proposed use, and that, of course, would be the only use permitted at this site. unless they come back through with additional rezoning requests for something different. So even if you were to approve this rezoning and then they were to, for some reason, have to come back, and request something different, then they'd have to come back and rezone again. But at this time, they're proposing a convenience store with gas sales only, as opposed to all the potential uses that are currently are allowed in the neighborhood business zoning district. So again, the city land use plan locates this parcel within the mixed use 1 land use designation. Neighborhood business zoning districts is a corresponding zoning district in the land use designation. So again, there's that land use plan showing that not only is there a mix of uses is recommended for this area, it also shows in this case the actual the property is currently zoned for neighborhood business. So so that's so this is a conditional rezoning application. If the rezoning and associated site specific plans are approved, formal comments will be required from the city's technical review committee. Basically what that's saying is you'll approve the rezoning with the conditions of approval, and then then staff will actually review the site plan for all development requirements to include any of the conditions that you place on it tonight. So, and when I mean by all, I mean mostly the engineering. So you'll have the stormwater pond will have to, require a site plan approval to include stormwater calculations, the design of the pond system, the design of the on-site collection system, and so on and so forth. This is a copy of the site plan that's included in your packet, which shows the proposed development. On this particular map, the top is Kyler Best Road, and on the right side of the screen is West New Hope Road. So, access to the site will be provided. Will be direct from Kyler Best Road and West New Hope Road. NCDOT will require left and right turn lanes for Kyler Best Road access, and right turn lanes shall be required for West New Hope Road. So, the plan does show required NCDOT right-of-way improvements as requested by staff.
Overlay.
So clearly we have a right turn from Kyler Best into the property. Also have a left turn lane in from Kyler Best. Also, the project will be extending that right lane all the way to form a right turn lane at the intersection, I do believe. This particular piece here is currently a public right-of-way, and staff is recommending that the applicant submit a petition to close this right-of-way so that it can serve as a private driveway into the site, essentially. So they would need to abandon that right-of-way, and of course that would have to come back for this council's approval as well. So I'm not sure how that happened, but in the past that right-of-way was somehow recorded prior to anything being constructed within it. So there are no right-of-way, there are no improvements within the right-of-way. It's just basically right-of-way. So staff feels it's better that that right-of-way be abandoned and that the property be served by a private driveway as opposed to a city-maintained street. So pedestrian facilities. The project is creating an outdoor seating area as well as connecting the outdoor seating area to an oversized street yard, which will have some amenities to include a little seating area and a bike rack and things like that. And this sidewalk will connect to the multi-use path that is currently on the property.
Mark.
Yes.
A couple comments. I don't mean to interrupt your, but this property you said is zoned neighborhood business now, correct?
Yes, currently zoned neighborhood
business. Does that
business.
allow convenience stores at present?
Yes, as a special use permit.
Right. So are you going to address the conditions that the developer has offered in
Yeah,
addition to
yeah,
what's?
well,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so the storm pond.
Hold on just a
I'm sorry.
second. I ain't mean to
No,
interrupt.
no problem.
But with the list of actual, things that could be on the property.
Yeah, this is the
and I
actual
actually-
plan that they're requesting with their conditional
Right,
zone.
but I'm going back to his question. His question was, it was zone, neighborhood zone, right?
Neighborhood business, yes.
Right, so on the list of, things that could be on that property as of right now,
Mm-hmm.
it's just a gas station, not a convenience store.
Well, there's nothing there now, but
Yeah,
the
but-
applicant is proposing, this is the proposals that they're requesting.
Right, but the question he asked was, as of right now, how it's on, it could be on a convenience store.
Yeah, so yes, the requested use is a permitted use in the underlying
Oh,
neighborhood
the
business.
requested use.
Yeah, the requested use is permitted in the underlying zoning district, and it is also, well, of course, it's permitted in the parallel conditional zoning district, and there are some conditions that would be placed on this project by the developer, and I'm going to get to those in just a moment. I just
Councilwoman Jones, go ahead.
Okay. Could you go back to that other slide, because the one that had everything that could be there?
Yeah, so this is the
Because-
overall site plan.
No,
No,
I'm
okay,
talking about the list
permitted
of,
uses, yeah.
a list of all the things that could be there.
Yes,
And I'm looking at a laundromat, am I correct? Is that,
that is correct.
okay, I'm looking at a pharmacy,
Yes, ABC store,
ABC store,
restaurants,
automobile rental, leasing and selling.
car lot.
All those things could be at that site.
Yes, ma'am.
Is to Councilman White's point, the bullet that says gas station, no major repair work, would that bullet include, you know, a convenience store like is proposed right now, or would that
I think that's some older language. You know, back in the day when they had gas
Right.
stations, you know, without the repair.
So,
facility.
so a modern interpretation of that consistently, the phrase gas station, no major repair work, would be a gas station, a convenience store, that sort of thing?
Actually, we actually call out convenience stores with gas sales as a permitted use in the zoning district. So
neighborhood
it's a little
zoning.
different than a gas station
Right,
with no
so-
major repair work.
So as written in the ordinance, it can only be a gas station with, as of right now.
No, there's actually two types of different uses, and they're both permitted. One is a gas station or a filling station with no repair facilities. It could be like a general store with a couple pumps out front. It's kind of what I imagine when I hear that type of land use. But the modern convenience store with gas sales is really what they're proposing, and it actually I think that terminology represents what the project really is, and it's a permitted use in that district currently, so.
Okay, I have a
Councilwoman
question,
Jones,
but
Go ahead.
but if that does not work, we can come back and propose these other things over here on this side. I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah, so,
I want to make sure
for
everybody
instance,
understands.
if the convenience store, for some reason, was denied, the applicant could come back at any time and request any of the uses on the left side to be permitted. And some of those uses were permitted by right, which means staff.
By right.
By
Okay.
right, which means if they request one of those uses and it's by right, then staff has to issue the permit. So, it's just, if it, you know, is found to meet all the development requirements of the ordinance, so.
Before Mr. Helmer continues with his presentation, are there any further comments or questions from council? I just want to make sure that everyone can hear. All right, please, go ahead.
So we were just going over some of the details of the site plan, just kind of zooming in a little bit. Of course, we know that the DOT, NCDOT requirements for their right-of-way, those conditions are documented on the plan, so they're clearly showing the required improvements in DOT's right-of-way. They're showing this little connection here. It's an outdoor seating area with a crosswalk into an oversized landscape yard with with a seating area and a bike rack and some public amenities there for customers. And it's immediately adjacent to the multi-use path there. So they're hoping to obviously, benefit from the public amenities there in the form of that 10-foot multi-use path. So, yeah. The stormwater pond is a pond that's located off-site. It's currently in a residential zoning district. Ponds are permitted in all residential zoning districts as a use by right. So the pond will be designed to accommodate the stormwater facilities for this acreage and all the acreage just to the south of it. So that whole undeveloped corner there. This pond is designed to accommodate the stormwater to receive those waters from those sites. And of course, the pond can and will meet all requirements of the City of Goldsboro's stormwater maintenance, stormwater management facilities. And there is an easement at in the yellow showing how the direction that the water will be taking to get to the pond. And then from there, the water will then proceed on to its normal direction that it was going before it came into the site. So the project has, we've requested that the developer get a licensed landscape architect, which they have done. They presented a landscape plan showing a landscape plan that far exceeds the minimum requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. We believe this is a very good plan, and this should be a very attractive site once it's completed. So we normally require 8-foot street yards on both those, and it's probably closer, almost 3 times that much, closer to 20, I think it's between 24 and 36 feet on the one side, and then quite a bit larger, or quite a bit larger than the minimum 8 foot on this side. So they have exceeded the UDO requirements for landscaping. They've also exceeded the requirements for foundational planning. So the site has clearly shown that they will be installing landscape requirements or foundation plantings along the building in the rear. And on the 3 corners, there'll be ornamental trees. They also submitted some artwork in the form of 2.5 dimensional renderings of the site, which, you can look at that and pretty much tell that those are pretty good size landscape yards. Not a common sight here in the City of Goldsboro, but so they've shown that from a couple different directions. They're also showing NCDOT right-of-way improvements, which are the light gray areas adjacent to the darker gray areas that represent asphalt. So staff has reviewed the plan, and we've found that the site is that city water and sewer is available to serve the property. This property is not located within the special flood hazard area. Regarding site-specific plans, the applicant has requested the following conditions of approval, and that includes the developer will hire a landscape architect to design a commercial landscape plan for the site, which they have already done, but I left that in there. Oversized landscape street yards and buffer yards will be incorporated into the proposed landscape plan, which they are. Developer shall install proposed pedestrian facilities such as outside seating, foundation plantings, bicycle racks, sidewalks leading from West New Hope Road to site amenities and the principal structure. And all other site improvements shall meet minimum requirements of the Unified Development Code. So those are the conditions of approval. The applicant has not requested any deviations that fall under the minimum requirements of the UDO, which is possible, but in this case, the applicant has not requested any deviations, or should I say, variances. The site of the proposed rezoning is located in an area where the city or other services providers can provide sufficient public safety services, meet transportation and utility demands while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing developments.
I'd like to make a point here to kind of clarify some things for
Yes,
the
Mr.
audience and for the council here. The first application was a special use permit. Under the table of permitted use, this would be a use that would be permitted as a special use. That was denied. They had 6 months to come back, but they came back with a new process, which was totally permissible. That's a rezoning process. The special use was a quasi-judicial. So now they've come back with a rezoning process that's legislative. The conditional zoning district, they're offering some conditions that Mark has just mentioned in there, and the developer will do their presentation shortly. But so it's a different process. That's why they're allowed to come here, and under a conditional rezoning, they can propose these conditions, and they can have this development there, subject to the conditions and the standards within the ordinance. I just wanted to make that kind of clear. If I've said anything wrong, I tend to summarize things because I think that people need to hear that, and the city council needs to understand where we're at right now.
So in this case, when we say conditions, really what we're meaning is conditions that areas of the plan where they exceed minimum development standards, that is something they're offering up, and they're in agreement with the city that they'll offer these as a condition of approval. And in the same way, they can also request deviations from the minimums or request things that are below minimum development standards, and those can also become conditions, but in this case there are none. So all the conditions that are placed on this project by the developer, he's basically agreeing to exceed the minimum standards by the amount shown on the site plan, and we've documented it in text for the record. So continuing with staff's evaluation, the proposed rezoning will not impair or injure the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. The subject property is located in neighborhood business zoning district. This district corresponding zoning district and the mixed-use land use designation. The proposed zoning and land use are compatible with the comprehensive land use plan and the land use plan map. The proposed zoning and land use request will provide needed services and be considered beneficial for the citizens and nearby residences of the development. Also, what other as far as small-scale rezoning or spot rezoning, given that the project is a use permitted in the existing zoning district, and given that the use is recommended by the comprehensive land use plan, we feel that any spot zoning argument we feel that it's a reasonable request for a small-scale rezoning at this location. So, the City of Goldsboro Planning Commission has reviewed the plan. On July 29th, 2024, they had met and approved the rezoning request with a 4-2 vote in favor. Again, staff has recommended approval of the conditional rezoning with request with the following conditions of approval. Again, the development will hire a landscape architect to design a commercial landscape plan for the site. They will provide oversized landscape street yards and buffer yards and will incorporate into the proposed landscape plan. Developer shall install proposed pedestrian facilities such as outside seating, foundation plantings, bicycle racks, sidewalks leading to West New Hope Road, and to other site amenities in the principal structure, and all other site improvements shall meet minimum requirements of the City of Goldsboro Unified Development Code. This council is requested to review the proposal and make a decision on the conditional zoning request. Council may choose to impose additional conditions. They could also obviously postpone or continue the hearing or deny it. So based on
all right, council, are there any other comments or questions for Mr. Helmer? Of course, we'll have access to him as well in a little while.
I do.
Yeah, Councilwoman Weeks, the floor is
Will
yours.
you please just go back just a few slides back to that permitted usages slide?
Yeah.
So if for any reason, the council denies the request of the developer, these are, permitted usages.
Yeah, so if you look at the neighborhood business zoning district, there are a list of uses that are permitted. Some are permitted by right, some others are permitted by special use, but these are all potential uses for the property that the applicant could come back and request if for some reason convenience store was somehow not approved. So, you know, again, it includes things like laundromats, daycare facilities, barber shops, bakery. You know, there's entire ABC liquor stores,
Automotive rental.
Restaurant.
automotive rental. Yeah.
Mr. Mark, do
Yes,
we
ma'am.
know what, and if we don't, it's okay, but I was just gonna ask you, do we know what kind of cafe or type restaurant, type food?
I believe the applicant has some information on that, and it'll be presented to him but of course, it'll be similar to other type convenience stores, which has a restaurant inside. You know, kind of a fast, convenient, quick restaurant style menu.
All right. Council, any
So
other
I just-
Councilman Weeks or Councilman Jones? Sorry.
Yes, as I asked you to pull up this slide previously, I want to make sure that we understand that if the council does not approve this, or we don't want to do this, then they want this right here. They want the convenience store. But in how many months can they come back and ask to have a laundromat, as I said before, or a bank, or a
So-
pharmacy, or a restaurant, or automobile retail leasing?
Depending on the use, of course, but if it was by, the use was by, permitted by special use permit, they could, since it's a major revision from the last special use permit request, and it's probably beyond the 6-month period at this point, they could come back with any number of uses on that chart that require a special use permit. Or they could choose to come back through as a administratively approved plan, such as a restaurant. So, I mean, they could come in tomorrow with plans for McDonald's, and staff would review it and approve it as soon as it's found to meet the requirements of the code, without this
Okay.
board's review,
All right.
because it's permitted by right.
Okay.
All right, Councilman?
I get, it would be safe to say that the only reason that we're here with this particular request is specifically because of the fuel component.
That
Because
is
that's
correct.
what,
Yeah.
because if it was any of these other uses by right,
We would
it's automatically done. And the opportunity that's before us, because they are requesting fuel, which does make it come before council, the
As a
opportunities
conditional
that's
zoning, which allows
correct.
us to get a product that's probably even nicer than what we could get
That was
any
where I
other-
was going with
any
that.
other process.
Is the infrastructure improvement that's gonna come with it, because we have to approve it, because it's not by right.
Mark, will you,
I have a question.
All right, Councilwoman and then Councilwoman.
I don't know if this is for the developer or for you. I sometimes read too much, but I'm concerned about if there was a station put there. And I heard one of the constituents out there talk about asthma and the contamination of the water underground contaminating the fuel underground. Can you talk to me about that and what?
I will say it's fuel storage, underground fuel storage is very heavily regulated with annual inspections. They're very particular about how those things are installed, secondary containment. It's not like the gas tanks of old days, which would leak and, you know, float across the road into neighbors' backyards. These newer systems are much safer. The developer could obviously speak to this much more detail than I can, but I
Yeah,
will say.
we're talking about the floor across it, but what about into their faucets drinking
Well, there's a separation there that's a
Okay.
tank inside of a tank.
Okay.
And it's monitored, so once any kind of, I'm sure any kind
I
of.
just want to understand.
Yeah, so the two are completely separate with safety mechanisms in between them. So it's unlikely they would get water in the gas or gas in the groundwater. Yeah.
And Councilwoman?
Mr. Helmer, I have another question. I'm just trying to learn as I understand this. What is the difference between gas and fuel?
Well, it's the same. I tend to call it fuel, but gas is a particular type of fuel. Diesel's another type of fuel. Kerosene's a type of fuel. I'm sorry, it's just verbiage.
I guess I'm just still not understanding, because he said it had been brought back to our attention because of the fuel entity piece. So I was trying to determine the difference. Maybe.
So what he's saying is like a retail establishment could go there, which obviously doesn't have fuel, and that could be permitted by right in that zoning district. But even though, so this technically is a retail type use, but with fuel, so therefore it's a convenience store with fuel is what we've been calling it in the current UDO, and is therefore permitted with council's approval, either through the special use permit or the conditional zoning process.
And I know that this is just getting off, but so if there was a McDonald's, if they decided that they wanted a McDonald's there, we wouldn't be sitting here talking, correct?
If the developer decided they were going to, big corner lot, so who usually buys those up? It's either going to be fuel or McDonald's.
Councilwoman?
So my question is, right here under permitted uses where it says gas station, could that be a 24-hour gas station?
Yes.
So if we don't approve this, then they could just put a gas station there 24 hours without
Well,
all
no, I mean, if they were to do something other than a convenience store with gas sales, obviously I think the gas station on the left column doesn't really represent how this industry conducts business. They are really using the convenience store gas station model, but
Right, I understand, but my question is, if we don't approve this, could they put a gas station there without
I would
any
say probably
approval
not
with
fuel.
24 hours?
Fuel would be by special use, but there's a lot of other uses on that left side that could be permitted by right with staff approval and no oversight by council.
Yeah, because it says gas station, so gas and fuel are the same thing, right?
Yeah, it is.
And it could be 24 hours? I mean, would they have to get approval for us for that gas station on the left side to be 24 hours?
I think so. I would say so, yeah. I mean, I would have to go back and actually look at the language of the UDO, but a gas station, basically, it's dealing with fuel. So I think all with the UDO, all uses dealing with fuel require some either council approval or I'm not sure if like underground oil tanks and things like that may be by staff approved, but generally your high explosive fuels would be by special use.
We just wouldn't be coming in here trying to change the use, the proposed zoning use, right? If it was on the left side gas station? Is what you're saying? We may have to approve it because it's 24
they
hours?
would be able to come back with using the gas station with no major repairs. If that's the question,
I
that's
think
not an appropriate.
The point of this is to show the city council and the public that there are far more uses by right, and what the applicant is offering here is to reduce that to one use, as opposed to whereas now, property owner could come in and choose from all those, and some of them are special uses, which would require city council approval. So I think that's the only point of that slide.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So what we're trying to say is, so we're limiting the use, and the process allows for us to ask for a better product than we would get otherwise.
All right, floor is still yours, Councilwoman Taylor.
Okay. I just want to kind of make sure you understand what I'm saying. So say, for example, we don't approve this, but you're saying these things on the left are permitted already.
Yes.
They would not have to come before council?
Some of them would, some of them would not. But yes, if the current request was denied, they would have the column on the left to pick and choose from with the current zoning, and whatever approval process is in place for that use is what the process they would have to follow. But I'm saying some of the uses on the left are permitted by right, which means it's basically staff approved
Okay.
and would not require public
So,
hearing
wait,
or
can I-
council
one
approval.
question. So with that being said, do you know that gas station on the left, no major repair work, if that would have, what would the stipulations be for that gas station? Do you know?
I don't think there probably is any in the UDO. I think it's in there, but the language, I doubt there's any supplemental standards for gas stations, no major repair work. I could be wrong, but that's
I'm just
really
curious about the
antiquated
24-hour
language.
part. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so the 24-hour part, that's, zoning doesn't usually regulate the hours of operation for businesses unless you wanted to place that condition on it and the developer was kind of on board with it. But it's not something you probably would normally place on a convenience store,
Thank you.
I guess I just got one more question.
Go ahead.
And I'm just, okay, this list just did a flag to me when I first saw it. So now, I see up there a barbershop, beauty shop. So that means that, would we be in here if the developer, I'm not trying to throw us off, but I'm trying to, would we be in here if they wanted to put a beauty shop or barbershop there?
Probably not. What I would see happening is they're coming in with a strip mall, less than 30,000 square feet, and then they would fill it up with a combination of uses.
Okay,
That's what I would do.
okay. I just want you to know.
All right. Anybody else behind? All right.
Okay, I'm good.
Good.
And I guess with wording saying to me, and to clarify this, when you say a gas station, no major repair, basically what that was leaning towards was basically a garage.
Yeah, exactly.
That did light mechanic work, oil changes, had a couple of gas pumps out
Yeah,
front.
no major repair, yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, it could be that, yeah, you're
If
right.
a convenience store should be the modern term that we use for somewhere that sells fuel.
Obviously, there's a difference there.
And to just use the word convenience store, a convenience store here would be permissible if the convenience store did not have fuel. Because the fuel component is what's putting us here,
However,
right?
that's probably the way it should be, but I don't think it currently.
In the table of permitted uses, which I'm putting out, it still required a special use whether it sells gas or not.
Okay,
That's
I
correct.
just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Because where we're at, because this does require council approval, is being able to affect the infrastructure addition, is what our play is here.
Council, any other comments or questions for Mr. Helmer at this stage? And after that, Mr. Helmer, did y'all tell me that the developer?
Yeah, the developer is here, their
Okay.
team is here, and they would like to give a brief presentation of their.
We will do that, and then we'll open up for public comment, and then we will close it, and then we'll hear more from you and any other closing questions.
Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Pope Family Investments.
Pause for just one moment.
Yep.
That contradicts what?
Yeah. We're not having the public hearing for comments. This is a presentation.
Right. I want to be consistent with what we have done.
Well, we haven't started the public hearing yet.
Yeah, as I said, I just want to be absolutely consistent with what we've done for other conditional use. I remember with Hawthorne Heights, the developer came and spoke, and then there was the public hearing. I remember with other apartments that were actually turned down over there. I just want to be abundantly consistent. I need an opinion from our attorney.
It's legislative anyways, it's not a quasi-judicial
Right.
proceeding, so.
But I want to be consistent.
Sure, somebody has to be sworn in.
Right.
So that would be the first criteria if there was gonna be a public hearing.
Right.
I think it's gonna be, my personal opinion is there's gonna be exchange of questions back and forth with the developer, and it's fair enough to open the public hearing and have them present that way.
The public hearings for these, okay, well, in that case, sir, if you'll please permit me. With this, we will go ahead and open the public hearing. This is for Z524. This is officially opening the public hearing for Z524 Pope Family Investments. We will now hear from, and your name, sir?
My name is Hamilton Ramos. I'm with GPM
Welcome.
Investments.
Welcome. Well, please continue.
Thank you. I think we have a presentation. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to. It should be forward. Okay.
They may be pulling it up. Hang on just a
Nope.
second.
Okay. I think they may be queuing that up. Well, our goal is to not only speak to the merits, but also answer any questions that they may have. I think we have some of the technical questions that, here we go. Some of the technical questions that were asked about the fuel and how that's happening, some of the industry standards and how we exceed those standards. But again, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the merits of the project. So as a project overview, I believe you've seen some of these images before with some of the previous presentations, but it is a 2.4 acre development with a proposal of a 5,620 square foot convenience store, 6 dispensers offering 12 fueling points, 2 diesel dispensers to the rear, and offering improvements along the road on both Kyler Best and New Hope. There we go. In conversation and in some of the presentations, some of the feedback that we received, we've incorporated a lot of that information into this new proposal, not only widening the road, also providing a deceleration lanes on New Hope and on Kyler Best. The proposal also provides for improved crosswalks at the intersection. We've also reoriented the store so that it pulls it back and creates those green spaces on the front and the side on both New Hope and Kyler Best. The lighting levels, as you'll see later in the presentation, has also been addressed, and you'll see that there will be much improvement to the lighting that's being proposed with no spillover. Landscaping, we've also provided for much more improved landscaping and some other amenities for the public use. Here's some more of the detailed drawings showing the overall site. You've seen this one several times. And just to orient, on the top and the north is Kyler Best, and New Hope being to the right or to the east. One of the requirements for this property is that the proposed detention basin, the pond, but also there's going to be landscaping to provide also some buffer and a fencing around it for safety. Also, that pond, just some of the technical details on that one too, does provide for a 100-year storm, not only for our property, but also to the property, to the development next to it. That was one of the requirements that was imposed on that development of that pond. So it is, the large size does provide not only for our development, but for future development that would be to the left there in that open space by a future developer. Site improvements, like we've talked about before. This is the current width of the of Kyler Best, and we will be going from 24 foot wide, 2 lanes, to 36 foot wide, allowing for deceleration, also better turning, dedicated turning lanes, and just improving on what's there right now. The existing light will remain. It'll just be supplemented by these turning lanes. DOT improvement also to the crosswalk. And now we also will be providing sidewalks for a better pedestrian experience using that, coming to that intersection. So in detail, coming closer to that, this is on Kyler Best. That's what, again, where you see the 24-foot wide existing now, which I know it's difficult for in the current use, but we'll be improving it, adding to it to a 36-foot wide road with the deceleration and being able to turn into our property. Additional improvements. Now along New Hope, we'll also have that deceleration lane so that traffic comes off the main road before turning into the proposed property. Improvements on a pedestrian, we'll have curb cuts and allowing pedestrians to move along the path with safety as a major consideration. Curb cuts, for along the multi-use, so it makes it, if you're on a bicycle or in a wheelchair, it makes it easier to navigate. We've set the building back by 150 feet. Again, provides for better view on the corner. Also provides, as you'll see later, for the landscaping to be much more improved. The fueling, parking as required. We actually exceed the required parking. And some of the other pedestrian uses. So we have tables and access to the site along the sidewalks with a bike rack also. This is the landscaping plan that's been much spoken about. As you can see, we have wide green spaces with a lot of trees. Here is a breakout of the number of trees, essentially trees along the perimeter, and also shrubs and green spaces. This is the lighting plan. I know there was some concern for some of the public as far as light spill. Not only is it designed to provide light for safety, but also they are spilled so there is zero spillover at the edge of the property. That's one of the requirements that was imposed. There's zero spillover and no glare coming off the property. There's a couple more views of that. You see it again with Kyler Bass on the top and New Hope on the right side. And those were all done by a lighting company, by engineers, so that they can guarantee also the performance of the lighting. This is going to some of the safety, some of the more technical questions that were asked earlier. Now, the tanks nowadays is a double tank with a brine in between the two tanks. There are multiple sensors, not only in the tanks but also around the tanks and in between the tanks, so that if there's any spill that begins to happen, let's say in worst case scenario, something like an earthquake, something that would cause major damage, that would be caught in different places along inside and outside the tanks. They're monitored 24/7, so not only in the store but also remotely. And they're tied down, so there's no lifting. There's an up force on the tanks. They're tied down as they're being put down into the ground. Sensors, like I said before, they're installed in the tanks. There's sensors alarms in the store, and if there's anything that comes up, they're 24/7 monitoring, so they would be replied to by professional that know how to deal with any kind of issue in the tank or along any part of the system. One of the things too, that all the underground piping, there are no connections in the piping. It's all one from point to point. It's all one pipe and comes into the sump, so that there should be no leakage in the pipe. There's no connections. But if there were along the pipe itself, it's a double layer pipe and there's sensors all along the pipe. So if that connection or that conduit would be broken in any way, or there's a fault in it, there would actually be sensors along it to tell us what's going on, and we can address it by the proper professionals. Again, talking about the interstitial spaces where in between the tanks, they could be addressed. The C-store itself, the convenience store itself, modern design, using modern materials, built with the latest safety, not only for the public but also for our employees. And we also will have some pictures here to show you one that's actually under construction here shortly. Someone was asking about the food. We do have a quick service type foods where we have a deli type area, we have a cafe type area, and a broad assessment, broad choices between those in those areas for food. Clean and organized. This is one of the renderings of a similar development, and I'm going to show you pictures of one that's actually under construction with a modern look, clean, well landscaped look to our stores. Some of the same verbiage. Oh, I guess the other images were not didn't make it into the presentation. But any questions?
Council comments, questions for the presenter? All right, hearing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll continue our public hearing. Again, this is a public hearing for Z524. Those wishing to come forward and speak, please do so. And if there's multiple people that get up at one time, I'll try and kind of orchestrate so no one's having to stand up here. Yes, ma'am, please come forward. And when you come to the microphone, if you would please just announce your name for us. Address. Throwing that out because we didn't.
Good afternoon. My name is Lomax Mazel, and I have parents that stay in that neighborhood, and I'm an advocate for healthy living, and it is a exercise and walking trail along New Hope.
And ma'am, just so you know, disregard the timer. There was some confusion about opening the public hearing. We opened the public hearing. The initial presenter was not held to 5 minutes. We're not holding you to 5 minutes. We're going to be consistent. So please, your comments. Thank you.
So it is a walking trail along New Hope Road, and I want to know if that trail will be impacted because a lot of members of the community use that trail for exercising and to stay healthy, and that's one of my main concerns.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak for Z524? Ma'am, if you would, just come forward, announce your name, and then we'll hear your comments.
Yes, my name is June Bynum. I am representing our bike club, Black Girls Do Bike. We use that trail. We use all the way from the Y all the way down Reedy Branch. And our concern is, after we talk to some of our cyclist ladies, our concern is safety at that light. Been riding there between 4 and 5 years, crossing over from New Hope, crossing over Solid Best. It is a danger zone, and I can't even imagine the traffic that the gas station will cause, because we have to, if we have more than 8 to 10 women riding, we have to have a leader that would deadhead to that light with a safety vest on to stand out there at the light to let the cars know that we have pedestrians that are crossing over, because they do not stop at that crosswalk. They do not recognize us, that we have the right of way. So it is always a danger for us to ride across there and to have more traffic. And we have also, I've been waiting for almost 2 years. I did contact the city first. That tree line that's come down all the way up to that stoplight, I contacted the city. The city said it's DOT to try to cut back some of that brush and stuff so cars can see pedestrians coming down New Hope, whether they're coming or leaving. It is a danger zone. We have had close accidents where some of our cyclists almost get hit, myself and other riders. We cannot cross that. It's just not a safe crossing. And I'm not totally all against the gas station, but put it somewhere in Wayne County, in Goldsboro, where it needs to be at. Because when you look at the distance between all the gas stations and that, and I say District 6, you got gas stations anywhere between 2 and 3 miles away from each other, and then you're going to put another one. So it does not make any sense. I mean, the math ain't mathing to me. That you would put gas stations, you got the Sheets down the road, you got Circle K right on New Hope. That does not make any sense that you will put a gas station there in that community, on that trail where, in that lane, there's really no bicycle lanes. It's nothing that let anybody know that we're coming, whether we walking or riding. There's nothing there. And to put more traffic, and I'm just asking that you think about the safety issue of your community, what it would happen. We're not the only ones that ride. We see senior citizens ride their bicycles. And we always, regardless if the light is green for us to have the right of way, we always stop because someone is not going to stop for us every single time. I don't know if any of the developers have even went over there to research to see what's there and what it would cost the citizens in that district, what it would cost them. I travel, and it is not even where I live. I travel from Dudley all the way to Reedy Branch to use that trail, and to know that I will have to, if it becomes that, I will travel to Johnson County to ride on a safe trail before I will ride on Reedy Branch Trail down New Hope to cross over the solid beds before I do that, because it does not make any sense, and the math ain't mathing, and y'all building another gas station down the road around the corner from it. It does not make any sense.
Thank you, Ms. Bynum. Anyone else to come forward? Yes. Here, ma'am in the gold.
Good evening. My name is Yolanda Farmer.
Yes, ma'am.
And I stand before you as a concerned and deeply invested member of this community. And this gas station would be directly across from my home. I attended the special meeting that we had in June, and we came together talking about the crime rates in Goldsboro. And what a hot spot, a 24-hour convenience store right in our backyards. And that really, it troubles me deeply. And I think, like she said, it's really unnecessary, given that we already have over 30 gas stations within a 3-mile span. And it also, I think it poses significant risk of safety to us. I'm not sure if we're looking for a special use permit or a rezoning. I was confused during all that, so I'm not sure what we're asking for. But it was stated when we were here the last time that this store would provide needed service, I quote, and be beneficial to the citizens of nearby residential development. However, as a citizen living in this area, I can confidently say that this project will not benefit me nor my neighbors that are sitting out here today. We are left questioning who among us requested or asked for another gas station. So we ask you that we're crying out to you. We're asking you to please hear us. Mayor Gaylor, you expressed in the meeting, you said that you were committed to ensure that our safety, that we were safe and that we felt safe in our homes. Well, I share your vision of having a safer and better Goldsboro, but I ask you, how can we sleep when we're worried about what's happening outside of our windows 24 hours a day? And Councilman Boyette, I heard you on several occasions, you said we deserve to feel safe in our homes. And I concur, we do deserve that. But do you really think we do? If you do, show us by voting against this. We do not need this. We do not want this. And I speak for the citizens of Collier Best and New Hope Road. We love our city. We want it to be safe. But we want to feel safe in our homes. And thank you for giving us this time. And I say to you, Councilman Jones, Councilman Boyette, Council Taylor, Mayor Gaylor, Pro Tem Councilor Matthews, Councilor Weeks, and my own City Council member, Roderick White. We implore, please think of us. You asked us to share our voices to speak, but what we're asking you is to hear us as we speak. Thank you. Please vote against this.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Evening.
My name is Nicole Lofton. I live at 204 Hardingwood Drive. Good evening to you guys. Let me
Evening.
first thank you guys for all your time, effort, and your sacrifices that you put in doing your jobs. It's hard to come off of that one because it was almost like they both were in my notes. And unfortunately, maybe that's a good thing because I left most of them. But we were here last time, and I'm a little confused too because it sounds as if we're here for zoning. The last meeting we had when you guys voted against this, I didn't hear anything about zoning. I thought it was simply because you guys felt like we felt there was no need. It did not benefit our community. It does not benefit our community. Anytime you can go from north, south, east, and west, and you can find the same thing that they're offering us, what's the point? I mean, in any direction. She said 2 miles. I wrote it. It's and half of the time it's 0.5 miles to a mile that you can find the same amenities that they're trying to put in the middle of a community. I can't think of anywhere else in Goldsboro that there's a gas station, a handy mart that's in the middle of a community. And we're building more residential areas in that community. So what's really the point? Is it business? Is it about money making, or is it really about the concerns and the needs of the community? Because I get it. When residential, when the growth starts, that means there's more businesses and more stores. And we kept comparing that list that y'all had, saying, well, you know, if it's gonna be, if we vote and it's gonna be a 24-hour, then we come back and I'd rather you put anything else that was on that list in the community other than a 24-hour gas station. I alone have, I take that trail 3 to 4 times a week, walking or riding. Just yesterday, I almost got hit. Coming out of, you're putting another entranceway on New Hope, where you already have Reserve of Bradbury, where they come out of those apartments. There is a stop sign. You might as well say there's not. They run right into the trail to stop. And I almost got hit yesterday, but by me knowing to look out for that kind of thing, I knew that. But you've got families out there that have kids and that I've seen just ride ahead of the parents. What if it was a kid? And you're talking about putting that same kind of thing just a couple of feet away from the already 2 entrances from Bradbury, from the Reserve of Bradbury. That's more traffic. That's more danger. The crosswalk, okay, that's a good thing, because crossing over Carla Best is unsafe. You're adding another turning lane. Even at that light, they don't stop. If the light is red, you know what they do? They drive through to get ready to turn. But they already are through that crosswalk. And people are going to be people. You can put flashing lights, you can put a sign. But when they're determined to get where they're going to go, we've got stop signs, we've got speed limit signs, but who obeys? The percentage out of people. So you're putting people's lives at risk. And don't get me wrong, that is a beautiful plan. It's beautiful. But again, it's just not for this community. Is there not another community that this would be perfect for? I don't think District 6 even have one. I mean, District 4 even have one. Is there even a Handy Mart gas station in that entire district? I don't think so. Take your plan to District 4. I mean, it's the need of it's the people's need that we should be concerned about. And just like Yolanda said, you guys, when you guys were running, I was right out there with you. When you were running for these positions, the priority that I remember everybody was harping on was safety and crime. This business brings both to our community. It brings a safety issue and a crime issue. We've already are experiencing the homeless. When it was shut down, we're experiencing homeless folks in our neighborhood. Just the other day at the Inner Harding, there was a man undressing and changing clothes on his bicycle, just standing out, just like out in the open. And we've seen the increase. And don't get me wrong, I understand the homelessness and they need to have somewhere to go. And a lot of them won't go. But still, you're bringing that into our community. Look back. We've had increase in burglaries. Cars are being broken into. We have bikes being stolen. We have things being taken out of people's yards. And that's in my neighborhood. That's in our area. I'm not talking about around Goldsboro. I'm talking about my area. So think about what this is going to actually do for our community. Think about if it was your district. Let's be real. If it was your district. Think about that. And I'm just coming, like I said, I left most of my notes, but I'm hoping I covered everything. And I know widening a street sounds good, but they're only widening that road from that Handy Mart up into Carla Best, which is really around their area. Think about it. Another lane is not a good thing for that intersection. It is not. It sounds good, but it's not. For the simple fact, that means there's more traffic going in more ways. So I just ask honestly that you guys make this make sense to me, because I'm confused. Because I didn't hear that it was zoning. the last time you voted. I thought I heard that this was not a good fit for this community. Back when they purchased it, maybe so. But Goldsboro has grown, and that's a good thing. We've grown, and we need more housing. More housing would be a good thing. I mean, like I said, anything that was on that list is fine by me. I mean, but it seems as if, you know, you kind of make it, well, if you don't do this, you're going to get this. That's a 24-hour store. And I don't know, and I asked you guys last time, as far as the traffic, have you ever been in that area? Have you studied that area? Have you walked that trail? Have you been there around 5 o'clock when these businesses are getting off, or 8 o'clock or 7:30 in the morning when everybody's going to work? Have you seen the congestion? And you're talking about putting more residential, that means more people having to get in and out of their homes. Let's make it make sense. Please, like she said, take the heart of the people, take the cares of the people, listen to who actually voted and put you in these seats, because that was what we voted you guys in for, because we thought that this council was going to take on the cares of the people of the city of Goldsboro, because we we needed a change. So I just want you to kind of indulge with me for a moment, because I'm hoping I'm going to give you a little bit of encouragement or something. But recently my pastor, Bishop Dortch, has been preaching on being battle ready. And he talks about putting your, the sword of the Spirit. He's talking about the helmet of salvation and putting on the whole armor of God. So he talks about the helmet of salvation, and we're saying the helmet. The helmet protects the head, right? So I'm going to read this because I do better. But so what I'm asking you is to protect your thoughts. Protect your thoughts and have the mind to do what is right for the people, okay? The breastplate of righteousness, the breastplate covers your heart. So I ask that you protect the heart. So I ask that you have the heart to do what is right for the people, outside of whatever influences there may be. Because in all honesty, when I talk to people, and this is honest truth, everybody I talk to have not had one positive thing to say, it's a good idea. And I mean social media, people that I'm talking to face to face. I haven't had not one person that say, even people outside of our district say, that's a dumb idea, but it's gonna pass. They have the votes, it's gonna pass. And for me, I'm saying, how is it gonna pass? We haven't even come before you guys yet. How do we already have the votes? It's Pope. They get what they want. And I'm praying that we're not in that kind of a thing, because to me, that sounds like the era that we were in before, with them backdoor deals. But I don't expect this from this council. This is a new, fresh council. And just getting back, we did the helmet, the breastplate, and we're talking about the shield of faith. So I ask that you have faith in your counterparts, that he or she knows what's good and right for their district and for their people. They have been given charge over. So if it's not beneficial for this district, like I said, I know it would be beneficial for another. And let's not forget the sword of the Spirit, which is the word. I just ask that you stay true to your word, which you said that crime and safety was a top priority for our city. So among that, please, let's just continue to make this make sense, because right now, it doesn't. I just urge you to be battle ready for the cares of the community, as well as spiritual warfare for those that believe. And the reason I say battle ready is because this council sometimes seems to be a little divided. But it's hard to come across, when you've got an idea, just basically do it from the heart. And that's all I'm going to say. So I encourage you to make a sound decision that's based on your own thoughts, your own heart. The faith that is trusting each other, knows what's best for your area, and just, think it through. Just think it over. And please think about the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, were you coming forward? Yes, sir. And then Mr. Martin will recognize you after this young lady.
Thank you. So my family and I, we're a military family. We just recently moved into the Mimosa Park subdivision, which is very close to where the proposed gas station will be. The neighborhood is currently very quiet. It's safe. It's a great place, at least appeared to be, to raise children. A 24-hour gas station, it's going to attract people who are up to no good in the nighttime hours and invite them to come walk our streets and cause trouble. And that walking and biking path that we are very much looking forward to exploring. It is a busy section, as others have stated, just to try to get across the road that's already there, and adding more access to cars coming in and out off of that biking path on New Hope is going to limit the safety and usage of that path. And traffic, as others have also stated, is quite bad during rush hour. When you're getting the kids off to school or coming home from work, it gets very backed up in those areas. And adding a gas station with more people trying to come in and out is going to make it more difficult for those of us who do live in that area to safely traverse. So, there's a lot of gas stations, just a short drive in any direction. We really don't need another one. That's all.
And ma'am, just for the record, would you please state your name?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good.
It's my
you're good.
first time. Amanda Unruh.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for your service as well.
Good evening. My name is Carl Martin, and I have written out my comments because I thought we were going to be limited to 5 minutes, and I didn't think that I'd be able to say all that I have to say within the 5 minutes.
And just as you saw, just in the interest of fairness, I thought that was the appropriate thing to do.
Not a problem. My wife and I are opposed to the rezoning request for all of the reasons that have already been mentioned, and because of the following. I believe that notice of the public hearing was improper and that the signage was not properly posted. And the published notices were not in a qualified newspaper. Next, the design project has serious safety flaw issues for the neighbors living in the area and others who use the multi-use trail along New Hope Road, such as there's a crosswalk at the intersection of Calabas Road and New Hope Road. There are now only 2 lanes of traffic on Calabas Road that pedestrians have to cross. Under this new plan, that distance will be extended now, I hear, by 14 feet by the additional right turn lane that is included in this design. That new lane will create a new hazard for pedestrians crossing Calabas Road. That new hazard is traffic in 3 different lanes going in 3 different directions when pedestrians are trying to cross the Calabas Road at the pedestrian crossing. The multi-use trail along New Hope Road that neighbors in the area use for recreation is the only source of recreation that is provided by the city for the residents in the neighborhood and in all of District 6. Only source. Under the design plan, there will be 3 additional lanes for traffic traveling on New Hope Road to enter and exit the planned service station. That's another additional habit for persons using the multi-use trail because they will have to traverse 3 lanes of traffic that will be entering or exiting the service station across the multi-use trail on New Hope Road. The plan does call for a pedestrian crosswalk on the multi-trail multi-use trail for traffic entering and exiting on New Hope Road. However, the plan does not include any signage along New Hope Road or Kyler Best Road to warn motorists entering or exiting the service station that there is a crosswalk present and they must yield to pedestrians in that crosswalk. These hazards increase the probability that there will be an increase in the number of accidents that occur in these two locations. Some of these accidents will involve bodily injury and property damage. Some of these accidents may involve catastrophic injuries. And some of the most culpable parties who caused the accidents may not have enough insurance to fairly compensate the claimants for their loss. When something like that happens, the injured party will probably look to establish some liability on some other involved deep pocket entity, for example, the city and the service station. The city has already had to pay a multi-million-dollar settlement of an injury claim, and we don't want to have to pay any more of those type settlements or judgment. My wife and I, and the majority of our neighbors, as you see, we have spoken, a majority of the neighbors we have spoken to regarding this rezoning believe that it would be in the best interest of the city to deny approval of this rezoning request. So in conclusion, this project does not provide needed services, and it should not be considered beneficial to the majority of the city's citizens in the nearby residential developments. The city is now on notice of hazards that are associated with allowing a service station and convenience store to operate at this location. We urge council to deny this rezoning request with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent. Or we urge that council continue this public hearing to a future date certain for further discussion of this and other issues that have been raised. If council should decide to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation, I strongly urge the city to obtain a strong, hold harmless agreement with Pope Family Investments LLC, under which they will agree to defend and indemnify the city for any claims or litigation that may be brought for bodily injuries or property damage caused by an accident arising from Pope Family Investments LLC operations. Incidentally, we have taken some pictures we wanted to show, but the 4-day submission requirement had already been passed before the detailed information about this rezoning request was made available to the public by the city. Thank you.
Good. Come forward and then just, yes, ma'am. Just come forward and state your name for the record.
Shirley Salt. I live at 601 Shelley Drive. The concern that I have is the sign that was posted. When it was posted, the grass was already high, and now the sign, when it was posted, the grass is higher than the sign. And the place that it was posted at, like he said, was probably not where it should have been. But the phone number on the sign, nobody answers the phone. I've called 11 times. I've left messages, have not been returned. And Mayor, I even called your office and talked to a lady who ensured that perhaps they just stepped away and she would send the message to that office and have somebody return the call to me, which I have not received as of yet. So that is very concerning. If you're going to post a sign with a phone number, somebody should answer the phone and return the calls.
Yep.
And I am not the only one that has experienced this. The last few times I was up here, I said I talked to 95 people. This time I've talked to 120 people, plus 3 days I stood out on the riding path and flagged riders and runners and walkers down and talk to them about this project. Nobody had anything positive to say. Now, as far as that list that was posted, I could be mistaken, but it looked like the only 24-hour business that was posted there was a firehouse. Okay? So I'm okay with a firehouse. That's the safety thing. That's great. This gas station, convenience store, that's 24 hours, is it going to be selling beer until 2 o'clock in the morning? That's a concern. That's different than a regular gas station. They're certainly not selling beer until 2 o'clock in the morning and open 24 hours. And I was at the Maxwell Center when they had open to the public for us to come and talk. I stayed for all of the sessions to listen to what everybody had to say. And at one point, it was brought up about the crosswalk, and I asked about would there be flashing lights. I asked more than 3 or 4 times, and I was assured by the presenters that there would be a flashing crosswalk. I have not heard that here at all tonight, so perhaps I was confused the 3 or 4 times that I emphasized was that going to be the case. I agree with what all of my neighbors have said, but I implore the city that if you're going to post a sign, send somebody out there with a weed whacker before you put the sign there, and put the sign facing the correct address direction. If it's not Kyler Best and it's West New Hope Road, then it probably should be facing West New Hope Road. And definitely answer the phones. We are voters. We do need to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Hello, my name is Allison Thomas. I live in Glenda's Point, which is directly off of Kyler Best Road. So my concerns are more with Kyler Best Road. Traffic on that road is a nightmare, and I feel like adding a gas station on the corner would make it even more difficult to get in and out of the neighborhood. The number one reason why I moved into the neighborhood was safety. It's quiet. We don't have to worry about people walking through the neighborhood, not a lot of traffic, but I feel like putting a gas station is going to be, bringing all kinds of squirrely characters through my neighborhood, and also down Kyler Best Road. It's not very safe. There's no bike trail. There's no sidewalk. And if it's for the community and people on that road are going to be using the gas station, then they need a safe way to get there. And I just don't feel like a 24-hour gas station is needed in our neighborhood. As other people were saying, I think it could be used somewhere else in the community. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janelle Reed. I know y'all get tired of seeing me because I've been here all along, but I live at 404 Todd Drive with many of my neighbors back here. If I understand correctly, we're here tonight for zoning reasons, and that's really all we're talking about. So I could add to several of the comments that have already been made, which we've heard before in other meetings that we've already kind of shot down this idea. I do think that they're going to keep coming back, and I'll keep showing up. But I just want to make the call out. I am an HR professional, so I am used to looking for buzzwords. So when we heard Mr. Homer speak tonight, I will just make the call out that several statements that he made as he was asked direct questions by all of you here tonight, or most of you here tonight. The comments that were made were, I believe, I think, the modern interpretation is, I would say that lots of buts happened in that conversation. I don't think, I doubt, I could be wrong, and I'm not so sure. So that's what we heard just tonight. So I encourage you all, along with all the other comments, as you ask direct questions to your city planner, correct? That's what Mr. Homer is?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To your city planner, it doesn't sound confident to me. So I'm going to beg of you, as a single mom that lives in that neighborhood, that walks that trail twice a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, and most of the time with my 14-year-old that's riding some sort of wheelie thing, and I've saved his life several times, to please vote against this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak for Z524? Let me just come forward and state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Richard Taylor, and I'm coming on behalf of my mother and father, Roger and Aletta Taylor. They stay in Glenda's Point, Christopher Allen. And when I told them about this proposition, they didn't know. So I guess that speaks to the signage, you know, the awareness of the signage. They didn't know anything about it. And my parents are in the late 60s, early 70s. So when I told them about it, what they thought about it, because I wanted to give you guys feedback, and they was like, no, you know, and I said, why, Mom? You know, it's just too many people, to be too many people, the crime aspect that a lot of people are, you know, speaking about. So I know this is not all of the people who stay in those neighborhoods, but probably like my parents, they had no idea that you guys were considering putting a gas station there. So when y'all guys are making your decision, please consider those that have no idea and try to figure out how to make sure that they are able to voice their opinions, and so you guys can get a wider, broader aspect of the true feelings of the people in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Craig. I live at 509 Shelley Drive, which is in Mimosa Park. I stand in opposition of this project. I believe that it will increase the danger that's already present in our city. What I imagine is, with a 24-hour convenience store, different types of people, which I'm for diversity, actually being around the store. But what I'm also concerned with is the prospect of the police having to chase someone. And I think that they would run right into my neighborhood, right in on Shelley, that I live on. We've been against this. I'm still against it, but I do understand that it is about money. And I asked myself, I said, would this service station, if it passed, pop? And the reality of it, even if I don't want it to, it would pop. In other words, it would make money. But if you think about all those other listed things up there, none of them would make as much money as that convenience store. I'm against it, but it's you who have to make the decision. And you have to make that decision between the interests of the financial class and the well-to-do and the interests of your constituents. God bless. Please make the right decision.
Council, is there anyone else to come forward and speak? We're still in the public hearing for Z524. Sir, and then ma'am in the back. Sir, you first. Yep.
Y'all hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna need more than a breastplate on this.
There you go.
Guys, my name is Corey Taylor. I'm Bun Brantley Enterprises. I'm the general contractor for this development team. I know there are still many concerns, obviously, regarding the stigma of a convenience store, so I want to take just a minute, then I've got some facts that I want to get straight, to share a personal experience regarding this development context. I'm for this development, if that surprises anyone, but not for all the reasons you would think. I'm really not that different from the majority of everyone sitting in this room. I'm an Eastern North Carolina native, Winterville, Greenville line, not too far down the road from y'all. I grew up here, and I grew up in an area very similar to where this development is being proposed. It's a subdivision, a little bit outside of town, sort of in the country, but not close enough to town to be, still be semi-convenient. And actually with a horrific traffic backup issue on a 2-lane road outside of the neighborhood that made you 25 minutes late in the morning if you were 5 minutes behind that getting out of the door. Does that sound familiar? Is that something that y'all deal with? Good. It seemed like a really strong similarity to me, at least. Well, that neighborhood didn't remain the same during the 22 years my family lived there. Actually, shortly after we moved there, it changed. A convenience store decided to build on the corner about a few hundred yards away from the entrance to my neighborhood. As a kid, it was great because we could ride bikes down the road and go get sodas and ice cream and snacks and whatnot before I had a license. And now we didn't have sidewalks or a greenway or crosswalks or all those safety measures that would probably be a smarter option rather than going through the ditch on the county road. But it was still a memorable part of my childhood. Convenience store development didn't detract from my neighborhood. It actually enhanced it. What followed that development wasn't crime, and I lived this. This was real for me. I can give you the addresses. This is not made up by any or fabricated in any means. It wasn't plummeting property values, nightmarish traffic. None of that happened. What did happen was additional development and additional attention that served our community in needs that we previously didn't have because we were on the outskirts of town. It was infrastructural improvement that our town promoted and funded due to the new spotlight in our community. It was widening and repaving of roads that were previously avoided because they weren't hot button items. Better traffic signal adjustments to improve traffic flow, ditches that actually got maintained. Because we weren't on the outskirts of town anymore, we were in town. And we were a part of it, and people paid attention to us. What I experienced growing up, I now understand, is the result of what we're here to discuss today. The neighborhood business zoning concept, or whatever it was called when it happened in Greenville and Winterville area, is proven to create a symbiotic relationship between residential and commercial development to help further community growth as a whole. So that was my experience with it. Now, specifically to this one, I've got all facts, researched everything, so feel free to fact check me on it. But to my knowledge, there are 12 commercial sites that sell gasoline in the general Goldsboro area in question. That would be within a 10-mile radius of this location, correct or incorrect or uncontested? Just throwing it out there. 9 of these 12 locations serve the Highway 13, Royal Ave, Central Heights, roadways, and south. And then there are 3 remaining. A point on that is there is not any 2 of those locations that are more than 1.2 miles apart. The convenience store industry is very logistical and very analytical in how they choose how to build because they are in the business of making money. And not one of those locations is more than 1.2 miles separated. Just keep that in mind real quick. There's a fueling location off Tommy's Road, serves 70 bypass, one on Berkeley and East New Hope, which is the closest to this proposed development at 1 mile exactly, and one out near the movie theater on Way Memorial. This proposed site is anywhere from 1.5 to 2.3 miles away from the surrounding fueling options with the exception of that one that I mentioned. Development projections would indicate that this proposed development is exactly where it would need to go from a development standpoint. So I think that established some statistical relevance that a gas station is a viable option for this site from a development standpoint. However, this proposed development being discussed today is not a gas station. Now we're going to get into the confusing part that I think we're all on the same page of. Well, we define it as a community convenience store. I actually just got a certificate of occupancy on one in Newport, and we have had very positive response to it. We're very proud of it, and we do have some photos of that site if anybody wants to see it.
If you would just share them with the clerk, and then she can pass them along.
Yeah, I'd be happy. I mean, it looks like a rendering. But this was taken 2 days ago. But it is a gas station, but it's not only a gas station. It's also a quick serve restaurant. It's also a retail establishment. And according to Goldsboro's UDO, zoning ordinances, a gas station with fuel sales is a permitted by right use, without question, without any sort of conversation about it. As is a restaurant, as is a retail establishment under 30,000 square feet. Now I'm just confused as y'all, when you combine the three, it becomes not approved, but that's the way the code is written for clarification off of historical information. So statistically, since it's already been established that from a development standpoint, a gas station should be at this location, and that alone can be submitted to planning for compliance and approval tomorrow, the development this team has proposed creates significantly more value as an alternative for the community than any of those other singular uses which are permitted by right. To touch on what the new business zoning district also deems to be permitted, because there was some confusion about that when the list came up as far as special use and not, these are all permitted by right without any conversation other than being in compliance with UDO from planning department. I just have a short list of some items other than the three components that make up what we now refer to as a convenience store. As was mentioned, an ABC liquor store, unless something happens with the conversation that y'all were having when we started, a vape shop is currently on the list as a retail mercantile. Car rentals is permitted, as you mentioned, Ms. Highwalth. I'm sorry, what?
Hey, if you would just focus on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
and I will ask for some order in the room. But
no, it's fine. I'd be happy to answer any questions y'all got. But car rentals, appliance repair shops, vehicle repair shops, coin laundry, even with its proximity to Wayne Memorial, medical and drug rehabilitation center, approved by right. All of those things among a much longer list that I'm not going to bore y'all with right now. It's on the UDO code, Article 5. We can look at it whenever. This property being zoned neighborhood business, alternate uses allow this property to be developed with far less consideration for the impacts to infrastructure, safety, or the community as a whole. This development proposal as a conditional zoning request has diligently taken these things into consideration. So because it's being presented as a conditional zoning request, special conditions were negotiated by the planning department to improve infrastructural deficiencies that currently exist in that area and in the adjoining properties. This was done initially with the citizens of Goldsboro in mind to ensure that the development would not only benefit business, but serve the community as well. The development team for this project was also encouraged to hold a community outreach event to listen and understand what concerns the development in this area would have. And what we've landed on is not only the improvements of this project asserted by the planning department, but also collaborating with the planning department to make sure and address the concerns discovered during the community outreach were addressed. And not just addressed, acted upon. And I'll get into those. Talking about road widening to start with, is there any way that we can turn the site plan on just for reference, or is that not okay? Tell me, no.
No,
it's fine.
at this point, no.
No, it's fine. All right, so road widening at Kyler Best from 2 to 3 lanes plus a deceleration lane. Going for all traffic entering the site from the west, and Kyler Best on Kyler Best, and a second deceleration lane for traffic entering the site from the north on New Hope Road. It, by traffic analysis, will improve safety and traffic conditions of this location. As an additional component, pedestrian traffic safety concerns will have sidewalk along the entire perimeter of this development and integrated into the existing greenway to maintain the utilization of it and improve such on Kyler Best. Both entrances will have painted pedestrian crosswalks. The intersection of New Hope, just so we're all clear, and Kyler Best Upon DOT approval, because it's not any of our property, Goldsboro included, it's a DOT light, so DOT has to approve it, but there should be no reason they will not. As long as they will approve it, we are committed to putting signalized pedestrian crosswalks along Kyler Best for safety for the Greenway. It's not a requirement, it's something that we agreed to be able to continue moving forward. And because we want this site to be useful for the community. We're not bringing in people from other counties. This is for Mimosa Park. This is for the area in Goldsboro that can use it and for the future development. The Greenway resting area has already been touched on with bike racks, picnic tables, benches, additional sidewalk on private property, which is for public use, which wasn't required. A big thing that hasn't been talked about tonight is stormwater management and the flooding that goes on along New Hope Road and into Mimosa Park, and the lack of maintenance there. The stormwater management that has been brought to our attention as an existing condition has been designed with underwater storm piping. It's been engineered to manage all the runoff that is currently undermanaged or not managed coming off of this property, which will assist with the flooding issue. That's engineered and designed. Stormwater piping currently in existence will be tied to the new proposed system, which means that flood risk can be reduced in this area through the improvements for directing water off-site to the storm holding pond included in the development plan. Site lighting and appearance, photometrics, we've kind of gone over that, but 0.01% bleed, I mean, that's far beyond any UDO requirement and far beyond anything anyone else that will be developing commercially on this property would ever offer. We were able to come up with a design that worked well for the town and for the community, and we're proud of it. And then a local commercial landscape architect was contracted and developed a plan to exceed UDO requirements for side sizing. We've already talked about all that, but the tree planting was done by design to not only complement the surrounding area, but also act as a natural buffer to minimize the commercial visual appearance of this site that would impact the surrounding area. Could have put a 2-foot bush there just the same and met UDO requirement, or you could put a tree that's actually going to make the community still feel like a community, the greenway still feel like a greenway, and commercial activity to help supplement the areas of this community that need it. So that was a big component that I think was overlooked. But again, it's far beyond anything that would apply to any other commercial development that would be permitted by right there. None of that's required. And none of it would happen if it's any developer with any sense, quite frankly. I know that's a lot of information. Did everything I say make sense and was fairly clear? Well, if y'all don't have any questions, I'd be happy to answer anything you've got, but I would ask that the City Council consider the facts of this matter. This property being prepared for development is zoned neighborhood business. It will be developed commercially in some capacity, whether that be as proposed in our conditional request tonight or by right as any of the proposed alternatives listed earlier, without consideration for the community at all. But this property will not remain a vacant lot. That's the reality of it. I would encourage the council to weigh the opportunity this conditional plan provides for the community, not to mention the hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax revenue that would not have to be supplemented by the community to pay for the infrastructural improvements that are being taken care of by this plan. The things that we've mentioned are things that need to happen. You have a traffic issue on Kyler Best and New Hope. You have a safety issue with pedestrian traffic. You have a stormwater issue, and this development is willing to front the bill on all of that. Alternatively, the taxpayers will, because it needs to happen. And that's the only other way that can be funded, right? So, I would just ask that you support the conditional zoning application and would ask for your approval tonight regarding this development for the sake of all parties involved. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to come forward to speak for Z524? Sir, as well? All right, perfect. Yeah. And the green shirt first, and then, all right, perfect. So we got a few. So, sir, I appreciate it.
Hey, I'm Judson Pope, so I guess I am the Pope Family Investments spokesperson for tonight, and heard and listened to a lot of the comments tonight. We considered a lot of different types of things that could go there. I think the convenience store is the best for this property because there are a lot of improvements, whether it's infrastructure in there, whether it's the safety crosswalk light, the sidewalks that are going in there, the greenways that are in there, widening of the road. Right now, it's a 2-lane road. Adding the turn lane will get traffic going towards Wayne Memorial Drive where it's not all stuck in one lane. There's going to be a whole lot more traffic at that corner, but it's not going to be me. Convenience stores typically intercept traffic. They don't create traffic. Based on what I've heard during this process, there's going to be potentially 236 new apartments and 312 homes. That's 548 units, probably 2 people a unit, so you're looking at 1,100 people living in there. If they both, or if it's a boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, it's 1,100 new people at 2 or 3 trips a day. You're looking at 2,500 probably to 3,500 trips a day at that intersection. Traffic's going to get worse. We're trying to help improve it by doing some of the infrastructure improvements. You know, if we went with a different use, like a 24-hour Waffle House or a 24-hour McDonald's or a 24-hour laundromat or Dollar General, I don't think, which are some of the permitted uses without coming back before the council, some of those improvements won't be done. It won't be feasible. It just won't be a feasible project. I urge the council to approve it. Thank you for hearing my comments.
Thank you. All right. And sir, if you come forward.
I'm Terry Gain. I live at 605 Corbin. I don't have a lot to say. You've heard most of everything, but I just want to say this 16-year-old kid that used to live in my neighborhood, actually it was me, at 2 a.m. in the morning, me and my boys, we'd go to the convenience store to get a wine. That's what we did at 2 a.m. I mean, I wasn't a bad kid because my mom prayed, but that's what I was doing at 2 a.m. in the morning. And I don't know, will there be wine, liquor, whatever sold could I get it at 2 a.m.? And if it was, then I know what the kid that I was, I know what I was doing. I don't want that in my grandson lives right there. His house, the back of his house faces New Hope. I don't want that 16-year-old kid getting a wine at 2 a.m. and walking through the neighborhood. That's my concern. I don't think any of you would want that in your backyard. If you don't want it in your backyard, then don't put it in our backyard. And I understand the threats. If we don't, I understand the city will get some benefit out of this because you won't have to spend the money. And if you don't vote this, then they're going to do it without giving any benefit. So I get that. But at least give me this. Stop telling me that it's something that we need when all of us know that it's all about greed. That's it.
Sir?
My name is Chris Cox, Cox Properties. I represent Mr. Horace Best and Mr. Bobby Strickland. They own the 14 acres that surround this property. They actually sold the corner piece to Mr. Pope in 2014, 10 years ago. It was approved by the council for this use 10 years ago. This whole meeting has been about, I didn't know. This is not anything new. It's been zoned for it. It's been approved for it over 10 years. The reason it never got built, partly because of COVID and the building permit run out. I mean, that's the only reason we're even here. So all they're asking for is the same basic thing, but in a whole lot better way. It would have got built then with none of these improvements. None of the road improvements would have been there. None of the infrastructure that they're going to put in for this development is going to be there. They're going to put in a sidewalk that connects to the trail. They're going to put in the crosswalk for the trail. It's been said tonight that it's a hazard. Well, they're going to spend the money to fix it, to help with that situation. Where the city tax, the city don't have the money. That's the whole point. They're going over and above what's than what it would take regularly to get it done. The 14 acres that Mr. Best and Mr. Strickland, they can build townhouses on it. That's what the use is. That's what I'm trying to get it right now. I met with a developer today. Told him about this meeting tonight. He was excited. He was excited to see such a project of this right beside somewhere where they're going to have 70 plus townhouses, 140 people, and they're all going to know about it because it's going to be sitting there. I just want the council to look. You have to have tax dollars coming from somewhere. This is a vacant piece of property. This is a $7 million project. I mean, the city's got to have money coming into coffers to pay for another trail somewhere else, or down Collar Best. It's got to come from somewhere. This is a good way to do it. Thank you.
Is there? If you would, prior to this, council has now basically been in these chairs since 5 o'clock. We're going to adjourn until 9:40 for nature break, and then we'll resume the plug. Sorry, we're going to recess, not adjourn. Mark scratched the A word. We're going to recess until 9:20 for restroom breaks. Yeah, just restroom, just recess. So with that, I don't know if I get to smack the gavel or not to bring us back, but we're going to anyway because, I don't know, makes everybody up. So with that, we have council back in place. We are still, stating for the record where we are. We're still in the public hearing for Z524. We've heard a fair amount of public comment thus far. I believe we'll continue with that. Sir, the podium is yours. Please approach the podium and then state your name.
Thank you, sir. My name is Trey Taylor. I'm an attorney here in town with Warren, Carl, Walston, Taylor, and Smith. We're at 117 Ormond Avenue. And I represent Judson Pope and his family's company, Pope Family Investments. We certainly respect all the comments that have been made by the residents, and we've been as transparent as we could be. We have come to the city planning staff. I'll tell you, they've done a great job. We met with them several times. Each time, the first question that was asked was, how can we make this project better? We took into account all the requests that the staff members had that go way above and beyond the requirements of the city of Goldsboro, and we tried to adopt every one of those additional requests that we could add to this project. Had advertised and had a meeting invited the community to come, had 4 one-hour sessions, listened to everybody's comments, tried to incorporate as many of them as we could. If I didn't, somebody's left the picture up here, but I don't recognize, I'll be honest, I don't recognize the convenience store that some folks are talking about here. This isn't a crime map. Maybe some of the other convenience stores in other parts of town, maybe some convenience stores a long time ago that sold alcoholic beverages to underage people, maybe they attract crime. But a multi-million-dollar brand new well-lit station with it is not going to be a crime magnet. As far as selling beer goes, those are the ABC laws that are set by the state, and this store, like every other store that sells alcoholic beverages, will have to be governed by those laws. I don't know how you could buy alcohol at 16 years old. You didn't do it legally. You certainly can't do it legally now. And any store that sells to underage, when the ABC Commission finds out about it, that store is probably going to lose their license. And so if that's a big part of your sales, then you've really hurt your bottom line. So the operator of this store operates many stores, and their staff is well trained, and they check IDs, and so there's not going to be any underage sales of alcohol because, quite frankly, they don't want to risk their license by selling to a 16-year-old. There are no other stores in walking distance. You've approved 548 units, as Justin was saying. We're going to have 1,000 or more people living in those units. This is going to be within walking distance, and we're going to have the walking trail improved with the signalized crossing. So we're trying to make it safer. It's grown up now. It'll be a much better vision around the corner when this landscaping is done. And as I said, every request that the staff made, can we triple the size of the buffers? Sure. Can we set the store back 150 feet? Sure. Can we keep the light within the property limit so it doesn't shine on the neighbors? Sure. Can we signalize a crosswalk? Sure, if the DOT approves it. Can we extend the sidewalk? Absolutely. I mean, we've done everything we could to be as transparent as possible. And I will have to disagree. This is not about greed. We're still America. We're still a capitalist society. And what in the world is wrong with opening the store and offering goods and services to people, and they can choose to come or not come? But the developer would not spend the kind of money to build a first-class convenience store if they didn't think there was a need for it. And they can't make anybody go there and spend their money. So they have to attract people by being a good neighbor. That was the convenience store that Corey described. The convenience store that I think of is one that families go to and they buy drinks and they buy candy and they fill their car up with gas. That's the convenience store. And I didn't hear anybody say that they had been to a Handy Mart or lived near a Handy Mart and it was a bunch of crime. I mean, I think we're talking about other convenience stores, and Pope is kind of being condemned by association. And that's not the kind of store. Judson's father ran this business. Judson ran a lot of stores. He's a lifelong Wayne County native. He's not going to build something that's going to detract from this community, because he's lived here his whole life, and he's going to continue to live here. And he ran a first-class operation, and the folks that he sold out to that lease this property operate, I don't know, 1,000 stores. I mean, they operate a ton of stores, and they do it the right way. And this is, so the picture that the fear of the unknown, I get it. But if you go and you look at these brand new stores that Pope has built in other communities, you don't see the crime magnets. It's just like shooting recently on at Food Line on Ash Street. Are we going to close Food Line? Are we going to blame Food Line? No, we've got to have the grocery store. It's unfortunate, but it wasn't Food Line's fault that the shooting happened there. And so this will be a family friendly. We'll have the outdoor seating. We'll have the walking trail. We'll be well lit within the property, and it will provide jobs. Nobody's mentioned that. It will provide employment for people. It will increase the tax base, as Chris Cox said, and it will create opportunity for people to shop in walking distance that they don't currently have. And we believe that, as Corey said, there's going to be growth, and this is an opportunity for you to control the growth and do it in a way that's beneficial for the city, beneficial for the neighborhood, and yes, beneficial for the property owner that owns the property. So we would ask you to approve this conditional rezoning request.
Thank you, sir. Next, ma'am. There you go. Please come forward. And just state your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Woodley Horn. I live in Reserve at Bradbury Place, which is right there on the corner. Up until tonight, I had no idea this was going on. We haven't, the sign that was sitting on the corner, as someone mentioned before, is at the corner of Calabasas and New Hope Road, sitting in the grass at the stoplight. And when do you get a chance to read it? Unless you're out walking. It's sitting there. It doesn't say, I don't recall exactly what it said, except that there was a public hearing. I found out about this tonight from another friend at a different meeting. But however, they said this has been going on for 10 years. And granted, I haven't been here for 10 years, but I've been living there for 7. I don't recall any notices going out. I took the Goldsboro Citizen Academy last year, and with every session we had, one of my primary questions was, how is this information disseminated? You've got older people who do not have access to the internet. Everybody's on Facebook. Not everybody's on Facebook. Not everybody has internet access. Not everybody wants to be on Facebook. So when you have your older citizens, how are they supposed to find out? When you have your people sitting at home in various areas, how are they supposed to get this information? 2 days before, and you don't know what the meeting is about. One of my questions is, I've been out late at night, coming in, and it gets dark here in Goldsboro. Okay, after 10 o'clock, the streets roll up, the lights go out, and the streets are not painted such that you can see where the lines are. So when you go to make a turn, you're not sure if you're in your lane or somebody else's lane. Coming up Calabasas, the same thing applies. The biggest advantage is that you know it's only a 2-lane road. So if you see lights coming at you a little bit too close, you can figure you're in the wrong lane. Are they going to improve the lanes so that you can see them not only at night, but when it's raining at night? And why 24 hours? Why a convenience store? Why not a grocery store? Y'all are talking about new apartments coming in, more people coming in. We need a grocery store. Food Line is down the street. Walmart is down the street. Harris Teeter, whoever. If you're going to service the people, why not put a grocery store? It would serve better, I would think, than another gas station. We got one going up on Wayne Memorial. How many gas stations do we need here in Goldsboro? It's not the biggest city. I've lived in bigger. Came from the DC area. And one of the things that I used to joke about, people talk about the traffic jam in Goldsboro. And I kept thinking, what traffic? But I did experience when they were working on the railroad tracks. They cut off two sides, and it took a 5-minute drive. It took me more than 30 minutes to get home. So I'm trying to figure, how do y'all determine where you're going to put a business, and why do you put the business where you do? Why do we need another gas station in a place you're talking about developing for residential when a grocery store would serve a better purpose? And please, please, please find a better way to disseminate information. It is not just for the privileged, just for the people who can and will get on Facebook, the internet, TikTok, and whoever else is out there. We need to have a way of letting people know what is going on before the last minute. I don't object to anybody wanting to make any money. That's the whole premise of capitalism. However, you go into a convenience store, what you would buy in, say, Walmart or Dollar General, a candy bar for $1.25 now, it's going to cost you $2.50. Where is the convenience for us other than you're supposedly right there, we can walk to you? And at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm still trying to figure who's walking the dark streets of Goldsboro at 2 o'clock in the morning, and especially over in that area. So please consider the fact that it is not necessarily, one of my neighbors was telling me, well, it's going to be a high traffic area, and I keep thinking, how? At 10 to 12 o'clock at night, I don't see the traffic. I see it during the day when people are going to work and maybe coming from work. That's what, maybe an hour, 2 hours each time. But 2 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock at night, 3 o'clock in the morning, how many of us are up out at that time of morning over in that area? There are nice homes there, there's a church there, colleges there, but it doesn't have a dormitory, because then you can use that as an excuse. Well, college students can go down and find something to eat. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. And I also wish you would find a better way to share the information.
Thank you. Ma'am, come forward.
Good evening. My name is Anita Poland, and I'm looking at some tired faces. So I want to tell you how much I appreciate you guys, what you did before you came into this room, as well as things that I have no clue about, but I know you spend a lot of time for the benefit of our community. The first thing I want to address was on the staff evaluation and recommendation slide that was shown. The proposed rezoning will not impair or injure the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. I lost my son at age 16 to cancer. And so what I'm about to share with you, I share with you with a very passionate heart. If you will go and do your own research, contrary to what was said, it is a health concern. There have been many studies, not one, not two, but many studies. So many studies that many areas across our nation have required that service stations that have fuel are at least 500 to 1,000 feet away from residential areas, which this will not be 500 to 1,000 feet away from residents that are in Mimosa Park. Studies have shown that children living near fuel stations, and I'm telling you, this is factual. So all that they showed you may be true, But even with all of those safety measures put in place, it is still an issue, a health issue for children. It has shown that they have a higher risk of developing acute leukemia. Also, adults have an increased risk for developing adult leukemia and lymphomas. And this is due to the fact that fuel stations emit benzene and other contaminants. So I'm going to stop there. And I'm going to ask you, if your daughter or your grandchild, your grandson lived in that house that's right across, literally, if you threw a disc, it could reach from the service station to that house. And that's where your child or your grandchild was living. Would you be okay with that? And I'm going to tell you, as someone who's lost their child to cancer, I'm not okay with it. Because none of us sit in this room can assure that 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, people that are living within that vicinity are not going to be affected in their health, and that we're not going to possibly lose people's lives because of leukemia or lymphoma. Next thing is, it's just like beating a dead horse. But the path, the very nice, by the way, how thankful we are as residents for that path. And then we find out people come from across the county to use it. There is people on that path all the time. But I'm telling you, with Evie, all of the sidewalks that they're telling you, and it's beautiful. They've done a phenomenal job, I will say that. But not one person is going to stand there and make sure that when people are driving in or people are exiting that station, they're going to make sure that they're taking time to make sure that there's not a child or a person, an adult riding their bike or a mom pushing the stroller, that they're not right there about to enter. Because I'm going to tell you, I have watched teenagers drive out of service stations. They're not very careful. So even with all of that, you still have that path that people are going to be walking or riding down. When people are going to be zooming out of that station in a hurry or zooming into that station, not meaning to hit somebody, but that's very probable. I will say, when the gentleman that said that he grew up in an area close to a service station, it is different times now. It's a different time in our communities, in our city, and we are in the city limits now. So as far as people coming out, Shelley Drive is a very quick exit. If you want to get through and away, it's a very easy spot to go through. That is a concern. The one thing that hasn't been mentioned is noise pollution. I have pulled up in a gas station and been extremely offended by the music that I have to listen to when I'm pumping my gas. So there's not a way for that resident that lives directly across from, I'm sorry, but there's not a way to protect them from having to hear the music at 2 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock midnight, 10 o'clock, as far as that goes, 10 o'clock in the morning. And that is, to me, that's something else that needs to be taken into consideration for the residents in the surrounding areas. And the last thing that I appreciate y'all listening to this because I know you have heard. Circle K, 0.7 miles. Sheetz, 1.5 miles. Speedway, 1.2 miles. Sam's Club, 1.3 miles. BP Station, 1.6 miles. Shell Station, 1.8 miles. Walmart Fuel, 1.4 miles. Independent Gas Station, 1.4. There are 8 stations that are less than 2 miles from my house, which is in Mimosa Park. And so we do not desire and we do not need a convenient fuel station in this area. I thank you again for listening, and I ask that you would vote to deny the rezoning, which is just a stepping stone. I do want to say that they have been more than accommodating. I respect all of the efforts that they have made trying to make it as appealing as possible. But bottom line, this is a residential area that does not need nor want a convenient gas station. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, come forward.
Mayor, Council. My name is David Bourgeois. I came before you the last time we were here, and I think you all remember that too. One that she just mentioned about her son. I am also dealing with the toxins that came with being in the military, all my military career at different bases, and I know what fuels do. They affect your heart, they affect all different parts of your body, so I'm dealing with that with my own stuff. But when I moved in Mimosa Park in 1996, the area that all those the new homes that are in there used to be a cornfield. And I understand what the zoning laws were back then because there was all farms. I mean, the fields were just fields. So there was a lot of room to do all kinds of good things if you wanted to do stuff like that. They brought all those homes right to New Hope Road. Now you're going to build another 300 some homes off of Kyler Best, and you've got homes that are built beyond that. So you're sticking a gas station right, convenience store gas station right in the middle of all of us. Things are going to happen. I'm just going to let you know, there's no 100% fail-safe method that's going to stop fuels from getting into your ground. I'm just letting you know from personal experience. So that's what I wanted to let you know. And the traffic is already bad. We already all know that. We've harped on that a million times. It's horrible. My wife also uses that walk and doing the walking. She does it every morning. So and I fear for her safety now. More stuff's going to go in there. I understand they're going to try to build 3 lanes and do this, but even the lanes that they're proposing is still not going to be enough. Not with the amount of traffic that we're going to have, and then you've got 300 more 300 more homes, and then the homes that are already in there. You're going to have to go all the way down New Hope Road and all the way down Kyler Best Road in order to accommodate that. But I just wanted to throw that out there. I just don't trust the fuel part. That's the stuff that's going to contaminate the ground. And you've got wildlife in there too. So that's just what I just wanted to.
Thank you. Anyone else to come forward to speak in Z524? Second call. Is there anyone else to come forward to speak in the public hearing for Z524? Third and final call. Is there anyone to come forward in Z524 Pope Family Investments? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing, and we will return to council deliberations. So, council, if you have, should I bring our planning director back in front? I presume, Mr. Helmer, if you would please come back up. All right. There's been a lot of discussion over the last couple of hours. It's all important discussion. Council, what comments, questions do we have for our planning director? Pro Tim?
I guess my only question is, has the developers looked at anywhere else in the city for this development?
I'm not aware of that. I don't have the answer to that.
Ms. Jones, please.
I don't want to be a dead horse, but I was thinking about what was said about the strip mall and all the other things that could possibly go there. So if these other things can go there, then the development of what we need for that area will not occur. Is that correct? Okay, if you put a strip mall there, or a grocery store.
Yeah. So
there. Because now we already heard that something's going to go there. Whether it's a filling station or what, something is going to go there. So we already know that, right? Mm-hmm. So let's say if we put a grocery store there, what will happen to the road?
Yeah,
what will happen to
the public improvements will probably be very similar. So DOT will still require those turn lanes and road widenings through that section. So that won't change. Those are improvements needed for the area anyway. So that whatever development goes there will have to contribute to improving the conditions in that area.
Would that apply? Councilman, go ahead.
I was going to say, if it's a high enough volume use, if you had just a
a gift shop there or something another.
Yeah, of course.
Then
DOT is going to have to justify whether the use is substantial enough to require those improvements anyway, just similar to across the street.
Right.
So they're going to be.
But also, we can't negate the fact that New Hope Road is on DOT's plan to be widened anyway, so some of that is going to be taken care of by DOT. We just don't know when. But I did look at the plan, and it did say in year 2028. That's just a proposal. It doesn't mean that it happened in 2028. So I don't want people to think that they're not in the works of fixing the roads without a gas station or a convenience store. It is proposed and on DOT's list already.
Councilwoman?
And
all right, sorry, hold on. So, you still have the floor, or did you get?
Well, I was just going to do. That's a good point, but that would apply to New Hope. But I'm unaware of any proposed future improvement at all to Kyler Best that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I understand that too. That is a great point.
Okay.
But I will say that most of those lists of things that they can put there, like a McDonald's and things like that, I'm pretty sure that DOT will say there will have to be a turn lane that's put in on that side. So the road still will be expanded 3 feet on each side or whatever.
Correct.
So it's not like if that doesn't go there that the road is not going to get fixed, whatever they decide to put there.
Yeah, more than likely, whatever development does go there is going to have to contribute to the improvement of that intersection.
Councilwoman?
Hey, Mr. Helmer. So I was reading an email that we had in our packet concerning some conditions that would be placed on the developer.
Mm-hmm.
So it says the developer will be required to provide a signed letter documenting their agreement to these conditions and any other conditions that might be agreed upon at the hearing, right?
Correct.
So this is conditions that we can impose now?
Yes, you
Or
can.
try
It
to
can be
improve-
considered.
considered.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm sorry. Correct me. And I did hear some people saying that when they went to the meeting, they were talking about the pedestrian crosswalk lights, which I did not see that stated in the plan.
Yeah.
So, and then also, I know he said something about a fence around the pond for safety, but I didn't actually see, like, on the diagram, the fence. So my question is that something that we can discuss with you to put in there as a condition of approval, that if we did approve it, there would be something there, pedestrian crosswalk lights, because, that seems to be a major concern.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to conditionalize DOT improvements because obviously it's DOT street. So, but I have spoken with DOT, particularly in when not necessarily with this project, but with the project across the street, the Hawthorne Trail. So that turn lane turning right, if you're heading south, well, if you're heading turning right from West New Hope onto Kyler Best, that turn lane is going to be extended. It's probably going to extend the whole length of that project. And at that time, that project is going to be responsible for making improvements. I don't know exactly what improvements, but DOT has said that some improvements will be made to the signaling of the pedestrian crosswalk there. Also, like to point out that with the removal of that old growth tree stand, I kind of agree with some of the comments there because I have looked at that intersection and it is kind of dangerous. There's definitely room for improvement there. I think this project will contribute to some of those improvements. The project across the street will contribute to the other portion of the improvements. I think overall, after both these developments are completed, planning staff and the development will work diligently to make sure that those improvements that the intersection becomes safer.
I understand, but my question was directly asking about that pedestrian crosswalk, like some kind of warning or signage. Like, couldn't we ask?
I think, I don't think we would want to conditionalize DOT right-of-way improvements because it's DOT's right-of-way. So, but staff can work to guarantee, to assure that those improvements to that crosswalk are made. So. The DOT is aware too that is not a safe crosswalk there. It really is. It's sight distances, the grading, just the worn markings, the the signaling that is there for pedestrians is kind of very basic and doesn't really give you any sense of confidence when going through there. So I do understand the concerns there, and I'm aware of it, and we're working with DOT to make sure that those between those two developments, that those improvements are made to that crosswalk. Yeah.
Councilman?
Also, one of my concerns is they're going to serve food, so therefore they won't have to use water. And we're going to do the new development right there on the corner. So we have pushed the pump back to 2041, the booster pump, 2041 as it was when we did the actual budget. So that means that we already have a water pressure problem in our neighborhood. So I don't see it getting improving when they tap into the city water, because we said it was provided on the site. So that means there's more pressure going somewhere else. So I don't know how we're going to get after that.
Can you speak to any water improvements that are planned with any
really,
other
no.
developments?
Engineering would be the best person to speak to that, but my understanding is that the initial concerns about the water pressure was when they were proposing to tie into the water lines within Kyler Best. My understanding is it's a very large water main out there. Okay. In New Hope, so I'm not so sure if that water pressure issue is really an issue anymore.
Well, I do know.
Go ahead.
I do know that as it stands right now, until we're for facts that it's not, that it's an issue for our community. You know, so as it stands right now.
Now I do know too that the flats at New Hope, they're installing a $1 million water pump at the site to increase the pressure to the residents of that.
When's the flats be built?
The flats, that is the multifamily project currently under review on New Hope Road. So.
Yeah, that's the one that the pump. We're hoping that they'll put the pump in, right?
The water main is the one
exactly. So as it stands right now, we have a water pressure issue.
Yes.
Mayor.
Councilman?
It might be possible, since our engineer is not here, that the developer, I believe it was Taylor, could be asked that question. But it was my understanding when I asked some of those general questions around the time that the public information hearing was going on, but the developer can certainly clarify this, that this project made the decision to go not to water on Kyler Best, but to go directly to the 10-inch main on New Hope, so that they weren't taken away, but they're not contributing. They're just a non-factor as it relates to the water, which absolutely doesn't discount the concern of the council member for that district. There's a water issue out there, but this development is not a part of that equation. But the other development that's going to be closing those loops and stuff, that's where we're going to see benefit come. And correct me if I'm wrong, aren't we in the final? Isn't that one that was on our memo that said final review coming up?
Yeah,
approval
Hawthorne
imminent?
Trail will be closing that loop and completing it. So
Hawthorne Trail will close the loop, but it will not replace the power booster pump that pumps the water across the street.
Which has nothing to do with.
But it's all New Hope and Mimosa Park goes in on New Hope, Maine. That's where we have the water issue, the pressure issue at.
All right, we're gonna make sure that whoever's speaking has the floor, so we're not talking over each other. Councilmember White, did you have anything further to add at this time?
No, I'm just saying that even though they're tying in on New Hope, right, it still contributes to the water pressure in Mimosa Park.
Understood. Councilman Boyette, did you have anything further to add?
I was just going to say that to finalize that, what I was explained regarding that issue a month or so ago satisfied me that this project is exempt from a water discussion. This project, not the other projects, this project.
That's what I understand as well.
Council, are there any other comments or questions specifically for Mr. Helmer?
Did you just state that is what you understood as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There were 2 questions that were asked. As this is a general administrative, I'm allowed to do things that I'm not allowed to do in a quasi judicial. So I'm going to ask the developer 2 questions. Would one of y'all, whoever is most in tune with the actual engineer drawings, mind coming forward? There are 2 clear questions, and council, if you'll just allow me to handle this one.
Yes.
One, the signals for the bike path, the greenway. Can you discuss any plans with the signaling for the pedestrian walkway?
Well, it's just as long as DOT approves it, and we put in units that they approve.
So it's your intention to do that?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. But we had to get their approval to make sure it meets their requirements.
Okay. And then as far as the water line, have you worked with our engineering department to be able to find out if there's sufficient water pressure where you are and how that will impact downstream pressure? Or has that not really been your scope?
Well, not as far as flow. I mean,
Okay.
how many cubic feet per second or gallons
Right.
per minute. But this unit here, convenience store, will equal about 4 or so residential homes.
Okay.
So that's the pull for water on that system. So, I mean, somebody builds some houses down the street, 4 or 5 units, same kind of situation, but not a huge demand on the system, even though there are existing pressure items out there.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Council, again, with these administrative matters, I always want to make sure that we try to get questions to the answers in real time when it's possible. We don't normally have the luxury of having the developer in the room, but we do tonight, so I'm taking that liberty. Council, other comments, questions for Mr. Helmer before we have any just board deliberations if necessary? Hearing none, Mr. Helmer. Actually, Mr. Helmer, I do have one question. There was a concern that was expressed earlier. What newspaper was this advertised in, and when? Do you know?
News Argus.
And when?
2 consecutive weeks prior to the date of the hearing.
It was in the News Argus?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
While Mr. Helmer's still here,
Councilman?
Also, so that folks understand, there's, I don't know if I should say statutory or ordinance, but the requirement that everyone that's required to receive a written notice within X amount of boundary is
all
required.
property owners that are adjacent to or within 250 feet.
And those people receive.
We're notified by first class mail.
All right. So, Mr. Helmer, if you would, because I want to come from you. This isn't for us to necessarily for us to dictate or to state, because you're the office that actually would have effectuated it. What newspaper was it in and when?
News Argus. It was the dates on the legal notice in the agenda. Let me pull that up real quick.
All right, thank you.
Thursday, August the 8th, and Thursday, August the 15th.
Okay. Thank you. And can you tell us where notice is sent and what radius? How does that work?
It's 250 feet, within 250 feet. And what I normally do is I won't count the right of way. I'll usually go across the right of way, pick up properties across the right of way as well. So.
And you can verify and attest that they were mailed.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how they're delivered as mail?
I'm sorry?
Are they delivered by mail?
First class mail, yes.
Okay. Okay. Council, any comments, questions for Mr. Helmer? Final ones? All right, Mr. Helmer, you may have a seat. So, Council, we've heard the public hearing. We've heard from our planning director. It's time to either have further discussion amongst ourselves, or to have a motion to table, or a motion to deny, or a motion to approve.
I have a couple of comments.
Yes, please, Councilman.
So for one, I'd like to thank everybody who came here and represented District 6. I really thank you for that, for coming out and speaking up for the neighborhood. I would also like to think that our council will take to heart what you did say and your concerns. My concerns are your concerns as far as not being needed in the neighborhood. Now, they may put something else there, but as I look at the list, I think something else will be better than the gas station. I also think that because it's not needed in our neighborhood, and because in our ordinance or whatever you have to sign, Mayor Gaylor, it says that it is in the best interest of Goldsboro. I disagree with that statement because I think what's in the best interest of Goldsboro is that we revitalize the entire city, which means that we begin to work on District 4 has no convenience stores or gas stations whatsoever. So that will be in the best interest of Goldsboro, so we can make the entire city attractive and begin to build and move forward as a city. So I would like to think that the safety is a concern because the refueling trucks will have to go to the gas station, which means that 18-wheelers will be over there that's going across the bike path as well. So it's an additional traffic that we don't have now. I think that that I understand that the gas stations, people like to think that it's just a byproduct. You just get people who drop in that don't create traffic. But however, the traffic that it does populate will become a hazard. So I think safety is paramount right here. We said that that's our focus was safety. Then I think that we need to stick to what we said, which was safety, because we already know that we have a homeless camp in the back of the YMCA right now, and it will move as long as they have somewhere else to move to. So I just ask that you really take in consideration what we thought to be the focus point of safety.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other comments, questions from council? You do?
I'll go next unless someone else would like. I absolutely don't mind.
Councilman, floor is yours.
Yielding. Wow. So I will say that in 20 years of planning and a few years of being around, this is the longest public hearing for a rezone I believe I have ever been a part of, including the ones that used to happen separately. So I would certainly say that I hear the folks that are here that have expressed their opinion about things. That's what we're here for, to listen. And ironically, I had a phone call from Glenda's Point area resident, told just a few, I guess it was Friday, that said they understood and didn't have an issue with this. I had a phone call today from a Mimosa Park owner that said that they welcomed the addition because of the improvement to safety in the area that this will bring. We've talked about this before, and I don't want to be repetitive, but we're in a different setting now than we were then. But as was spoke to by some other folks that spoke to this issue earlier, in over a decade ago now, this area in which I chaired the committee for the comprehensive plan land use update that happened, specifically aimed for this property to be designated as commercial development so that it fit as a piece of the puzzle within the thinking then that fit with a piece of the puzzle of what we envisioned for future growth in that area as all of the development is starting to happen residentially. And as also was pointed out, this was approved by a previous council to happen, and to just, for whatever reasons, I think somebody mentioned COVID and some other stuff, that didn't happen. So that's how it ended up back here again. But with development comes improvement, as we've heard. It's important to understand that this elected body, and this is my opinion, this is our job is to decide what's best for our city and what's best for our community. And we have to look at that. It's been expressed as flying at 30,000 feet is how it's been expressed before, that the elected body is supposed to look down across and make a decision on things. And I think in this particular case, this commercial development has been planned for this area for some time to be exactly what the word says, a convenience. This is a convenience store for this neighborhood and this area. And not only the folks that are there now, but the 1,000, 1,500 people that are coming to that very spot soon with those other two developments. Then you have the New Hope Road across from Kyler Best that is going to be developed, which is going to bring even more development to that area. So I think it's extremely important to understand that this particular request by this developer, what they're bringing in terms of improvement, not detriment, in terms of improvement to infrastructure, to traffic, safety, improvement that's going to happen as a direct result of this particular development. And I would also like to say, in those decades of reviewing plans from a planning perspective, I don't ever recall seeing a developer go to the extraordinary effort for this project ever, with not the neighborhood outreach that was done, the over and above. I can remember in all those years of planning, it's almost like fighting tooth and nail to get somebody to put an extra shrub in that we thought needed to be. And then you have this developer that has basically just rolled out the red carpet, for lack of a better term, to provide, as has been pointed out, because the people that have pointed out their position and the people that has pointed out what they believe as their version of their beliefs is just as valid as anyone else's. Everybody has a right to speak to this board and express themselves. I had a developer call me from the Raleigh area, because everybody should know, people watch these meetings. People watch these meetings that don't live in Goldsboro. People, particularly in the development world, that like to know what's going on somewhere that they're potentially considering. I had a developer call me out from the Raleigh area and said, we don't even have folks submitting, we're not even submitting these level of plans in the Triangle area. So, I mean, complimenting what this developer has done in terms of trying to accommodate us. And I think that it's a fabulous plan that's been put forth. I see the benefits from this, and I see the benefits that this will be providing to the area as it continues to grow. And this should be of no surprise, because I was in favor of this the last time when it come forth, because I understand what's being put forth here, and I understand the development side of things, and I understand that we have an opportunity here, as has been pointed out, that if we approve this item, the infrastructure improvement that we're getting, we're not going to be guaranteed those infrastructure improvements outside of this particular use, because this particular use has ran into a little opposition and has stepped up to the plate, listened to the neighborhood residents' concerns, and has stepped to the plate over and above and far beyond what is normal for a development of this nature. And I know that we're going to be making decisions moving forward regarding future development, and we're going to see that area grow rapidly. And I think the infrastructure improvement that this project will bring is worth noting and is worth our approval of this project. That's my comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Council, any other comments or questions before we move into either a motion or whatever else happens to come? Pro Tem?
I think that this is just proof and another example of where the need is, honestly. And I really want to challenge this board, like I have said several times before, to look at the entire city and the needs of the city as a whole and see how we can offer our developers incentives and other creative things to get them to invest into the south end of Goldsboro where there is absolutely nothing. I would have loved to have been at the table to talk to some of the developers and say, hey, I know you want your gas station over there, but there is so much value and promise in the other end of town that nobody has tapped into yet. You want to talk about making money, put it in a place where there's absolutely nothing, no competition, and people are desperate and needing something. And I want this board to really take an interest in how can we offer packages to our developers that will give them some type of incentive and interest in building in the south end of Goldsboro.
Thank you. And I absolutely agree. You know, this particular development, the city did not go out and recruit this particular development. Just want to be very clear on that. And this is something that a developer negotiated, acquired property, and said, "Hey, this is something that I want to do. Council, can you approve it? And what are the things that we could do?" I myself didn't have any conversations, with the developers, but the things that I have heard over the last 3 years have consistently been, at least in this part of the city, fix collar best in New Hope, fix collar best in New Hope, fix collar best in New Hope. The traffic is rough in the morning, traffic is rough in the evening. Fix the Greenway Trail. This does that. This adds the signals for the pedestrian greenway, improves that. We've already discussed that it's in its current state problematic. In its current state, it's problematic. And as part of the MPO and the Transportation Advisory Group with the DOT, this is an intersection that has been a high priority trying to figure out how to do it, but DOT numbers have not justified it, at least in the foreseeable future. That's challenging. I also echo the sentiments of the Pro Tem. We need development in other parts of town as well. This development here at this corner, it's a busy intersection. It's making some improvements for pedestrian walkways as well as vehicular pathways. This development does not offend me, and I think is, generally speaking, consistent with neighborhood business. But I absolutely agree that we've got to do more to attract business and development. Since we have some very successful developers in the room, I want you to hear me. We want to see how we can package something up for the other parts of Goldsboro as well. South end of Goldsboro needs development. It needs to see things. And we'd like to have a conversation about what those packages can look like. What have you seen in other cities? What have you seen other folks be able to do? Because I will champion those efforts as well. I know there are other council members too. That concludes my comments. At this point, we either need a at this point, we would need a motion, and I'm going to read it out, and then either the motion can be for or against. But that council has considered, among other factors, the size of the tract in question, the compatibility of the disputed zoning action with existing comprehensive zoning plans, the benefits and detriments resulting from the zoning action for the owner of the newly zoned property, its neighbors, and the surrounding community, the relationship between the uses envisioned under the new zoning and the uses currently present in adjacent tracts, and that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, we are able to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement or motion to the contrary. I'm not asking anyone to repeat that whole thing. I either need a so moved or a move to reject.
I move to reject.
All right, a motion has been made to reject the zoning application as presented. Is there a second? Second. All All right, a motion has been made and seconded to reject the zoning application as presented. Is there any further discussion? All right. All in favor of rejecting the plan as presented, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Motion fails. The matter is still on the table. Is there a motion to approve per the conditions, and I can reread them, or to table?
Yeah. Mayor, I'm going to make a motion based on the verbiage that I have read and scribbled over here like 50 times with the UDO, compared to a gas station, what they have the right. They can have a gas station, they can have an ABC store, they can have a restaurant, they can have a vape store, they can have a laundromat, they can have all these things. I just don't, I'm going to make a motion that we approve their request.
I would second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, a motion, and I'm going to read this back into the record, then please affirm this if you would, so that we have the full verbiage for the minutes. A motion has been made and properly seconded that the council has considered, among other factors, the size of the tract in question, the compatibility of the disputed zoning action with an existing comprehensive zoning plan, the benefits and detriments resulting from the zoning action for the owner of the newly zoned property, its neighbors, and the surrounding community, and the relationship between the uses envisioned under the new zoning and the uses currently present in adjacent tracts. The council is able to adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement. Is that your motion?
I concur.
Yes, ma'am. And that motion has been made and properly seconded. Is there any further debate on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion as read, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes on a vote of 5-2. Thank you, council. Council, we will now move to zoning matter Z624. I will pause momentarily to allow those that choose to exit the opportunity to do so. All right, we will now move to the public hearing for item 7D, item Z624, Ms. Diane Smith. Mr. Helmer, if you would please deliver the brief. Oh, hey, it's Kenny. Welcome back.
Hey, good to be back. Good to see you. Hope everybody's awake. This shouldn't take more than a couple of hours.
Good.
Rezoning request. All right. So tonight we're going to be talking about our second rezoning request. This is a conventional rezoning, if you will. Let me just say a couple of things. So, Council, Mayor, good to see everybody. Hope you've enjoyed this hot summer. Hopefully we're going to have a good week of cooler weather this week. Again, good to see everybody. So we've just finished up a conditional rezoning process whereby developers or property owners were seeking a zoning change and had to agree to abide by conditions set forth by the local government in order to mitigate potential negative effects on the surrounding area or community. Now we're going to kind of change gears. We're going to be looking at just a conventional, or what we call a straight rezoning request. We're going to conduct a conventional straight rezoning process, which involves changing a zoning designation of a property to allow for a different type of use or uses as outlined in the zoning ordinances. Once approved, the new zoning classification will apply to the property without any specific conditions attached. So again, this second rezoning request is Z624. The applicant is Ms. Diane Smith. Such a property is located on the west side of North US 13 Highway between Hood Swamp Road and GK Farm Road. Such a property is 1.6 acres. Again, Ms. Diane Lanaville Smith is the owner and the applicant. The current zoning for the property is residential agricultural 20A. The proposed zoning is should be residential manufactured 9. The land use designation is rural residential agricultural and low density residential. The applicant's requesting a change of zone for the subject property from residential agricultural to residential manufactured RM9. As you'll see in the zoning map, you'll see that the property outlined in green is next to just north of an existing manufactured home community, which you'll see is identified as RM9. It's also to the north next to some property that is zoned residential 20 agricultural, and it does have some non-conforming uses where manufactured homes are currently occupying those lots. So the existing zoning again is R20A. This district is established to accommodate rural density, single-family residential uses to ensure the protection of open space and to allow limited agricultural operation. The district is intended to maintain low densities where the provision of city sewer and water may not be complete and promote a compatible mixture of single-family residential and agricultural uses in areas where urbanization is occurring. The proposed residential manufactured 9 district is established to provide property owners the opportunity to place manufactured housing on individual lots. Up to 2 manufactured housing units may be placed on one lot, provided the lot has a minimum area of 40,000 square feet. The minimum lot area for individual units is 9,000 square feet. And again, you'll see that the previous slide shows surrounding zoning: north residential R20A, to the south residential manufactured, east residential R20A, and west residential manufactured 9 and residential R20A. Again, we've already discussed the zoning map. So in comparing the 2 zoning districts, R20A, as you'll see, only permits single-family detached, single-family modular. This is not a complete list of permitted uses, just an example of some of the permitted uses in the R20A zoning district. Compared to the RM9 proposed zoning district, you'll see that single-family manufactured homes are permitted, as well as single-family detached and single-family modular, which were also permitted uses in the R20A zoning district. The land use plan locates this parcel within the rural residential, agricultural, and low-density residential land use designations. The residential manufactured 9 zoning district is not a corresponding zoning district in these land use designations. Again, you'll see the land use plan shows this as being located in the rural residential agricultural district, and you'll see some in the low density residential areas as part of the comprehensive land use plan. So TRC comments: this is a rezoning application. If the rezoning is approved, no formal comments will be required from the city's TRC. County water is available to serve the property. The applicant has stated that the site has been tested for an on-site private sewage disposal system, i.e. septic tank, and that it meets the standards of the Wayne County Environmental Health Department. The applicant has previously located a residential home. And Ms. Smith, if you don't mind, was that a modular or was that a manufactured home?
My current home is a modular.
Modular home on the property, just north of her property. So staff's evaluation and recommendation: although the proposed land use plan designates the future land use as rural residential agricultural and low density designations, the proposed rezoning and range of uses permitted in the requested zoning district are compatible with the surrounding zoning patterns and land uses. The site of the proposed rezoning is located in an area where the city or other service providers can provide sufficient public safety service, meet transportation and utility demands while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing developments. The proposed rezoning is not located in a special flood hazard area. The proposed rezoning will not impair or injure the health, safety, and general welfare of the public. So staff is recommending recommending approval of the rezoning request. City's Goldsboro Planning Commission met on June 24, 2024. Voted to recommend approval of the rezoning request. The Planning Commission voted 4 in favor and 0 against. At this time, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you. If you have any questions of staff, we'll be glad to answer them.
Council, what questions do we have for Mr. Talton on Z624? Hearing none, we will open up the, is the applicant or developer present? They
Yes,
are?
sir. Yes, sir.
And will they be speaking during the public comment session that you know of? Perfect. All right, wonderful. All right, so we will open the public hearing for Z624. This is Ms. Diane Smith, residential agricultural to residential manufactured. Anyone wishing to speak for Z624, please come forward. And you'll note that with the last public hearing, we generally speaking for conditional or special use, because it's something that is specific to the development, and the developer, generally speaking, is saying, here are all of the things that I'm interested in doing above and beyond. Generally speaking, the developer will be speaking after the brief, and then we'll open the public comment session, and then everyone will be on a 5-minute timer. We're going in a straight rezoning, which, as I understand it, this is a straight rezoning. There's no, that isn't really necessary, but I want to get back onto our 5-minute timing. I want everyone to understand the distinction of why, because I want us to be back efficient with everybody's time. So, if anyone is here to come forward and speak for Z624, please do so.
Council. My name's Chris Cox, Cox Properties, commercial real estate broker, land broker here in Goldsboro. Diane's a very good friend of mine, and she asked me to speak for her on this tonight. And could you bring back up the rezoning map, please?
Yes.
I'd appreciate it. Just to put it into context where all this started. This property here is RM9, so this is right a connection with
Hey,
this
Mr. Cox, right, just behind you.
Because people at home can't hear you.
This is RM9 right here. So it's just it's adjacent to the property that's being requested. It is a RM9 request, but it's only can be used for one house. The access is here. You can kind of see it here. Diane's new house, she just put a house right there. She's putting her brother. She has a disabled brother. Diane's mama died unexpectedly last year, and he lived with his mom and his dad. Well, his dad died this year, so now it's Diane's responsibility to look after her brother. So they're going to put a mobile home right there, right behind her house. So she'll have, and I'm just trying to put it into context as to why we're asking for the rezoning. And everything is there. She's ordered, or as soon as it's approved, she can order her house. So she can get him back over there with her. And any questions I might ask, or I can answer, I'll try. Any questions for me?
I don't see any at this time, but I'm glad to know that you're here. And as always, thank you for being here to support the request so that any questions can be answered. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak for Z624? Item 7D on the agenda. Third and final call. Is there anyone to come forward to speak on item 7D, which is Z624? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and move into council deliberations. Actually, Mr. Talton, if you would come back forward. Council, are there any comments or questions for Mr. Talton that may have materialized in the last few moments? Hearing none. Oh, yes, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor, I would just want to say, in response to Mr. Cox's statements, it's hard to see on this picture here. If I may, I'm going to try and back our presentation up. This might be a little bit better. We're going to one day have a pointing stick here, so it'll be a little better.
Hey, Kenny, grab the boomstick.
Thank you, thank you.
You have this here.
Great. Thank you. It's been a while. Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
We have truly
arrived.
Come up in the last
nice. I'm liking this.
few months.
All right. So as you see right here, there is an access road to the property. At one time, this property was going to have a road built to NCDOT standards, but that plan died through lack of support and just changes in general with the family and the estate. At this time, they are working off of a 60-foot easement to gain access to the property that Miss Diane Smith has her home here, and this will also provide access for the home here for her brother. So she does have these properties, in accordance with our UDO, do have a 60-foot wide easement that gives them access for ingress and egress to and from the property. You have that in your packet. If you have any questions, let me know.
Council, any comments or questions for Mr. Townsend? Councilman? No? Okay, you hold your glasses up.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I know what that generally signals, the oops, my mistake.
No, all good, all good. So we'll move past that. Is there any other comments, questions for Mr. Talton? Seeing none, the public hearing having already closed, the brief having concluded, is there any further debate amongst council? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement or the opposite?
No, I'll hold my glasses up.
Right. Councilwoman, I heard you first.
No,
All right.
you go ahead. I'm fine. Let him do it.
Okay.
Regarding item Z624, I would make a motion that we approve this item as recommended by staff and accept a recommendation of the Planning Commission for approval.
All right, so a motion has been made, just restating it, and please concur to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement.
Concur.
All right, do we have a second?
I make a second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement. Is there any debate on this? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Z624 is approved. All right. We will now move into item 7E, Z724, Nolan Commercial Contractors. Mr. Talton.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. So, again, Nolan Commercial Contractors made a rezoning request, Z724, on a piece of property located on the south side of US 70 Highway, west between Carolina Circle and Brentwood Drive. Again, the owner is Nolan Commercial Contractors. The applicant is Thomas Engineering, PA, of which Mr. Engineer and his team are here to available and will be available to answer any questions after our presentation during the public hearing. The applicant is requesting rezoning from the residential 16 zoning district to the residential 9 single family zoning district. The purpose of the R9 single family zoning district is to accommodate medium density single family residential uses and to prohibit all activities of a commercial nature except certain home occupations. The minimum lot size is 9,000 square feet. Again, this is a conventional straight rezoning request. Getting my two mixed up here. We are looking at 49.67 acres. Again, the owner of the property is Nolan Commercial Contractors. Applicant's Thomas Engineering, PA. Current zoning is residential R16. Proposed zoning is residential 9 single family. This is not R9 manufactured housing. This is just for residential 9 single family dwelling. Land use designation is medium density. Again, applicant's requesting a change of zone for the property from residential R16 zoning district to the R9SF zoning district. As you'll see, you're probably familiar with this piece of property here. That piece was recently rezoned conditional zoning for rosewood outside lawn equipment and outside storage. Just directly behind this track is the second part of the Compton track. This is where the subject property is located, where they are proposing well, let me just say, because it's a straight rezoning, again, they're looking at rezoning this property for R9 single family Can't get any clearer than that without telling you what they want to do. So let's keep moving forward. You'll see adjacent property around. There is R16. 09 to the south you'll see is O'Berry Center. You'll see some residential subdivisions to the west and to the east of the property. You'll see, let's see, and even a couple of some non-conforming lots there with some manufactured housing. So again, you can read there what the purpose of the R16 zoning district. Again, we read that before. Again, the R9SF is just established to accommodate medium density single family residential uses and prohibit all activities of commercial nature. Minimum lot size will be 9,000 square feet. Again, the rezoning for the property, our zoning map. Again, a comparison of district uses, R16, single family detached. You'll see single family modular. Again, residential single family R9SF, single family detached. Single family modulars are permitted in that district as well. The city's land use plan locates the parcel within the medium density residential land use designation. The R9SF single family zoning district is identified as a corresponding zoning district for the medium density residential land use designation.
Mr. Telton.
Yes, sir.
Is this ETJ or city?
This is ETJ.
Okay.
Adjacent to our city limits.
Sure.
And you'll see there the comprehensive land use map, medium density residential subject property there to the left, to the west, to the north, to the east. If the rezoning is approved, the development proposal will require preliminary subdivision plat approval and site plan approval before improvements can be authorized for the site. The technical review committee will review the site for compliance if the rezoning is approved with the city's unified development ordinance. Goldsboro City water and sewer are not readily available to serve the property. The property is not located in a special flood hazard area. Goldsboro Planning Commission on June 24, 2024 voted to recommend approval of the rezoning request. Planning Commission voted 4 in favor and 0 against. We do have a staff recommendation here, and there it is, staff's evaluation. So the proposed rezoning would aid in satisfying the growing demand for housing in the city of Goldsboro. The proposed rezoning is compatible with the city's comprehensive land use plan and land use plan map. The city's comprehensive land use plan encourages higher residential densities in areas accessible to public water and sewer utilities. Again, with regards to utilities, the next bullet down, the site of the proposed rezoning is located in proximity to municipal water and sewer services provided by Fort Township. Just before that, the site of the proposed rezoning is not located in a special flood hazard area. The site of the proposed rezoning is located in an area where the city or other service providers can provide sufficient public safety service, meet transportation and utility demands, while maintaining sufficient levels of service to existing developments. A soils analysis identifies the soil type as Norfolk Goldsboro ACOC, which is a well-drained to moderately drained soil characteristic, should an on-site sewage disposal systems need to be utilized. Based on previous evaluation, planning staff is recommending approval of the rezoning request from residential R16 to residential R9 single family. Mayor, that concludes my presentation. I'll turn it over to you.
Perfect. Council, are there any comments or questions for Mr. Talton at this time? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and open up the public hearing. Is there anyone to come forward to speak? Are you the petitioner? First, so if there's anyone to come forward to speak, sir in the blue, I saw your hand first, and then sir in the green. So the public hearing officially opened for item Z724. Sir, if you would come forward, and once you get to the microphone, please just state your name, and we'll move forward.
Joe Wagner, and I live on Westover Drive, which is right behind that property. And I didn't, hear any mention, there's a cemetery up there. And I wanted to make sure that that cemetery is taken care of.
Respected.
Yes. And my property runs along a ditch and it's pretty low. And when that water comes off that ditch, off that farmland, fills up that ditch like the rain that we just had. And I guess I just want to make sure that some sort of drainage. Because what happened was it would come down into that ditch, it would go around Carolina Circle through Cogdell's Pond when it was a pond, but now it just travels. And a lot of water goes through there. And I'd hate to see them, I'm sure they're going to figure this out, but I would hate to see that ditch filled up with dirt, because then all that water's coming in my yard. And I know they said it's good soil and that, but I've seen many tractors stuck behind my house because the rain gets so bad that they get stuck, because it's quite a drop. So, and there's 2 or 3 of us, and I think another problem is going to be, where are they going to come in and out of? Because our neighborhood, Hilltop, I think might be an entrance. And the other guy, he showed, where everything's coming in and out of. But I guess the ditch and the cemetery and the traffic. But the cemetery, that's been there a long time. And
I'll make a note, and we're going to ask our planning director, our planner, if there's any comments that we can provide now.
Okay.
At this point, it's simply a zoning request. It's not an actual site plan review.
I know.
But I absolutely understand your points. And to your point about the cemetery, there's state regulations around how you have to address those. And so you're absolutely right. It needs to be addressed appropriately.
Okay. Yeah, that and the drainage.
Absolutely.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Sir in the green.
My name is John Parrish. I was just curious, can I ask a question?
Yes.
As far as is it 9 square, it's going from 16 square foot to 9,000 square foot, or 16,000 to 9,000?
Okay.
Why is that? Is that just mean they could put them closer together?
Yes. I'll make the.
That's right.
We'll make that note, and also allow our planner to elaborate on that a little bit as well.
I'm sorry I haven't done that.
No, you're fine, too. It's a good question.
If you look at the map, but you don't have to pull it up, I think the surrounding lots are R16, and, just don't really understand why those need to be so packed in there. It's going to be more traffic, more people coming in and out. It's already sad that it's going to be, turned from farmland to, another residential area. But that's just the way it goes. I feel like they should be kind of held at the same standard as the surrounding subdivisions as far as acre lots, or at least close to that. And I think if I'm understanding it right, that's not going to be the case. That's it. Thank y'all guys.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to come forward to speak on Z724? Ma'am, please come forward.
My name is Pam Barbie. I had no intentions to speak tonight, and I apologize for the way I'm dressed.
Glad you're willing to.
I would have not come here, but anyway. My big concern, and I understand that this is not exactly, but I have the same questions, is because this development, it will only have 2 accesses to be able to leave their new subdivision. One is my neighborhood, and the gentleman that just spoke, it'd be his neighborhood. Well, his neighborhood is the end of a cul-de-sac. So, and in my neighborhood, there's probably 20 homes in my little neighborhood, probably 40 or so in his. So now you're taking a development that's got 100 homes to only access between our neighborhood, our little neighborhood that has the little homes. So my whole question is, there is one more possibility for an access to leave this new development, and I couldn't tell by the map, but that's my biggest concern, is trying to have as many accesses out of this neighborhood that's going to be developed, not just through our little neighborhood, because they're going to have to join our neighborhood to get out. And so we've had all our life our little 20 houses and his little 40 houses, and now you're going to take 100 houses and take them through our neighborhood. So you can understand why my concerns is that I would just hope Nolan would have a third access. And I do believe that there is a possibility to have that, because I've lived there all my life and I know another place they can make it. So that's my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to come forward to speak on Z724? Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name is John Thomas. I'm with Thomas Engineering, and I told my wife I'd be home at 10 o'clock at night, and I live in New Bern. I just want to make a couple of brief comments about the site and what we're trying to do before I turn it over to Eric Remington, who's with Warden Smith, attorney there at New Bern. He has a lot better presentation than what I've got. But this site is about 50 acres, and with 50 acres at R16, you're probably looking at a couple of houses per acre. This particular site has some encumbrances and challenges. It's got a major power line that goes right through the middle of it. We have some topography issues. We have wetland issues, and now we've got a major gas line going to cut through the property as well, so that it reduces the amount of acreage that we can actually develop in. So by going from the R16 to the R9, it gets the densities back up to where it would probably be maybe a little bit more, maybe up to 2.5 to acre or 2.6 to the acre of the number of units we're going to put in there. Going from R16 to R9, we're not doubling the number of units that could go in there if we didn't have those encumbrances. But anyway, I'm going to turn it over to Eric Remington and let him do his presentation. Can I yield the rest of my time to him?
We'll get him going, and if we have any questions, we'll follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I have a binder that I'd like to hand out.
If you would, just hand it to the clerk, and then she can distribute. And then once those get handed out, then we'll start the timer.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, let's reset the timer, if we would, please. There we go. Perfect. And then proceed when ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, my name is Eric Remington. I'm with the law firm of Warden Smith over in New Bern, North Carolina, and I'm here on behalf of Nolan Commercial Enterprise Incorporated and also on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Thomas. I've given you all a binder here today because what I want to talk to you all about is the land use, your land use plan, and how this project is, or this rezoning is consistent with that, because I think that's an important part of this process. You know, the first basically 11 exhibits in the binder, I'm not going to go through those because some of them Mr. Talton went through in his presentation. The first one is our application, and then there are copies of the zoning maps that he presented to you, one being the current zoning map and then the future land use map. The rest of those between exhibit number 5 and exhibit number 12 are basically copies of the maps from your all's land use plan. And what I've done is I've circled the area where this tract of land is to show you that it's consistent with each of those maps. And then what I really want to focus on is exhibit number 12 and exhibit number 13 in our binder. What I've done is I've actually copied and put in our binder the basically the table of permitted uses that comes from your all zoning ordinance. And if you look at the R16 designation and the R9SF designation, which I've highlighted throughout there, they are identical. So, with the exception of the density, the 9,000 square feet versus 16,000 square feet. But the permitted uses that can be done on this tract of land are exactly the same. So there's really no difference except for the size. And Mr. Thomas has told you about the reasons why the lower density is needed, because there are some challenges. Exhibit number 13 in my binder is what I really want to spend time on, and I'm not going to probably have time to go through it all. But what I've done is I've gone through your land use plan, and I have written down all of the areas where it is compatible with your land use plan. The vision of your land use plan is that there be regional community of attractive residential neighborhoods. This is infill development will be critical to the city's future, and what I've done is I've given page numbers for that. Population growth is predicted to be 3.5%, and again, there is a need for additional housing in the Goldsboro area. And so this would fill that need and basically take that. This is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning districts. It provides appropriately located areas for residential development. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan and with the standards of public health and safety established by the UDO. It does not adversely impact sensitive environmental or cultural resources, and that's shown based on the map that's in there. It protects existing neighborhoods and residences from the harmful effects of noise, population density, traffic congestion, and other significant environmental impacts. It strengthens the city's economic base. It minimizes impact of commercial and industrial development on adjacent residential neighborhoods. Again, the R9SF permitted uses under the UDO are exactly the same as R16. Essentially, this rezoning request, I believe, and the staff obviously thought so too, because they've given you a very good evaluation that says that they recommend you approve it. The planning board took a look at it and voted unanimously to approve it, and that's because this request is clearly consistent with your all's long-term planning and residential use plans. So we would ask that you all approve this request, that you rezone this property from R16 to R9SF. And if you have any questions for us, we're more than happy to answer those, and we're standing by. Thank you all.
Before you sit down, I actually do have a quick question for you.
Yes.
So, in your client, obviously don't divulge anything that you shouldn't, but has your client expressed exactly what they intend to build or what their desire would be to build on the other than single family? I get all of that, but if they said anything about the styles or anything else that they're going for?
That I do not know.
Okay.
I believe they build single family residential homes and have communities all over eastern North Carolina.
Okay.
So it would be similar to those communities that they've built.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas might be able to answer that, but again, this is I don't know that that's this.
I realize that's not where we are in the process at this point.
It's still got to go through preliminary plat approval, final plat approval, TRC comments, and all of that kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions since I opened up the? All right. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. No, just one more thing, Mayor. I would ask that those.
And unfortunately, since we've gone over the time, however, if there are any questions, we'll come back to them. Okay.
I just wanted to ask that these materials be included in the record.
Oh, yes, sir. That's a procedural point. Thank you. Any other? Is there anyone else to come forward and speak? And my apologies if that was rude. It was not intended to be. I was trying to maintain consistency with our timer. Is there anyone else to come forward and speak on 7E Z724? Third and final call we'll do. Is there anyone else to come forward for the public hearing for Z724? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing. And we'll ask Mr. Talton to retake the podium, as it were. Can you talk to the council a little bit about how a cemetery that is on a piece of property, how that needs to be addressed and respected? How does that work?
That's a good question. I may have to defer to the director on that. Mark, have you got any comments that you can give the council?
Yeah, I've worked with one subdivision.
Come on up to the microphone. So when I look back on the YouTube video, I'm going to have to figure out what I was talking about.
Responsibility of the developer to get the necessary state approvals to move the graves, if that's what they're trying to do. But more than likely, it's recommended that they'll work around the cemetery,
Right.
and we'll ensure that there's access
Right.
from the public right of way to the graveyard.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So
All
it's it's better for them to work around it.
You brought up the prospect, and I just want to clarify this. You brought up the prospect of moving them. Has anyone made any mention of moving them? No. Do you? All right. Mr. Thomas, if you would please, since this is a bit of an administrative one, I can do these sorts of things. Has anybody made any mention of moving these graves?
No, sir.
Okay.
We do a lot of farmland development, and every farm's got cemeteries, and we work with them a lot. We've never moved any, but we've had some family members come in and move them out of there and put them somewhere else. On this particular piece of property, there is a cemetery there, and what we normally do with those, we'll make sure that we know where the cemetery is. Sometimes we'll do some soundings around it and make sure there's no graves outside of it, and we'll identify that. And a lot of times those cemeteries are not owned by anybody, so we'll put it in a common area with an access from a public road to get to it.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Talton, if you'll come on back. Are there any other comments or questions for Mr. Talton? Or comments or questions that were raised that you'd like to get answers to? Hearing none, we'll move forward. I think, Mr. Talton, if you...
Sure. I was just going to elaborate to a question one of the citizens brought up.
Yes, please.
With regards to the lot sizes, again, as the attorney spoke of, lot sizes determine density, and we're going from an R16, which is a larger lot size that's required at this time for a single-family dwelling, to a smaller lot size where you could actually have more lots on an R9 single-family than you would out of an R16. A lot of times when you don't have access to sewer, the health department is going to require you to have a larger lot size for the installation of a septic system, for the tank, leach fields, and things of that nature. In this case, again, we're only considering the actual straight rezoning, the uses at this time, but again, as the zoning classification implies, single-family development is going to be taking place in the future. But in this case, the land use plan does say that if you do have access to municipal water and sewer, that it encourages higher density development. So I just wanted to clarify that for you, where you would actually be able to have additional or more lots than you would in the R16 zoning district. Were there any other questions that were... this gentleman, I'm sorry, did you have a question that I could answer for you?
Well, like I brought up, I was just concerned with the ditch.
The ditch itself, that's right.
The ditch itself.
And that's right, and the lady at the back there, she was speaking of access to. Once we, if the council approves the rezoning request, there will be a review by our technical review committee. We will, again, as Mr. Thompson said, we'll review a subdivision plat, and that plat will be followed by a construction drawings, and all these items will be taken into account, everywhere from access to the layout of utilities, construction road standards, drainage, you name it, that's going to be looked at. And we will be making note of that, of their concerns in the future, and those items will be taken care of at that time. I can't tell you anything about access and how many access points that there will be, but stay in touch with our office so that when that time comes, and hopefully the next 6 months, if it is approved, we can provide you with that information.
And what is your office?
Yes, sir, the planning department. City of Goldsboro, yes, sir. Mayor, I defer to you.
Council, any other questions for Mr. Talton? Hearing none, Is there a motion to approve and adopt the ordinance to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement, or is there a motion to deny with the inclusion of the inconsistency statement that deems this rezoning request to be inconsistent?
Mayor, I would make a motion to approve item Z724 as presented, along with as presented and recommended for approval and recommended by planning staff, along with the consistency statement.
All right. Motion has been made to approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement. Is there a second?
I make a second.
All right. Motion has been made and properly seconded to adopt and approve with the inclusion of the consistency statement. Is there any debate? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Abstentions are in the affirmative. All right. We'll move to what? No. They can just go here. So now, that concludes our public hearings for this evening. Good night, everybody.
Are we halfway through now?
Roughly. Roughly. All right. Remaining on the agenda is our public comment period, our consent agenda items, and then council comments, and then a closed session matter that we need to discuss. We will move into the public comment period. Madam Clerk, would you please queue up anyone who is signed to speak, who is still here?
I don't think there's anyone here to speak on public comment. They look like they were all signed in for.
Perfect. As to avoid any confusion, is there anyone here who wishes to speak during the public comment period? Mr. Martin, if you'd like to, come forward. Just want to make sure there wasn't any confusion given that there was sign-ins.
And I believe I did sign in.
This is multi-use trail. I figured it was public
Well,
hearing.
what I have to talk about is the multi-use.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, we'll let these get passed out, and then we'll start the timer so you have, of course, your full time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
It's been a long one, and I'll try and get through this as quickly as possible. I've given you what my comments are basically, and also I have attached a copy of the North Carolina General Statute, Section 20-155, as well as a photograph. Let's see. Attached is a copy. That covers the right-of-way for pedestrians at an intersection with a clearly marked pedestrian crosswalk. That's what the statute applies to. And at the intersection of Kylabest Road and New Hope Road, there's a clearly marked pedestrian crosswalk. In that area, there is a multi-use trail along New Hope Road that is used by pedestrians to cross Kylabest Road. There is also a stop sign on the multi-use trail just before westbound pedestrians reach the crosswalk. That stop sign warns the pedestrians that they must stop and yield to motor vehicle traffic on Kylabest Road and New Hope Road that is turning left or right onto Kylabest Road or onto New Hope Road, or for motor vehicle traffic that is making a left or right turn from from New Hope Road onto Kylabest Road. The unlawful stop sign restricts the legal rights of pedestrians using the crosswalk to get across Kylabest Road. There is a multitude of motorists traveling down Kylabest Road and turning left onto New Hope Road, and from New Hope Road onto Kylabest Road, who are abusing the rights of pedestrians who are using the pedestrian crosswalk. And that photo clearly shows one such automobile that is doing it. While I was taking this photograph, I noticed at least 5 or 6 other automobiles that were coming down Calabash, and they do the same thing. I therefore urge the city to have the stop sign removed with all due diligence or urgency, and to have warning signage posted on New Hope Road and on Calabash Road to alert pedestrians of the approaching pedestrian crosswalk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Matt, would you please make a note, or sorry, Mr. Livingston, would you please make a note to, let's go ahead and forward this over to DOT, because right, I hadn't really thought about it, but yeah, it is a residential area, at least it's turning into that if it wasn't before.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to come forward? There was no one else on the sign-up sheet? All right, beautiful. All right. That will close the public comment period. Our interim city manager, Mr. Livingston, please present the consent agenda for consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to go through this as quickly as possible, just so we can, in the interest of time. Item F is a PO rollover. Mostly, it's also consistent with our 57-843 that was an economic incentive grant, and the rest of it's PO rollovers for projects that we're doing, like the lead and copper project and several other projects that we're in the middle of. So we probably need to lower that in the future, and that's one of the things we want to do. But that's what that is. Item G is a NCDEQ. It's the one of our grants for the sewer master plan. Again, it's grant funded. It kind of helps us understand where we need to be in terms of our wastewater as we're starting to build our plan out. So this is kind of helpful for us to understanding, we're not talking about 10 or 15 years. This is like a 30-year plan looking out that far. And that's our AIA grant, which also helps us with our sewer master plan, which is also in here. Item H is grant project amendment for stormwater capital projects. Essentially, as we finished up our project on Vine Street or Virginia Street, it was a total of $31,000. We will use our contingency funds from that, and it's just wrapping up that project since we're finished with it. The Stormwater Capital Fund, for Capital Projects Fund. We have an urgent repair program for Kevin Sutton. He's requesting a forgivable loan deferment in the amount of $9,975. The loan is forgiven at $2,000 each year, with the entirety of the loan forgiven on June 7th, 2026. Understand that this gentleman, that he had passed away, so this is kind of standard for us for doing these kind of things. And Felicia's here if there's any questions for her on that. CDBG housing rehabilitation. Essentially, we had a program where we're going out in single-family residents, and those that qualify would receive help and assistance for making improvements to their homes. We selected best value procurements from Carolina Properties. They've received the highest score, so we're looking at a contract for total amount of $163,925 to do community development block grant and single-family housing rehabilitation. CDBG Home Unrated Subsidy Layering Minimum Requirement Standards Guide. This is something we need to have in our documentation. The city has to evaluate the projects in accordance with the underwriting and subsidy layering guidelines that it's developed for CDBG home projects. It's an in-depth review of project assumptions, the development sources and uses, and so that's a document that we need to have. It's not recommended, it's like a requirement. If you have any questions about that, Felicia's also here. Item L, this is again another DWQ one. It's another grant for $350,000. This is the one that actually we're doing in conjunction as a regional system throughout the whole county, looking at what a sewer master plan, the sewer needs for the entire county would be, as we go through our regionalization project. Again, it's not taxpayer money per se. It is, but it's not Goldsboro taxpayer money. It's federal grant money. Okay, item M is intent to purchase tasers with a procurement assumption using a Sourcewell contract. A lot of new tasers. Our tasers were going out of date, so there's a 5-year life of the program. The cost of the program is $392,705.86. That's through Sourcewell.
On those tasers, is there any way that they could do like a program so that all of them don't expire on the same time, so they can, so the budget?
So you're absolutely right, and there's a much better way where we can have to talk to the chief, where we can start getting grants for some of these, so that we get grants for maybe 20 of them next year, 20 of them for the following year. So we start doing that. So we are working actively. Great point. Municipal ordinance to act as speed limit concurrence for section 581. This is like a mapping error. We just need to pass the ordinance so that it shows that the .008 miles southeast of SR2 1243 is a 45 mile per hour zone. So our stuff matches up with theirs. And they've got an ordinance in there, so if we approve that, we just send it in, and they've asked us to do that, so their maps will concur with ours. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, the consent agenda items are presented by our interim city manager, Mr. Livingston. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented, or is there a motion to remove any specific items to items requiring individual action?
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second? All right, motion has been made and properly seconded to approve the consent agenda items as presented. Madam Clerk, would you please conduct a roll call vote?
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews?
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones?
Yes.
Councilman Boyette?
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Yes.
Councilwoman Weeks?
Yes.
Councilman White?
All right, all voting in the affirmative, motion passes. We have no items under 10, items requiring individual action. We'll move to item 11. Mr. Livingston, if you'd please deliver the interim manager's report.
I don't have any, there's just interest of time.
Understood. 10-4. All right, Mayor and council member comments. It's the 19th, so it's the second half of the month. As is tradition, I'll begin with Councilman White, and then we'll move across the dais up to Councilwoman Jones. Councilman White, the floor is yours for any closing comments.
Appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, I'd like to thank District 6 for coming out tonight, standing up for the actual neighborhood. I'd like to apologize to District 4 for us always overlooking them and only seeing them when it's time to vote. So hopefully we get that right going forward. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman Weeks, the floor is yours.
I was just going to remind everybody we've got our schools taking back in, so everybody will, if you will watch for school buses and for safety of our children. And then also, I also want to thank District 6 for coming out tonight, because that showed that you really, really cared about your community and you were extremely passionate about the subject. So I want to thank you, and don't get discouraged. Everybody always come out and stand up for what you believe in. So thank you for coming out again.
Thank you, Ms. Weeks. Pro Tem Matthews.
Just two things. One, actually three things. Thank you, Councilman White, for always being an advocate for District 4. The second thing is, don't forget, Cardio and Conversations is going to be this Thursday at 6. This week, I am going to challenge my colleagues that sit to my right and my left, as well as city staff, to come out and participate. Also, just got word while we were in the meeting earlier that there was a line break due to some work that some contractors was doing within the district. I got word that line has been fixed. The break has been fixed, but there is currently a drinking water advisory for the Grand at Day Point and Seymour Homes. I have since posted that notice on the Councilwoman page, but if I may, I would like to share this with everyone listening. They are requesting specifically Day Circle to Seymour Homes, that you use bottled water or boil your tap water for 3 minutes and let it cool for using it for drinking, making ice, food preparation, brushing your teeth, and other purposes that involve consuming water. Boiling our water is a precaution when the water service has been interrupted. We have no indication at this time that our water is unsafe to drink, but to ensure that the water is safe, we have collected samples from the area where the break occurred for testing in our own laboratory. We expect to receive the results within 24 hours and will notify you and other customers when there is no further need to boil your water regarding any further precautions or restrictions on drinking water. So for those of you that live in the area, please, or that don't live in the area, please ensure that we can kind of get that message to them. And as this changes, I will be sure to let you know. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman?
I don't have any comments tonight.
All right. Councilman, floor is yours.
In the interest of time, no comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right. And Councilwoman Jones, floor is yours.
Yes, well, I would just like to say my heart goes out to, there's a young lady that always comes to our crime watch in West Oak, and she passed away. Mm-hmm. And so to her family, I want you to say that I'm deeply sorry, and I will be reaching out to you with anything that we can possibly do. She was very active and very passionate about what was going on, and I could always count on her to make comments and participate, and that meant a lot to me. And there are a lot of people that are very sad tonight because of her death. And also, even though her birthday is past, and any elder that I have in my district, I always try to go by and give them a flower and let them know, but this is flowers, because give them the flowers while they're alive. And Miss Elizabeth, who is very alert, Miss Elizabeth Arrington, had a birthday, and she was 98 years old, and she worked at the Library of Congress for 35 years. And that lady is so smart. She has a plethora of knowledge that I would like to tap into. And I would like to say, I did put this on my Facebook page, and I'd just like to just read it. I'm deeply saddened to hear about the tragic death of a 15-year-old who was shot during the early morning. And my heart goes out to the family and the friends during this incredible, difficult time. In times like this, heart-breaking tragedies, it is important that we come together as a community. And I know that we have. I do appreciate all the conversation that the community as a whole has had about death and youth and crime. But I want us all to come together and not only just talk, but act. But as far as this young lady, let us offer emotional support when we can. We know if we know them, practical assistance, and help them seek professional help. But also be sensitive to their needs, and don't. If they're not ready to talk yet, then don't do that.
Thank you, Councilwoman. My comments tonight, I just simply want to reinforce the variety of things that we touched this evening. We started off the evening talking about finding operational efficiencies through a management study for our city and for the organization that we are. We then moved into making a commitment to our public schools, at least in one specific way, and in ways that we can try to support families that are in the middle of Goldsboro that need it and can rise and are wonderful people that we're ready to invest in. We heard from members of two of our important commissions that are volunteering their time to support the city and its mission and to try and make Goldsboro an even better place to be. We heard from our primary private partner in ways that we are supporting our Air Force Base, the men, women, and families of Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. We heard from our Chamber of Commerce president about what we're doing as a sponsor for the Chamber of Commerce to support the business community and try and expand and grow the business community. We talked about what we're doing with our wastewater treatment facility about expanding that and being prepared for future growth, as well as stabilizing to make sure that we absolutely have what we need to look after the people who are already here. We looked at making some adjustments to two very important ordinances that this council has said for some weeks and months now that it wants to see movement on, and we've given direction to our planning staff to make those adjustments. We've recognized a city employee for 27 years of direct service to this city. That does not happen by accident. We explored, we discussed, and ultimately concluded that we would support some additional rezoning and development that's going to happen in the city that will bring some road adjustments and some greenway adjustments, and as well as, of course, the tax revenue that goes with that, and the jobs and the development that goes with that. Of course, there's pros and cons to everything, but nonetheless, the council chose to go in that direction. I want to call special attention to things that's in the consent agenda. The operating budget adjustment tonight it includes an economic development incentive for a major partner that we just recruited into the city and the county over the last few months, which is just an amazing win for our economic development efforts. We talked about the CDBG fund being able to do, and this is down in the consent agenda items, being able to do home repairs for those who are most at risk and unable to take care of them themselves. There's really good stuff buried in this consent agenda. So those who are on the outside looking in, take some time and at least skim the titles. We have had a long but incredibly fruitful meeting this evening, and I appreciate everybody's time, and those who are still watching. Thanks. I'm amazed you're still awake. So with that, we do have, I'll close my comments from there. We do have a closed session item to attend to. We're going to do something a little bit different. Council, we are going to be holding closed sessions in the anteroom for the foreseeable future, so we will relocate over there. If there are members of the public who wish to stick around at 11:25, if you have nothing else to do, so be it, and then we'll come back and grab our stuff out of here, and we will head home ourselves. So, Mr. Livingston, Ms. Getz, Mr. Lawrence, if you'd please join us in the anteroom in just a few minutes. We'll
Let me
move into
make
closed
a
session. We need a motion.
Let me make a motion that we go into closed session.
Perfect. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second. Four.
All right.
Four. What?
We are going into closed session to discuss litigation and personnel.
Okay. Let me make a motion that we go into closed session to discuss these two issues.
All right. Motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. We are in closed session. We'll see everyone in the interim.
Give me 2 seconds.
back on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we stand adjourned. We'll see everyone at the beginning of next month.